5. Bridge and City. 1. They came upon the downed airplane 3 days later. Jake pointed it out first at mid-morning, a flash of light about 10 miles away, as if a mirror lay in the grass. As they drew closer, they saw a large, dark object at the side of the great road. "It looks like a dead bird," Roland said, "a big one." "That's no bird," Eddie said. "That's an airplane. I'm pretty sure the glare is sunlight bouncing off the canopy." An hour later, they stood silently at the edge of the road, looking at the ancient wreck. 3 plump crows stood on the tattered skin of the fuselage, staring insolently at the newcomers. Jake pried a cobble from the edge of the road and shied it at them. The crows lumbered into the air, cawing indignantly. One wing had broken off in the crash and lay 30 yards away, a shadow like a diving board in the tall grass. The rest of the plane was pretty much intact. The canopy had cracked in a starburst pattern where the pilot's head had struck it. There was a large, rust-colored stain there. Oy trotted over to where 3 rusty propeller blades rose from the grass, sniffed at them, then returned hastily to Jake. The man in the cockpit was a dust-dry mummy wearing a padded leather vest and a helmet with a spike on top. His lips were gone, his teeth exposed in a final, desperate grimace. Fingers which had once been as large as sausages but were now only skin-covered bones clutched the wheel. His skull was caved in where it had hit the canopy, and Roland guessed that the greenish-gray scales which coated the left side of his face were all that remained of his brains. The dead man's head was tilted back, as if he had been sure, even at the moment of his death, that he could regain the sky again. The plane's remaining wing still jutted from the encroaching grass. On it was a fading insignia which depicted a fist holding a thunderbolt. "Looks like Aunt Talitha was wrong and the old albino man had the right of it after all," Susanna said in an awed voice. "That must be David Quick, the outlaw prince. Look at the size of him, Roland. They must have had to grease him to get him into the cockpit." Roland nodded. The heat and the years had wasted the man in the mechanical bird to no more than a skeleton wrapped in dry hide, but he could still see how broad the shoulders had been, and the misshapen head was massive. "So fell Lord Perth," he said, "and the countryside did shake with that thunder." Jake looked at him questioningly. "It's from an old poem. Lord Perth was a giant who went forth to war with 1,000 men. But he was still in his own country when a little boy threw a stone at him and hit him in the knee. He stumbled, the weight of his armor bore him down, and he broke his neck in the fall." Jake said, "Like our story of David and Goliath." "There was no fire," Eddie said. "I bet he just ran out of gas and tried a dead-stick landing on the road. He might have been an outlaw and a barbarian, but he had a yard of guts." Roland nodded and looked at Jake. "You all right with this?" "Yes. If the guy was still, runny, I might not be." Jake looked from the dead man and the airplane to the city. Ludd was much closer and clearer now, and although they could see many broken windows in the towers, he, like Eddie, had not entirely given up hope of finding some sort of help there. "I bet things sort of fell apart in the city once he was gone." "I think you'd win that bet," Roland said. "You know something?" Jake was studying the plane again. "The people who built that city might have made their own airplanes, but I'm pretty sure this is one of ours. I did a school paper on air combat when I was in the 5th grade, and I think I recognize it. Roland, can I take a closer look?" Roland nodded. "I'll go with you." Together they walked over to the plane, with the high grass swishing at their pants. "Look," Jake said. "See the machine gun under the wing? That's an air-cooled German model. And this is a Focke-Wulf from just before World War II, I'm sure it is. So what's it doing here?" "Lots of planes disappear," Eddie said. "Take the Bermuda Triangle, for instance. That's a place over one of our oceans, Roland. It's supposed to be jinxed. Maybe it's a great big doorway between our worlds, one that's almost always open." Eddie hunched his shoulders and essayed a bad Rod Serling imitation. "Fasten your seatbelts and prepare for turbulence. You're flying into the Roland Zone." Jake and Roland, who were now standing beneath the plane's remaining wing, ignored him. "Boost me up, Roland." Roland shook his head. "That wing looks solid, but it's not. This thing has been here a long time, Jake. You'd fall."
"Make a step, then,"
Eddie said. "I'll do it, Roland." Roland studied his diminished right hand for a moment, shrugged, then laced his hands together. "This'll do. He's light." Jake shook off his moccasin and then stepped lightly into the stirrup Roland had made. Oi began to bark shrilly, though whether in excitement or alarm Roland couldn't tell. Jake's chest was now pressing against one of the airplane's rusty flaps, and he was looking right at the fist and thunderbolt design. It had peeled up a little from the surface of the wing along one edge. He seized this flap and pulled. It came off the wing so easily that he would have fallen backward if Eddie, standing directly behind him, hadn't steadied him with a hand on the butt. "I knew it," Jake said. There was another symbol beneath the fist and thunderbolt, and now it was almost totally revealed. It was a swastika. "I just wanted to see it. You can put me down now." They started out again, but they could see the tail of the plane every time they looked back that afternoon, looming out of the high grass like Lord Perth's burial monument. 2. It was Jake's turn to make the fire that night. When the wood was laid, to the gunslinger's satisfaction, he handed Jake his flint and steel. "Let's see how you do." Eddie and Susanna were sitting off to one side, their arms linked companionably about each other's waist. Toward the end of the day, Eddie had found a bright yellow flower beside the road and had picked it for her. Tonight, Susanna was wearing it in her hair, and every time she looked at Eddie, her lips curved in a small smile, and her eyes filled with light. Roland had noted these things, and they pleased him. Their love was deepening, strengthening. That was good. It would have to be deep and strong indeed if it was to survive the months and years ahead. Jake struck a spark, but it flashed inches away from the kindling. "Move your flint in closer," Roland said, "and hold it steady. And don't hit it with the steel, Jake. Scrape it." Jake tried again, and this time the spark flashed directly into the kindling. There was a little tendril of smoke, but no fire. "I don't think I'm very good at this." "You'll get it. Meantime, think on this. What's dressed when night falls and undressed when day breaks?" "Huh?" Roland moved Jake's hands even closer to the little pile of kindling. "I guess that one's not in your book." "Oh, it's a riddle." Jake struck another spark. This time a small flame glowed in the kindling before dying out. "You know some of those, too?" Roland nodded. "Not just some. A lot. As a boy, I must have known 1,000. They were part of my studies." "Really? Why would anyone study riddles?" "Van Ney, my tutor, said a boy who could answer a riddle was a boy who could think around corners. We had riddling contests every Friday noon, and the boy or girl who won could leave school early." "Did you get to leave early often, Roland?" Susanna asked. He shook his head, smiling a little himself. "I enjoyed riddling, but I was never very good at it. Van Ney said it was because I thought too deeply. My father said it was because I had too little imagination. I think they were both right, but I think my father had a little more of the truth. I could always haul a gun faster than any of my mates and shoot straighter, but I've never been much good at thinking around corners." Susanna, who had watched closely as Roland dealt with the old people of River Crossing, thought the gunslinger was underrating himself, but she said nothing. Sometimes on winter nights there would be riddling competitions in the great hall. When it was just the Junkers, Alain always won. When the grown-ups played as well, it was always Court. He'd forgotten more riddles than the rest of us ever knew, and after the fair day riddling, Court always carried home the goose. Riddles have great power, and everyone knows one or two. "Even me," Eddie said. "For instance, why did a dead baby cross the road?" "That's dumb, Eddie," Susanna said, but she was smiling. "Because it was stapled to the chicken," Eddie yelled, and grinned when Jake burst into laughter, knocking his little pile of kindling apart. "Hick, hick, hick! I got 1,000,000 of 'em, folks." Roland, however, didn't laugh. He looked, in fact, a trifle offended. "Pardon me for saying so, Eddie, but that is rather silly." "Jesus, Roland, I'm sorry," Eddie said. He was still smiling, but he sounded slightly peeved. "I keep forgetting you got your sense of humor shot off in the Children's Crusade or whatever it was." "It's just that I take riddling seriously. I was taught that the ability to solve them indicates a sane and rational mind." Well, they're never going to replace the works of Shakespeare or the quadratic equation, Eddie said. I mean, let's not get carried away. Jake was looking at Roland thoughtfully. My book said riddling is the oldest game people still play. In our world, I mean. And riddles used to be really serious business, not just jokes. People used to get killed over them. Roland was looking out into the growing darkness. Yes, I've seen it happen. He was remembering a fair day riddling which had ended not with the giving of the prize goose, but with a cross-eyed man in a cap of bells dying in the dirt with a dagger in his chest. Court's dagger. The man had been a wandering singer and acrobat who had attempted to cheat court by stealing the judge's pocketbook, in which the answers were kept on small scraps of bark. "Well, excuse me," Eddie said. Susanna was looking at Jake. "I forgot all about the book of riddles you carried over. May I look at it now?" "Sure. It's in my pack. The answers are gone, though. Maybe that's why Mr. Tower gave it to me for free." His shoulder was suddenly seized, and with painful force. "What was his name?" Roland asked. "Mr. Tower," Jake said. "Calvin Tower. Didn't I tell you that?" "No." Roland slowly relaxed his grip on Jake's shoulder. "But now that I hear it, I suppose I'm not surprised." Eddie had opened Jake's pack and found Riddle-de-Dum. He tossed it to Susanna. "You know," he said, "I always thought that dead baby joke was pretty good. Tasteless, maybe, but pretty good." "I don't care about taste," Roland said. "It's senseless and unsolvable, and that's what makes it silly. A good riddle is neither." "Jesus, you guys did take this stuff seriously, didn't you?" "Yes." Jake, meanwhile, had been restacking the kindling and mulling over the riddle which had started the discussion. Now he suddenly smiled. "A fire! That's the answer, right? Dress it at night, undress it in the morning. If you change dress to build, it's simple." "That's it." Roland returned Jake's smile, but his eyes were on Susanna, watching as she thumbed through the small, tattered book. He thought, looking at her studious frown and the absent way she readjusted the yellow flower in her hair when it tried to slip free, that she alone might sense that the tattered book of riddles could be as important as Charlie the Choo-Choo, maybe more important. He looked from her to Eddie and felt a recurrence of his irritation at Eddie's foolish riddle. The young man bore another resemblance to Cuthbert, this one rather unfortunate. Roland sometimes felt like shaking him until his nose bled and his teeth fell out. "Soft, gunslinger, soft." Court's voice, not quite laughing, spoke up in his head, and Roland resolutely put his emotions at arm's length. It was easier to do that when he remembered that Eddie couldn't help his occasional forays into nonsense. Character was also at least partly formed by Ka, and Roland knew well that there was more to Eddie than nonsense. Any time he started to make the mistake of thinking that wasn't so, he would do well to remember their conversation by the side of the road 3 nights before, when Eddie had accused him of using them as markers on his own private game board. That had angered him, but it had been close enough to the truth to shame him as well. Blissfully unaware of these long thoughts, Eddie now inquired, "What's green, weighs 100 tons, and lives at the bottom of the ocean?" "I know," Jake said. "Moby Snot, the great green whale." "Idiocy," Roland muttered. "Yeah, but that's what's supposed to make it funny," Eddie said. "Jokes are supposed to make you think around corners, too. You see—" He looked at Roland's face, laughed, and threw up his hands. "Never mind. I give up. You won't understand, not in a million years. Let's look at the damned book. I'll even try to take it seriously, if we can eat a little supper first, that is." "Watch me," the gunslinger said, with a flicker of a smile. "Huh? That means you have a deal." Jake scraped the steel across the flint. A spark jumped, and this time the kindling caught fire. He sat back contentedly and watched the flames spread, one arm slung around Oi's neck. He felt well pleased with himself. He had started the evening fire, and he had guessed the answer to Roland's riddle. 3. "I've got one," Jake said as they ate their evening burritos. "Is it a foolish one?" Roland asked. "No, it's a real one." "Then try me with it." "Okay. What can run but never walks, has a mouth but never talks, has a bed but never sleeps, has a head but never weeps?" "A good one," Roland said kindly, "but an old one. A river." Jake was a little crestfallen. "You really are hard to stump." Roland tossed the last bite of his burrito to Oy, who accepted it eagerly. "Not me. I'm what Eddie calls an overpush. You should have seen Alen. He collected riddles the way a lady collects fans." "That's push-over, Roland, old buddy," Eddie said. "Thank you. Try this one. What lies in bed and stands in bed? First white, then red. The plumper it gets, the better the old woman likes it." Eddie burst out laughing. "A dork!" he yelled. "Crude, Roland, but I like it. Roland shook his head. "Your answer is wrong. A good riddle is sometimes a puzzle in words, like Jake's about the river, but sometimes it's more like a magician's trick, making you look in one direction while it's going somewhere else." "It's a double," Jake said. He explained what Aaron Deepno had said about the riddle of Samson. Roland nodded. "Is it a strawberry?" Susanna asked, then answered her own question. "Of course it is. It's like the fire riddle. There's a metaphor hidden inside it. Once you understand the metaphor, you can solve the riddle." "I metaphor sex, but she slapped my face and walked away when I asked," Eddie told them sadly. They all ignored him. "If you change gets to grows," Susanna went on, "it's easy. First white, then red. Plump it grows, the better the old woman likes it." She looked pleased with herself. Roland nodded. "The answer I always heard was a wenberry, but I'm sure both answers mean the same thing." Eddie picked up Riddle-de-Dum and began flipping through it. "How about this one, Roland? When is a door not a door?" Roland frowned. "Is it another piece of your stupidity? Because my patience—" "No, I promised to take it seriously, and I am. I'm trying, at least. It's in this book, and I just happen to know the answer. I heard it when I was a kid." Jake, who also knew the answer, winked at Eddie. Eddie winked back, and was amused to see Oy also trying to wink. The bumbler kept shutting both eyes and eventually gave up. Roland and Susanna, meanwhile, were puzzling over the question. "It must have something to do with love," Roland said. A door. When is a door not a door?" Oy said. His imitation of Roland's thoughtful tone was perfect. Eddie winked at Jake again. Jake covered his mouth to hide a smile. "Is the answer false love?" Roland asked at last. "Nope." "Window," Susanna said suddenly and decisively. "When is a door not a door? When it's a window." "Nope." Eddie was grinning broadly now, but Jake was struck by how far from the real answer both of them had wandered. There was magic at work here, he thought. Pretty common stuff as magic went, no flying carpets or disappearing elephants, but magic all the same. He suddenly saw what they were doing, a simple game of riddles around a campfire, in an entirely new light. It was like playing blind man's bluff, only in this game the blindfold was made of words. "I give up," Susanna said. "Yes," Roland said. "Tell if you know." "The answer is a jar. A door is not a door when it's a jar. Get it?" Eddie watched as comprehension dawned on Roland's face and asked a little apprehensively, "Is it a bad one? I was trying to be serious this time, Roland, really." "Not bad at all. On the contrary, it's quite good. Court would have gotten it, I'm sure, probably Alen too. It's still very clever. I did what I always used to do in the schoolroom, made it more complicated than it really was, and shot right past the answer." "There really is something to it, isn't there?" Eddie mused. Roland nodded, but Eddie didn't see. He was looking into the depths of the fire, where dozens of roses bloomed and faded in the coals. Roland said, "One more and we'll turn in. Only from tonight on we'll stand a watch. You first, Eddie, then Susanna. I'll take the last one." "What about me?" Jake asked. "Later on you may have to take a turn. Right now it's more important for you to get your sleep." "Do you really think sentry duty is necessary?" Susanna asked. "I don't know, and that's the best reason of all to do it. Jake, choose us a riddle from your book." Eddie handed Riddle-de-Dum to Jake, who thumbed through the pages and finally stopped near the back. "Whoa, this one's a killer." "Let's hear it," Eddie said. "If I don't get it, Suze will. We're known at fair days all across the land as Eddie Dean and his riddling queen." "We're witty tonight, ain't we?" Susanna said. Let's see how witty you are after setting by the side of the road until midnight or so, honey child. Jake read, "There is a thing that nothing is, and yet it has a name. It's sometimes tall and sometimes short, joins our talks, joins our sport, and plays at every game." They discussed this riddle for almost 15 minutes, but none of them could even hazard an answer. "Maybe it'll come to one of us while we're asleep," Jake said. "That's how I got the one about the river." "Cheap book with the answers torn out," Eddie said. He stood up and wrapped a hide blanket around his shoulders like a cloak. "Well, it was cheap. Mr. Tower gave it to me for free." "What am I looking for, Roland?" Eddie asked. Roland shrugged as he lay down. "I don't know, but I think you'll know it if you see it or hear it." "Wake me up when you start feeling sleepy," Susanna said. "You better believe it." A grassy ditch ran along the side of the road, and Eddie sat on the far side of it with his blanket around his shoulders. A thin scud of clouds had veiled the sky tonight, dimming the star show. A strong west wind was blowing. When Eddie turned his face in that direction, he could clearly smell the buffalo which now owned these plains, a mixed perfume of hot fur and fresh dung. The clarity which had returned to his senses in these last few months was amazing, and at times like these a little spooky as well. Very faintly he could hear a buffalo calf bawling. He turned toward the city, and after a while he began to think he might be seeing distant sparks of light there, the electric candles of the twin story. But he was well aware that he might be seeing nothing more than his own wishful thinking. "You're a long way from 42nd Street, sweetheart. Hope is a great thing, no matter what anyone says, but don't hope so hard you lose sight of that one thought. You're a long way from 42nd Street. That's not New York up ahead, no matter how much you might wish it was. That's Lud, and it'll be whatever it is. And if you keep that in mind, maybe you'll be okay." He passed his time on watch trying to think of an answer to the last riddle of the evening. The scolding Roland had given him about his dead baby joke had left him feeling disgruntled, and it would please him to be able to start off the morning by giving them a good answer. Of course, they wouldn't be able to check any answer against the back of the book, but he had an idea that with good riddles, a good answer was usually self-evident. Sometimes tall and sometimes short. He thought that was the key, and all the rest was probably just misdirection. What was sometimes tall and sometimes short? Pants? No, pants were sometimes short and sometimes long, but he had never heard of tall pants. Tails? Like pants that only fit snugly one way. Drinks were sometimes both tall and short. Order, he murmured, and thought for a moment that he must have stumbled across the solution. Both adjectives fit the noun glove tight. A tall order was a big job. A short order was something you got on the quick in a restaurant, a hamburger or a tuna melt. Except that tall orders and tuna melts didn't join our talk or play at every game. He felt a rush of frustration and had to smile at himself, getting all wound up about a harmless word game in a kid's book. All the same, he found it a little easier to believe that people might really kill each other over riddles, if the stakes were high enough and cheating was involved. Let it go. You're doing exactly what Roland said, thinking right past it. Still, what else did he have to think about? Then the drumming from the city began again, and he did have something else. There was no build-up. At one moment it wasn't there, and at the next it was going full force, as if a switch had been turned. Eddie walked to the edge of the road, turned toward the city, and listened. After a few moments he looked around to see if the drums had awakened the others, but he was still alone. He turned toward Lud again and cupped his ears forward with the sides of his hands. Boom, papa, boom, papa, boom, 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 bump. Boom, papa, boom, papa, boom, 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 bump. Eddie became more and more sure that he had been right about what it was, that he had at least solved this riddle. Boom, papa, boom, papa, boom, boom, bump, bump. The idea that he was standing by a deserted road in an almost empty world, standing some 170 miles from a city which had been built by some fabulous lost civilization, and listening to a rock-and-roll drum line, that was crazy. But was it any crazier than a traffic light that dinged and dropped a rusty green flag with the word "Go" printed on it? Any crazier than discovering the wreck of a German plane from the 1930s? Eddie sang the words to the ZZ Top song in a whisper. "You need just enough of that sticky stuff to hold the seams in your fine blue jeans to say, yeah, yeah." They fit the beat perfectly. It was the disco pulse percussion of Velcro Fly. Eddie was sure of it. A short time later, the sound ceased as suddenly as it had begun, and he could hear only the wind, and more faintly the Send River, which had a bed but never slept. 5. The next 4 days were uneventful. They walked, they watched the bridge and the city grow larger and define themselves more clearly. They camped, they ate, they riddled, they kept watch, turn and turn about. Jake had pestered Roland into letting him keep a short watch in the 2 hours just before dawn. They slept. The only remarkable incident had to do with the bees. Around noon on the 3rd day after the discovery of the downed plane, a buzzing sound came to them, growing louder and louder until it dominated the day. At last Roland stopped. "There," he said, and pointed toward a grove of eucalyptus trees. "It sounds like bees," Susanna said. Roland's faded blue eyes gleamed. "Could be we'll have a little dessert tonight." "I don't know how to tell you this, Roland," Eddie said, "but I have this aversion to being stung." "Don't we all?" Roland agreed. "But the day is windless. I think we can smoke them to sleep and steal their comb right out from under them without setting half the world on fire. Let's have a look." He carried Susanna, who was as eager for the adventure as the gunslinger himself, toward the grove. Eddie and Jake lagged behind, and Oy, apparently having decided that discretion was the better part of valor, remained sitting at the edge of the great road, panting like a dog and watching them carefully. Roland paused at the edge of the trees. "Stay where you are," he told Eddie and Jake, speaking softly. "We're going to have a look. I'll give you a come-on if all's well." He carried Susanna into the dappled shadows of the grove, while Eddie and Jake remained in the sunshine, peering after them. It was cooler in the shade. The buzzing of the bees was a steady, hypnotic drone. "There are too many," Roland murmured. "This is late summer. They should be out working. I don't—" He caught sight of the hive, bulging tumorously from the hollow of a tree in the center of the clearing, and broke off. "What's the matter with them?" Susanna asked, in a soft, horrified voice. "Roland, what's the matter with them?" A bee, as plump and slow-moving as a horsefly in October, droned past her head. Susanna flinched away from it. Roland motioned for the others to join them. They did, and stood looking at the hive without speaking. The chambers weren't neat hexagons, but random holes of all shapes and sizes. The beehive itself looked queerly melted, as if someone had turned a blowtorch on it. The bees which crawled sluggishly over it were as white as snow. "No honey tonight," Roland said. "What we took from yonder comb might taste sweet, but it would poison us as surely as night follows day." One of the grotesque white bees lumbered heavily past Jake's head. He ducked away with an expression of loathing. "What did it?" Eddie asked. "What did it to them, Roland?" "The same thing that has emptied this whole land. The thing that's still causing many of the buffalo to be born as sterile freaks. I've heard it called the Old War, the Great Fire, the Cataclysm, and the Great Poisoning. Whatever it was the start of all our troubles, and it happened long ago, 1,000 years before the great-great-grandfathers of the river-crossing folk were born. The physical effects, the two-headed buffalo and the white bees and such, have grown less as time passes. I've seen this for myself. The other changes are greater, if harder to see, and they are still going on." They watched the white bees crawl, dazed and almost completely helpless about their hive. Some were apparently trying to work. Most simply wandered about, butting heads and crawling over one another. Eddie found himself remembering a news clip he'd seen once. It had shown a crowd of survivors leaving the area where a gas main had exploded, flattening almost a whole city block in some California town. These bees reminded him of those dazed, shell-shocked survivors. "You had a nuclear war, didn't you?" he asked, almost accused. These great old ones you like to talk about, they blew their great old asses straight to hell, didn't they?" "I don't know what happened. No one knows. The records of those times are lost, and the few stories are confused and conflicting."
"Let's get out of here," Jake said in a trembling voice. "Looking at those things makes me sick."
"I'm with you, sugar," Susanna said. So they left the bees to their aimless, shattered life in the grove of ancient trees, and there was no honey that night. 6. "When are you going to tell us what you do know?" Eddie asked the next morning. The day was bright and blue, but there was a bite in the air. Their first autumn in this world was almost upon them. Roland glanced at him. "What do you mean?" "I'd like to hear your whole story, from beginning to end, starting with Gilead. How you grew up there and what happened to end it all. I want to know how you found out about the Dark Tower and why you started chasing after it in the first place. I want to know about your first bunch of friends, too, and what happened to them." Roland removed his hat, armed sweat from his brow, then replaced it. "You have the right to know all those things, I suppose, and I'll tell them to you, but not now. It's a very long story. I never expected to tell it to anyone, and I'll only tell it once." "When?" Eddie persisted. "When the time is right," Roland said, and with that they had to be content. 7. Roland came awake the moment before Jake began to shake him. He sat up and looked around, but Eddie and Susanna were still fast asleep, and in the first faint light of morning he could see nothing amiss. "What is it?" he asked Jake in a low voice.
"I don't know. Fighting, maybe. Come and listen."
Roland threw his blanket aside and followed Jake out to the road. He reckoned they were now only 3 days' walk from the place where the Send passed in front of the city, and the bridge, built squarely along the path of the beam, dominated the horizon. Its pronounced tilt was more clearly visible than ever, and he could see at least a dozen gaps where overstressed cables had snapped like the strings of a lyre. Tonight the wind blew directly into their faces as they looked toward the city, and the sounds it carried to them were faint but clear.
"Is it fighting?"
Jake asked. Roland nodded and held a finger to his lips. He heard faint shouts, a crash that sounded like some huge object falling, and, of course, the drums. Now there was another crash, this one more musical, the sound of breaking glass.
"Jeepers,"
Jake whispered and moved closer to the gunslinger. Then came the sounds which Roland had hoped not to hear, a fast, sandy rattle of small arms fire, followed by a loud, hollow bang, clearly an explosion of some kind. It rolled across the flatlands toward them like an invisible bowling ball. After that, the shouts, thuds, and sounds of breakage quickly sank below the level of the drums, and when the drums quit a few minutes later with their usual unsettling suddenness, the city was silent again. But now that silence had an unpleasant waiting quality. Roland put an arm around Jake's shoulders. "Still not too late to detour around," he said. Jake glanced up at him.
"We can't."
"Because of the train?" Jake nodded and sing-songed,
"Blaine is a pain, but we have to take the train. And the city's the only place where we can get on."
Roland looked thoughtfully at Jake. "Why do you say we have to? Is it Ka? Because, Jake, you have to understand that you don't know much about Ka yet. It's the sort of subject men study all their lives."
"I don't know if it's Ka or not, but I do know that we can't go into the wastelands unless we're protected, and that means Blaine. Without him we'll die, like those bees we saw are going to die when winter comes. We have to be protected, because the wastelands are poison."
"How do you know these things?"
"I don't know," Jake said, almost angrily. "I just do."
"All right," Roland said mildly. He looked toward Ludd again. "But we'll have to be damned careful. It's unlucky that they still have gunpowder. If they have that, they may have things that are even more powerful. I doubt if they know how to use them, but that only increases the danger. They could get excited and blow us all to hell." "Hell," a grave voice said from behind them. They glanced around and saw Oy sitting by the side of the road, watching them. 8. Later that day they came to a new road which swept toward them out of the west and joined their own way. Beyond this point the great road, now much wider and split down the middle by a median divider of some polished dark stone, began to sink, and the crumbling concrete embankments which rose on either side of them gave the pilgrims a claustrophobic, trapped feeling. They stopped at a point where one of these concrete dikes had been broken open, affording a comforting line of sight to the open land beyond, and ate a light, unsatisfying meal. "Why do you think they dropped the road down like this, Eddie?" Jake asked. "I mean, someone did do it this way on purpose, didn't they?" Eddie looked through the break in the concrete where the flat land stretched on as smoothly as ever and nodded. "Then why?" "Dunno, champ," Eddie said, but he thought he did. He glanced at Roland and guessed that he knew too. The sunken road leading to the bridge had been a defensive measure. Troops placed atop the concrete slopes were in control of two carefully engineered redoubts. If the defenders didn't like the look of the folks approaching Ludd along the great road, they could rain destruction down on them. "You sure you don't know?" Jake asked. Eddie smiled at Jake and tried to stop imagining that there was some nut up there right now, getting ready to roll a large, rusty bomb down one of those decayed concrete ramps. "No idea," he said. Susanna whistled disgustedly between her teeth. "This road's going to hell, Roland. I was hoping we were done with that damn harness, but you better get it out again." He nodded and rummaged in his purse for it without a word. The condition of the great road deteriorated as other smaller roads joined it like tributaries joining a great river. As they neared the bridge, the cobbles were replaced with a surface Roland thought of as metal and the rest of them thought of as asphalt or hot top. It had not held up as well as the cobbles. Time had done some damage. The passage of countless horses and wagons since the last repairs were made had done more. The surface had been chewed into a treacherous rubble. Foot travel would be difficult, and the idea of pushing Susanna's wheelchair over that crumbled surface was ridiculous. The banks on either side had grown steadily steeper, and now, at their tops, they could see slim, pointed shapes looming against the sky. Roland thought of arrowheads, huge ones, weapons made by a tribe of giants. To his companions they looked like rockets or guided missiles. Susanna thought of redstones fired from Cape Canaveral. Eddie thought about SAMs, some built to be fired from the backs of flatbed trucks stored all over Europe. Jake thought of ICBMs hiding in reinforced concrete silos under the plains of Kansas and the unpopulated mountains of Nevada, programmed to hit back at China or the USSR in the event of nuclear Armageddon. All of them felt as if they had passed into a dark and woeful zone of shadow, or into a countryside laboring under some old but still powerful curse. Some hours after they entered this area, Jake called it the Gauntlet, the concrete embankments ended at a place where half a dozen access roads drew together like the strands of a spider web, and here the land opened out again, a fact which relieved all of them, although none of them said so out loud. Another traffic light swung over the junction. This one was more familiar to Eddie, Susanna, and Jake. It had once had lenses on its four faces, although the glass had been broken out long ago. "I'll bet this road was the 8th wonder of the world once upon a time," Susanna said. "And look at it now, it's a minefield." "Old ways are sometimes the best ways," Roland agreed. Eddie was pointing west. "Look!" Now that the high concrete barriers were gone, they could see exactly what old Cy had described to them over cups of bitter coffee in River Crossing. "One track only," he had said, "set up high on a column of man-made stone, such as the old ones used to make their streets and walls." The track raced toward them out of the west in a slim, straight line, then flowed across the Send and into the city on a narrow, golden trestle. It was a simple, elegant construction, and the only one they had seen so far which was totally without rust, but it was badly marred all the same. Halfway across, a large piece of the trestle had fallen into the rushing river below. What remained were two long, jutting piers that pointed at each other like accusing fingers. Jutting out of the water below the hole was a streamlined tube of metal, Once it had been bright blue, but now the color had been dimmed by spreading scales of rust. It looked very small from this distance. "So much for Blaine," Eddie said. "No wonder they stopped hearing it. The supports finally gave way while it was crossing the river, and it fell in the drink. It must have been decelerating when it happened, or it would have carried straight across, and all we'd see would be a big hole like a bomb crater in the far bank. Well, it was a great idea while it lasted." "Mercy said there was another one," Susanna reminded him. "Yeah, she also said she hadn't heard it in 7 or 8 years, and Aunt Talitha said it was more like 10. What do you think, Jake? Jake? Earth to Jake, Earth to Jake, come in, little buddy." Jake, who had been staring intently at the remains of the train in the river, only shrugged. "You're a big help, Jake," Eddie said. "Valuable input. That's why I love you, why we all love you." Jake paid no attention. He knew what he was seeing, and it wasn't Blaine. The remains of the mono sticking out of the river were blue. In his dream, Blaine had been the dusty, sugary pink of the bubble gum you got with baseball trading cards. Roland, meanwhile, had cinched the straps of Susanna's carry harness across his chest. "Eddie, boost your lady into this contraption. It's time we moved on and saw for ourselves." Jake now shifted his gaze, looking nervously toward the bridge looming ahead. He could hear a high, ghostly humming noise in the distance, the sound of the wind playing in the decayed steel hangers which connected the overhead cables to the concrete deck below. "Do you think it'll be safe to cross?" Jake asked. "We'll find out tomorrow," Roland replied. 9. The next morning, Roland's band of travelers stood at the end of the long, rusty bridge, gazing across at Ludd. Eddie's dreams of wise old elves who had preserved a working technology in which the pilgrims could draw were disappearing. Now that they were this close, he could see holes in the cityscape where whole blocks of buildings appeared to have been either burned or blasted. The skyline reminded him of a diseased jaw from which many teeth have already fallen. It was true that most of the buildings were still standing, but they had a dreary, disused look that filled Eddie with an uncharacteristic gloom, and the bridge between the travelers and that shuttered maze of steel and concrete looked anything but solid and eternal. The vertical hangers on the left sagged slackly, the ones remaining on the right almost screamed with tension. The deck had been constructed of hollow concrete boxes shaped like trapezoids. Some of these had buckled upward, displaying empty black interiors. Others had slipped askew. Many of these latter had merely cracked, but others were badly broken, leaving gaps big enough to drop trucks, big trucks, into. In places where the bottoms of the box sections, as well as the tops, had shattered, they could see the muddy river bank and the gray-green water of the Send beyond it. Eddie put the distance between the deck and the water as 300 feet at the center of the bridge, and that was probably a conservative estimate. Eddie peered at the huge concrete caissons to which the main cables were anchored, and thought the one on the right side of the bridge looked as if it had been pulled partway out of the earth. He decided he might do well not to mention this fact to the others. It was bad enough that the bridge was swaying slowly but perceptibly back and forth. Just looking at it made him feel seasick. "Well," he asked Roland, "what do you think?" Roland pointed to the right side of the bridge. Here was a canted walkway about 5 feet wide. It had been constructed atop a series of smaller concrete boxes and was, in effect, a separate deck. This segmented deck appeared to be supported by an under-cable, or perhaps it was a thick steel rod, anchored to the main support cables by huge bow clamps. Eddie inspected the closest one with the avid interest of a man who may soon be entrusting his life to the object he is studying. The bow clamp appeared rusty but still sound. The words La Merc Foundry had been stamped into its metal. Eddie was fascinated to realize he no longer knew if the words were in the high speech or in English. "I think we can use that," Roland said. "There's only one bad place. Do you see it?" "Yeah, it's kind of hard to miss." The bridge, which had to be at least 3/4 of a mile long, might not have had any proper maintenance for over 1,000 years, but Roland guessed that the real destruction might have been going on for only the last 50 or so. As the hangers on the right snapped, the bridge had listed farther and farther to the left. The greatest twist had occurred in the center of the bridge between the two 400-foot cable towers. At the place where the pressure of the twist was the greatest, a gaping, eye-shaped hole ran across the deck. The break in the walkway was narrower, but even so, at least two adjoining concrete box sections had fallen into the send, leaving a gap at least 20 or 30 feet wide. Where these boxes had been, they could clearly see the rusty steel rod or cable which supported the walkway. They would have to use it to get across the gap. "I think we can cross," Roland said, calmly pointing. "The gap is inconvenient, but the side rail is still there, so we'll have something to hold on to." Eddie nodded, but he could feel his heart pounding hard. The exposed walkway support looked like a big pipe made of jointed steel and was probably 4 feet across at the top. In his mind's eye, he could see how they would have to edge across, feet on the broad, slightly curved back of the support, hands clutching the rail, while the bridge swayed slowly like a ship in a mild swell. "Jesus," he said. He tried to spit, but nothing came out. His mouth was too dry. "You sure, Roland?" "So far as I can see, it's the only way." Roland pointed downriver, and Eddie saw a second bridge. This one had fallen into the send long ago. The remains stuck out of the water in a rusted tangle of ancient steel. "What about you, Jake?" Susanna asked. "Hey, no problem," Jake said at once. He was actually smiling. "I hate you, kid," Eddie said. Roland was looking at Eddie with some concern. "If you feel you can't do it, say so now. Don't get halfway across and then freeze up." Eddie looked along the twisted surface of the bridge for a long time, then nodded. "I guess I can handle it. Heights have never been my favorite thing, but I'll manage." "Good." Roland surveyed them. "Soonest begun, soonest done. I'll go first with Susanna, then Jake and Eddie's drogue. Can you handle the wheelchair?" "Hey, no problem," Eddie said giddily. "Let's go, then." 10. As soon as he stepped onto the walkway, fear filled up Eddie's hollow places like cold water, and he began to wonder if he hadn't made a very dangerous mistake. From solid ground, the bridge seemed to be swaying only a little, but once he was actually on it, he felt as if he were standing on the pendulum of the world's biggest grandfather clock. The movement was very slow, but it was regular, and the length of the swings was much longer than he had anticipated. The walkway's surface was badly cracked and canted at least 10 degrees to the left. His feet gritted in loose piles of powdery concrete, and the low squealing sound of the box segments grinding together was constant. Beyond the bridge, the city skyline tilted slowly back and forth, like the artificial horizon of the world's slowest-moving video game. Overhead, the wind hummed constantly in the taut hangars. Below, the ground fell away sharply to the muddy northwest bank of the river. He was 30 feet up, then 60, then 110. Soon he would be over the water. The wheelchair banged against his left leg with every step. Something furry brushed between his feet, and he clutched madly for the rusty handrail with his right hand, barely holding in a scream. Oy went trotting past him with a brief upward glance as if to say, "Excuse me, just passing." "Fucking dumb animal," Eddie said through gritted teeth. He discovered that although he didn't like looking down, he had an even greater aversion to looking at the hangars, which were still managing to hold the deck and the overhead cables together. They were sleeved with rust, and Eddie could see snarls of metal thread poking out of most. These snarls looked like metallic puffs of cotton. He knew from his Uncle Reg, who had worked on both the George Washington and Triborough bridges as a painter, that the hangars and overhead cables were spun from thousands of steel threads. On this bridge, the spin was finally letting go. The hangars were quite literally becoming unraveled, and as they did, the threads were snapping, one interwoven strand at a time. "It's held this long, it'll hold a little longer. You think this thing's going to fall into the river just because you're crossing it? Don't flatter yourself." He wasn't comforted, however. For all Eddie knew, they might be the first people to attempt the crossing in decades, and the bridge, after all, would have to collapse sometime, and from the look of things it was going to be soon. Their combined weight might be the straw that broke the camel's back. His moccasin struck a chunk of concrete, and Eddie watched, sickened but helpless to look away, as the chunk fell down and down and down, turning over as it went. There was a small, very small, splash when it hit the river. The freshening wind gusted and stuck his shirt against his sweaty skin. The bridge groaned and swayed. Eddie tried to remove his hands from the side rail, but they seemed frozen to the pitted metal in a death grip. He closed his eyes for a moment. "You're not going to freeze. You're not. I forbid it. If you need something to look at, make it long, tall, and ugly." Eddie opened his eyes again, fixed them on the gunslinger, forced his hands to open, and began to move forward again. "11. Roland reached the gap and looked back. Jake was 5 feet behind him. Oy was at his heels. The bumbler was crouched down with his neck stretched forward. The wind was much stronger over the river cut, and Roland could see it rippling Oy's silky fur. Eddie was about 25 feet behind Jake. His face was tightly drawn, but he was still shuffling grimly along with Susanna's collapsed wheelchair in his left hand. His right was clutching the rail like grim death. "Susanna?" "Yes," she responded at once. "Fine." "Jake?" Jake looked up. He was still grinning, and the gunslinger saw there was going to be no problem there. The boy was having the time of his life. His hair blew back from his finely made brow in waves, and his eyes sparkled. He jerked one thumb up. Roland smiled and returned the gesture. "Eddie? Don't worry about me." Eddie appeared to be looking at Roland, but the gunslinger decided he was really looking past him, at the windowless brick buildings which crowded the riverbank at the far end of the bridge. That was all right. Given his obvious fear of heights, it was probably the best thing he could do to keep his head. "All right, I won't," Roland murmured. "We're going to cross the hole now, Susanna. Sit easy. No quick movements. Understand?" "Yes." "If you want to adjust your position, do it now." "I'm fine, Roland," she said calmly. "I just hope Eddie'll be all right." "Eddie's a gunslinger now. He'll behave like one." Roland turned to the right so he was facing directly downriver and grasped the handrail. Then he began to edge out across the hole, shuffling his boots along the rusty cable. 12. Jake waited until Roland and Susanna were part of the way across the gap and then started himself. The wind gusted and the bridge swayed back and forth, but he felt no alarm at all. He was, in fact, totally buzzed. Unlike Eddie, he'd never had any fear of heights. He liked being up here, where he could see the river spread out like a steel ribbon under a sky which was beginning to cloud over. Halfway across the hole in the bridge, Roland and Susanna had reached the place where the uneven walkway resumed and were watching the others. Jake looked back, and his heart sank. They had forgotten one member of the party when they were discussing how to cross. Oy was crouched, frozen and clearly terrified, on the far side of the hole in the walkway. He was sniffing at the place where the concrete ended and the rusty, curved support took over. "Come on, Oy," Jake called. "Oy," the bumbler called back, and the tremble in his hoarse voice was almost human. He stretched his long neck forward toward Jake, but didn't move. His gold-ringed eyes were huge and dismayed. Another gust of wind struck the bridge, making it sway and squall. Something twanged beside Jake's head, the sound of a guitar string which has been tightened until it snaps. A steel thread had popped out of the nearest vertical hanger, almost scratching his cheek. 10 feet away, Oy crouched miserably with his eyes fixed on Jake. "Come on!" Roland shouted. "Wind's freshening! Come on, Jake!" "Not without Oy!" Jake began to shuffle back the way he had come. Before he had gone more than 2 steps, Oy stepped gingerly onto the support rod. The claws at the ends of his stiffly braced legs scratched at the rounded metal surface. Eddie stood behind the bumbler now, feeling helpless and scared to death. "That's it, Oy," Jake encouraged. "Come to me." "Oy, oy, ake, ake," the bumbler cried, and trotted rapidly along the rod. He had almost reached Jake when the traitorous wind gusted again. The bridge swung. Oi's claws scratched madly at the support rod for purchase, but there was none. His hindquarters slewed off the edge and into space. He tried to cling with his forepaws, but there was nothing to cling to. His rear legs ran wildly in mid-air. Jake let go of the rail and dived for him, aware of nothing but Oi's gold-ringed eyes. "No, Jake!" Roland and Eddie bellowed together, each from his own side of the gap, each too far away to do anything but watch. Jake hit the cable on his chest and belly. His pack bounced against his shoulder blades, and he heard his teeth click together in his head with the sound of a cue ball breaking a tight rack. The wind gusted again. He went with it, looping his right hand around the support rod and reaching for Oi with his left as he swayed out into space. The bumbler began to fall and clamped his jaws on Jake's reaching hand as he did. The pain was immediate and excruciating. Jake screamed but held on, head down, right arm clasping the rod, knees pressing hard against its wretchedly smooth surface. Oi dangled from his left hand like a circus acrobat, staring up with his gold-ringed eyes, and Jake could now see his own blood flowing along the sides of the bumbler's head in thin streams. Then the wind gusted again, and Jake began to slip outward. 13. Eddie's fear left him. In its place came that strange yet welcome coldness. He dropped Susanna's wheelchair to the cracked cement with a clatter and raced nimbly out along the support cable, not even bothering with the handrail. Jake hung head down over the gap with Oi swinging at the end of his left hand like a furry pendulum, and the boy's right hand was slipping. Eddie opened his legs and seat-dropped to a sitting position. His undefended ball smashed painfully up into his crotch, but for the moment even this exquisite pain was news from a distant country. He seized Jake by the hair with one hand and one strap of his pack with the other. He felt himself beginning to tilt outward, and for a nightmarish moment he thought all three of them were going to go over in a daisy chain. He let go of Jake's hair and tightened his grip on the pack strap, praying the kid hadn't bought the pack at one of the cheap discount outlets. He flailed above his head for the handrail with his free hand. After an interminable moment in which their combined outward slide continued, he found it and seized it. "Roland," he bawled, "I could use a little help here." But Roland was already there, with Susanna still perched on his back. When he bent, she locked her arms around his neck so she wouldn't drop head first from the sling. The gunslinger wrapped an arm around Jake's chest and pulled him up. When his feet were on the support rod again, Jake put his right arm around Oi's trembling body. His left hand was an agony of fire and ice. "Let go, Oi," he gasped. "You can let go now. We're safe." For a terrible moment he didn't think the Billy Bumbler would. Then, slowly, Oi's jaws relaxed, and Jake was able to pull his hand free. It was covered with blood and dotted with a ring of dark holes. "Oi," the Bumbler said feebly, and Eddie saw with wonder that the animal's strange eyes were full of tears. He stretched his neck and licked Jake's face with his bloody tongue. "That's okay," Jake said, pressing his face into the warm fur. He was crying himself, his face a mask of shock and pain. "Don't worry, that's okay. You couldn't help it, and I don't mind." Eddie was getting slowly to his feet. His face was dirty gray, and he felt as if someone had driven a bowling ball into his guts. His left hand stole slowly to his crotch and investigated the damage there. "Cheap fucking vasectomy," he said hoarsely. "Are you going to faint, Eddie?" Roland asked. A fresh gust of wind flipped his hat from his head and into Susanna's face. She grabbed it and jammed it down all the way to his ears, giving Roland the look of a half-crazed hillbilly. "No," Eddie said. "I almost wish I could, but take a look at Jake," Susanna said. "He's really bleeding." "I'm fine," Jake said, and tried to hide his hand. Roland took it gently in his own hands before he could. Jake had sustained at least a dozen puncture wounds in the back of his hand, his palm, and his fingers. Most of them were deep. It would be impossible to tell if bones had been broken or tendons severed until Jake tried to flex the hand, and this wasn't the time or place for such experiments. Roland looked at Oi. The Billy Bumbler looked back, his expressive eyes sad and frightened. He had made no effort to lick Jake's blood from his chops, although it would have been the most natural thing in the world for him to have done so. "Leave him alone," Jake said, and wrapped the encircling arm more tightly about Oi's body. "It wasn't his fault. It was my fault for forgetting him. The wind blew him off." "I'm not going to hurt him," Roland said. He was positive the Billy Bumbler wasn't rabid, but he still did not intend for Oi to taste any more of Jake's blood than he already had. As for any other diseases Oi might be carrying in his blood, well, Ka would decide, as in the end it always did. Roland pulled his neckerchief free and wiped Oi's lips and muzzle. "There," he said, "good fellow, good boy." "Oi," the Billy Bumbler said feebly, and Susanna, who was watching over Roland's shoulder, could have sworn she heard gratitude in that voice. Another gust of wind struck them. The weather was turning dirty and fast. "Eddie, we have to get off the bridge. Can you walk?" "No, massa. I's a-gwine to shuffle." The pain in his groin and the pit of his stomach was still bad, but not quite so bad as it had been a minute ago. "All right, let's move, fast as we can." Roland turned, began to take a step, and stopped. A man was now standing on the far side of the gap, watching them expressionlessly. The newcomer had approached while their attention was focused on Jake and Oi. A crossbow was slung across his back. He wore a bright yellow scarf around his head, the ends streamed out like banners in the freshening wind. Gold hoops with crosses in their centers dangled from his ears. One eye was covered with a white silk patch. His face was blotched with purple sores, some of them open and festering. He might have been 30, 40, or 60. He held one hand high over his head. In it was something Roland could not make out, except that its shape was too regular to be a stone. Behind this apparition the city loomed with a kind of weird clarity in the darkening day. As Eddie looked past the huddles of brick buildings on the other shore, warehouses long since scooped empty by looters, he had no doubt, and into those shadowy canyons and stone mazes, he understood for the first time how terribly mistaken, how terribly foolish his dreams of hope and help had been. Now he saw the shattered facades and broken roofs. Now he saw the shaggy birds' nests on cornices and in glassless, gaping windows. Now he allowed himself to actually smell the city. And that odor was not of fabulous spices and savory foods of the sort his mother had sometimes brought home from Zabar's, but rather the stink of a mattress that has caught fire, smoldered a while, and then been put out with sewer water. He suddenly understood Lud, understood it completely. The grinning pirate who had appeared while their attention was elsewhere was probably as close to a wise old elf as this broken, dying place could provide. Roland pulled his revolver. "Put it away, McKelly," the man in the yellow scarf said, in an accent so thick that the sense of his words was almost lost. "Put it away, my dear heart. You're a fierce trim. Aye, that's clear. But this time you're outmatched." 14. The newcomer's pants were patched green velvet, and as he stood on the edge of the hole in the bridge, he looked like a buccaneer at the end of his days of plunder, sick, ragged, and still dangerous. "Suppose I choose not to?" Roland asked. "Suppose I choose to simply put a bullet through your scrofulous head?" "Then I'll get to hell just enough ahead of ye to hold the door," the man in the yellow scarf said, and chuckled chummily. He wiggled the hand he held in the air. "It's all the same jolly fakement to me, one way or t'other." Roland guessed that was the truth. The man looked as if he might have a year to live at most, and the last few months of that year would probably be very unpleasant. The oozing sores on his face had nothing to do with radiation. Unless Roland was badly deceived, this man was in the late stages of what the doctors called mandrus and everyone else called whore's blossoms. Facing a dangerous man was always a bad business, but at least one could calculate the odds in such an encounter. When you were facing the dead, however, everything changed. "Do you know what I've got here, my dear ones?" the pirate asked. "Do you ken what your old friend Gasser just happens to have laid his hands on?" It's a grenado, something pretty the old folks left behind, and I've already tipped its cap, for to wear one's cap before the introduction is complete would be very bad manners, so it would." He cackled happily for a moment, and then his face grew still and grave once more. All humor left it, as if a switch had been turned somewhere in his degenerating brains. "My finger's all that's holding the pin now, Derry. If you shoot me, there's going to be a very big bang. You and the cunt monkey on your back will be vaporized. The squint, too, I reckon. The young buck standing behind you and pointing that toy pistol in my face might live, but only till he hits the water. And hit it he would, 'cause this bridge has been hanging by a thread these last 40 years, and all it'd take to finish it is one little push. So do you want to put away your iron, or should we all toddle off to hell on the same hand cart?" Roland briefly considered trying to shoot the object Gasher called a grenado out of his hand, saw how tightly the man was gripping it, and holstered his gun. "Ah, good!" Gasher cried, cheerful once more. "I knew ye was a trig cove just looking at yer. Oh, yes, so I did." "What do you want?" Roland asked, although he thought he already knew this, too. Gasher raised his free hand and pointed a dirty finger at Jake. "The squint. Give me the squint, and the rest of you go free." "Go fuck yourself," Susanna said at once. "Why not?" the pirate cackled. "Give me a chunk of mirror, and I'll rip it right off and stick it right in. Why not, for all the good it's a-doing me these days? Why, I can't even run water through it without it burns me all the way to the top of my gully wash." His eyes, which were a strange, calm shade of gray, never left Roland's face. "What do you say, my good old mate?" "What happens to the rest of us if I hand over the boy?" "Why, you go on your way without no trouble from us," the man in the yellow head scarf returned promptly. "You have the Tick-Tock man's word on that. It comes from his lips to my lips to your ears, so it does. And Tick-Tock's a trig cove, too. It don't break his word once it's been given. I can't say every word nor watch about any pubies you might run into, but you'll have no trouble with the Tick-Tock man's grays." "What the fuck are you saying, Roland?" Eddie roared. "You're not really thinking about doing it, are you?" Roland didn't look down at Jake, and his lips didn't move as he murmured, "I'll keep my promise." "Yes, I know you will." Then Jake raised his voice and said, "Put the gun away, Eddie. I'll decide." "Jake, you're out of your mind!" The pirate cackled cheerily. "Not at all, Cully. You're the one who's lost his mind, if you disbelieve me. At the very least, he'll be safe from the drums with us, won't he? And just think, if I didn't mean what I say, I would have told you to toss your guns overside first thing, easiest thing in the world. But did I? Nay." Susanna had heard the exchange between Jake and Roland. She had also had a chance to realize how bleak their options were as things now stood. "Put it away, Eddie." "How do we know you won't toss the grenade at us once you have the kid?" Eddie called. "I'll shoot it out of the air if he tries," Roland said. "I can do it, and he knows I can do it." "Mayhap I do. You got a cozy look about you, indeed you do." "If he's telling the truth," Roland went on, "he'd be burned even if I missed his toy, because the bridge would collapse and we'd all go down together." "Very clever, my dear old son," Gasher said. "You are a cozy one, ain't you?" He cawed laughter, then grew serious and confiding. "The talking's done, old mate of mine. Decide. Will you give me the boy, or do we all march to the end of the path together?" Before Roland could say a word, Jake had slipped past him on the support rod. He still held Oi curled in his right arm. He held his bloody left hand stiffly out in front of him. "Jake, no!" Eddie shouted desperately. "I'll come for you," Roland said in the same low voice. "I know," Jake repeated. The wind gusted again. The bridge swayed and groaned. The sand was now speckled with whitecaps, and water boiled whitely around the wreck of the blue mono jutting from the river on the upstream side. "Aye, Macaulay," Gasher crooned. His lips spread wide, revealing a few remaining teeth that jutted from his white gums like decayed tombstones. "Ah, my fine young squint, just keep coming." "Roland, he could be bluffing," Eddie yelled. "That thing could be a dud." The gunslinger made no reply. As Jake neared the other side of the hole in the walkway, Oi bared his own teeth and began to snarl at Gasher. "Toss that talking bag of guts overside," Gasher said. "Fuck you," Jake replied in the same calm voice. The pirate looked surprised for a moment, then nodded. "Tender of him, are you? Very well." He took 2 steps backward. "Put him down the second you reach the concrete, then, and if he runs at me, I promise to kick his brains right out his tender little asshole." "Asshole," Oi said through his bared teeth. "Shut up, Oi," Jake muttered. He reached the concrete just as the strongest gust of wind yet struck the bridge. This time the twanging sound of parting cable strands seemed to come from everywhere. Jake glanced back and saw Roland and Eddie clinging to the rail. Susanna was watching him from over Roland's shoulder, her tight cap of curls rippling and shaking in the wind. Jake raised his hand to them. Roland raised his in return. "You won't let me drop this time?" he had asked. "No, not ever again," Roland had replied. Jake believed him, but he was very much afraid of what might happen before Roland arrived. He put Oi down. Gasher rushed forward the moment he did, kicking out at the small animal. Oi skittered aside, avoiding the booted foot. "Run!" Jake shouted. Oi did, shooting past them and loping toward the lead end of the bridge with his head down, swerving to avoid the holes and leaping across the cracks in the pavement. He didn't look back. A moment later, Gasher had his arm around Jake's neck. He stank of dirt and decaying flesh, the 2 odors combining to create a single deep stench, crusty and thick. It made Jake's gorge rise. He bumped his crotch into Jake's buttocks. "Maybe I ain't quite so far gone as I thought. Don't they say youth's the wine what makes old men drunk? We'll have us a time, won't we, my sweet little squint? Aye, we'll have a time such as will make the angels sing." "Oh, Jesus," Jake thought. Gasher raised his voice again. "We're leaving now, my hard-case friend. We have grand things to do and grand people to see, so we do, but I keep my word. As for you, you'll stand right where you are for a good 15 minutes if you're wise. If I see you start to move, we're all going to ride the hansom. Do you understand me?" "Yes," Roland said. "Do you believe me when I say I have nothing to lose?" "Yes." "That's very well, then. Move, boy. Up!" Gasher's hold tightened on Jake's throat until he could hardly breathe. At the same time, he was pulled backward. They retreated that way, facing the gap where Roland stood with Susanna on his back and Eddie just behind him, still holding the Ruger which Gasher had called a toy pistol. Jake could feel Gasher's breath puffing against his ear in hot little blurts. Worse, he could smell it. "Don't try a thing," Gasher whispered, "or I'll rip off your sweetmeats and stuff 'em up your bung. And it would be sad to lose 'em before you ever got a chance to use 'em, wouldn't it? Very sad indeed." They reached the end of the bridge. Jake stiffened, believing Gasher would throw the grenade anyway, but he didn't, at least not immediately. He backed Jake through a narrow alley between 2 small cubicles which had probably served as toll booths once upon a time. Beyond them, the brick warehouses loomed like prison cell blocks. "Now, Callie, I'm going to let go of your neck, or how would you ever have wind to run with? But I'll be holding your arm, and if you don't run like the wind, I promise I'll rip it right off and use it for a club to beat you with. You understand?" Jake nodded, and suddenly the terrible, stifling pressure was gone from his windpipe. As soon as it was, he became aware of his hand again. It felt hot and swollen and full of fire. Then Gasher seized his bicep with fingers like bands of iron, and he forgot all about his hand. "Toodle-doo!" Gasher called in a grotesquely cheery falsetto. He waggled the grenado at the others. "Bye-bye, dears." Then he growled to Jake, "Now run, you whoring little squint, run!" Jake was first whirled and then yanked into a run. The 2 of them went flying down a curved ramp to street level. Jake's first confused thought was that this was what the East River Drive would look like 200 or 300 years after some weird brain plague had killed all the sane people in the world. The ancient rusty hulks of what had once surely been automobiles stood at intervals along both curbs. Most were bubble-shaped roadsters that looked like no cars Jake had ever seen before, except maybe for the ones the white-gloved creations of Walt Disney drove in the comic books, but among them he saw an old Volkswagen Beetle, a car that might have been a Chevrolet Corvair, and something he believed was a Model A Ford. There were no tires on any of these eerie hulks. They'd either been stolen or had rotted away to dust long since. And all the glass had been broken, as if the remaining denizens of this city abhorred anything which might show them their own reflections, even accidentally. Beneath and between the abandoned cars, the gutters were filled with drifts of unidentifiable metal junk and bright glints of glass. Trees had been planted at intervals along the sidewalks in some long-gone, happier time, but they were now so emphatically dead that they looked like stark metal sculptures against the cloudy sky. Some of the warehouses had either been bombed or had collapsed on their own, and beyond the jumbled heaps of bricks, which was all that remained of them, Jake could see the river and the rusty, sagging underpinnings of the Send Bridge. That smell of wet decay, a smell that seemed almost to snarl in the nose, was stronger than ever. The street headed due east, diverging from the path of the beam, and Jake could see it became more and more choked with rubble and rick-rack as it went. 6 or 7 blocks down it appeared to be entirely plugged, but it was in this direction that Gasher pulled him. At first he kept up, but Gasher was setting a fearsome pace. Jake began to pant and fell a step behind. Gasher almost jerked him off his feet as he dragged Jake toward the barriers of junk and concrete and rusty steel beams which lay ahead. The plug, which looked like a deliberate construction to Jake, lay between 2 broad buildings with dusty marble facades. In front of the one on the left was a statue Jake recognized at once. It was the woman called Blind Justice, and that almost surely made the building she guarded a courthouse. But he only had a moment to look. Gasher was dragging him relentlessly toward the barricade, and he wasn't slowing down. "He'll kill us if he tries to take us through there," Jake thought. But Gasher, who ran like the wind, in spite of the disease which advertised itself on his face, simply buried his fingers deeper in Jake's upper arm and swept him along. And now Jake saw a narrow alley in the not-quite-haphazard pile of concrete, splintered furniture, rusted plumbing fixtures, and chunks of trucks and automobiles. He suddenly understood. This maze would hold Roland up for hours, but it was Gasher's backyard, and he knew exactly where he was going. The small, dark opening to the alley was on the left side of the tottery pile of junk. As they reached it, Gasher tossed the green object back over his shoulder. "Better duck, dearie," he cried, and voiced a series of shrill, hysterical giggles. A moment later, a huge, crumping explosion shook the street. One of the bubble-shaped cars jumped 20 feet into the air and then came down on its roof. A hail of bricks whistled over Jake's head, and something thumped him hard on the left shoulder blade. He stumbled and would have fallen if Gasher hadn't yanked him upright and pulled him into the narrow opening in the rubble. Once they were in the passageway which lay beyond, gloomy shadows reached out eagerly and enfolded them. When they were gone, a small, furry shape crept out from behind a concrete boulder. It was Oi. He stood at the mouth of the passage for a moment, neck stretched forward, eyes gleaming. Then he followed after, nose low to the ground and sniffing carefully. 15. "Come on," Roland said as soon as Gasher had turned tail. "How could you do it?" Eddie asked. "How could you let that freak have him?" "Because I had no choice. Bring the wheelchair. We're going to need it." They had reached the concrete on the far side of the gap when an explosion shook the bridge, spraying rubble into the darkening sky. "Christ!" Eddie said, and turned his white, dismayed face to Roland. "Don't worry yet," Roland said calmly. "Fellows like Gasher rarely get careless with their high-explosive toys." They reached the toll booths at the end of the bridge. Roland stopped just beyond, at the top of the curving ramp. "You knew the guy wasn't just bluffing, didn't you?" Eddie said. "I mean, you weren't guessing, you knew." "He's a walking dead man, and such men don't need to bluff." Roland's voice was calm enough, but there was a deep undertone of bitterness and pain in it. "I knew something like this could happen, and if we'd seen the fellow earlier, while we were still beyond the range of his exploding egg, we could have stood him off. But then Jake fell, and he got too close. I imagine he thinks our real reason for bringing a boy in the first place was to pay for safe conduct through the city. Damn! Damn the luck!" Roland struck his fist against his leg. "Well, let's go get him." Roland shook his head. "This is where we split up. We can't take Susanna where the bastard's gone, and we can't leave her alone. But listen and don't argue, not if you want to save Jake. The longer we stand here, the colder his trail gets. Cold trails are hard to follow. You've got your own job to do. If there's another Blaine, and I am sure Jake believes there is, then you and Susanna must find it. There must be a station, or what was once called a cradle, in the far lands. Do you understand?" For once, blessedly, Eddie didn't argue. "Yeah, we'll find it. What then?" "Fire a shot every half hour or so. When I get Jake, I'll come." "Shots may attract other people as well," Susanna said. Eddie had helped her out of the sling, and she was seated in her chair again. Roland surveyed them coldly. "Handle them." "Okay." Eddie stuck out his hand, and Roland took it briefly. "Find him, Roland." "Oh, I'll find him. Just pray to your gods that I find him soon enough. And remember the faces of your fathers, both of you." Susanna nodded. "We'll try." Roland turned and ran, light-footed, down the ramp. When he was out of sight, Eddie looked at Susanna and was not very surprised to see she was crying. He felt like crying himself. Half an hour ago they had been a tight little band of friends. Their comfortable fellowship had been smashed to bits in the space of just a few minutes. Jake abducted, Roland gone after him, even Oy had run away. Eddie had never felt so lonely in his life. "I have a feeling we're never going to see either of them again," Susanna said. "Of course we will," Eddie said roughly. But he knew what she meant, because he felt the same way. The premonition that their quest was all over before it was fairly begun lay heavy on his heart. "In a fight with Attila the Hun, I'd give you 3-2 odds on Roland the Barbarian. Come on, Suze, we've got a train to catch." "But where?" she asked forlornly. "I don't know. Maybe we should just find the nearest wise old elf and ask him, huh?" "What are you talking about, Edward Dean?" "Nothing," he said. And because that was so goddamn true he thought he might burst into tears, he grasped the handles of her wheelchair and began to push it down the cracked and glass-littered ramp that led into the city of Lud. 16. Jake quickly descended into a foggy world where the only landmarks were pain, his throbbing hand, the place on his upper arm where Gasher's fingers dug in like steel pegs, his burning lungs. Before they had gone far, these pains were first joined and then overmatched by a deep burning stitch in his left side. He wondered if Roland was following after them yet. He also wondered how long Oy would be able to live in this world which was so unlike the plains and forest which were all he had known until now. Then Gasher clouded him across the face, bloodying his nose, and thought was lost in a red wash of pain. "Come on, you little bastard! Move your sweet cheeks!" "Running as fast as I can," Jake gasped, and just managed to dodge a thick shard of glass which jutted like a long, transparent tooth from the wall of junk to his left. "You better not be, because I'll knock you cold and drag you along by the hair of your head if you are. Now up, you little bastard!" Jake somehow forced himself to run faster. He'd gone into the alley with the idea that they must shortly re-emerge onto the avenue, but he now reluctantly realized that wasn't going to happen. This was more than an alley. It was a camouflaged and fortified road, leading ever deeper into the country of the Greys. The tall, tottery walls which pressed in on them had been built from an exotic array of materials: cars, which had been partially or completely flattened by the chunks of granite and steel placed on top of them, marble pillars, unknown factory machines which were dull red with rust wherever they weren't still black with grease, a chrome and crystal fish as big as a private plane, with one cryptic word of the high speech, delight, carefully incised into its scaly, gleaming side, criss-crossing chains, each link as big big as Jake's head wrapped around mad jumbles of furniture that appeared to balance above them as precariously as circus elephants do on their tiny steel platforms. They came to a place where this lunatic path branched, and Gasher chose the left fork without hesitation. A little further along, 3 more alleyways, these so narrow they were almost tunnels, spoked off in various directions. This time Gasher chose the right-hand branching. The new path, which seemed to be formed by banks of rotting boxes and huge blocks of old paper that might once have been books or magazines, was too narrow for them to run in side by side. Gasher shoved Jake into the lead and began beating him relentlessly on the back to make him go faster. This is how a steer must feel when it's driven down the chute to the slaughtering pen, Jake thought, and vowed that if he got out of this alive, he would never eat steak again. "Run, my sweet little boy cunt, run!" Jake soon lost all track of the twistings and turnings they made, and as Gasher drove him deeper and deeper into this jumble of torn steel, broken furniture, and cast-off machinery, he began to give up hope of rescue. Not even Roland would be able to find him now. If the gunslinger tried, he would become lost himself and wander the choked paths of this nightmare world until he died. Now they were going downhill, and the walls of tightly packed paper had given way to ramparts of filing cabinets, jumbles of adding machines, and piles of computer gear. It was like running through some nightmarish Radio Shack warehouse. For almost a full minute, the wall flowing past on Jake's left appeared to be constructed solely of either TV sets or carelessly stacked video display terminals. They stared at him like the glazed eyes of dead men. And as the pavement beneath their feet continued to descend, Jake realized that they were in a tunnel. The strip of cloudy sky overhead narrowed to a band, the band narrowed to a ribbon, and the ribbon became a thread. They were in a gloomy netherworld, scurrying like rats through a gigantic trash midden. What if it all comes down on us, Jake wondered. But in his current state of aching exhaustion, this possibility did not frighten him much. If the roof fell in, he would at least be able to rest. Gasher drove him as a farmer would a mule, striking his left shoulder to indicate a left turn and his right to indicate a right turn. When the course was straight on, he thumped Jake on the back of the head. Jake tried to dodge a jutting pipe and didn't quite succeed. It whacked into one hip and sent him flailing across the narrow passage toward a snarl of glass and jagged boards. Gasher caught him and shoved him forward again. "Run, you clumsy squint! Can't you run? If it wasn't for the tick-tock man, I'd burger you right here and cut your throat while I did it. So I would." Jake ran in a red daze where there was only pain and the frequent thud of Gasher's fists coming down on his shoulders or the back of his head. At last, when he was sure he could run no longer, Gasher grabbed him by the neck and yanked him to a stop so fiercely that Jake crashed into him with a strangled squawk. "Here's a tricky little bit," Gasher panted jovially. "Look straight ahead and you'll see 2 wires what cross in an X low to the ground. Do you see 'em?" At first Jake didn't. It was very gloomy here. Heaps of huge copper kettles were piled up to the left, and to the right were stacks of steel tanks that looked like scuba diving gear. Jake thought he could turn these latter into an avalanche with one strong breath. He swiped his forearm across his eyes, brushing away tangles of hair, and tried not to think about how he'd look with about 16 tons of those tanks piled on top of him. He squinted in the direction Gasher was pointing. Yes, he could make out barely 2 thin silvery lines that looked like guitar or banjo strings. They came down from opposite sides of the passageway and crossed about 2 feet above the pavement. "Crawl under, dear heart, and be ever so careful, for if you so much as twang one of those wires, half the steel and cement puke in the city'll come down on your dear little head. Mine, too, although I doubt if that'd disturb you much, would it? Now crawl." Jake shrugged out of his pack, lay down, and pushed it through the gap ahead of him. And as he eased his way under the thin, taut wires, he discovered that he wanted to live a little longer after all. It seemed that he could actually feel all those tons of carefully balanced junk waiting to come down on him. These wires are probably holding a couple of carefully chosen keystones in place, he thought. If one of them breaks, ashes, ashes, we all fall down. His back brushed one of the wires, and high overhead something creaked. "Careful, Cully," Gasher almost moaned. "Be also careful." Jake pushed himself beneath the crisscrossing wires using his feet and his elbows. His stinking, sweat-clogged hair fell in his eyes again, but he did not dare brush it away. "You're clear," Gasher grunted at last, and slipped beneath the tripwires himself with the ease of long practice. He stood up and snatched Jake's pack before Jake could re-shoulder it. "What's in here, Cully?" he asked, undoing the straps and peering in. "Got any treats for your old pal? For the Gasher man loves his treaties, so he does." "There's nothing in there," but Gasher's hand flashed out and rocked Jake's head back with a hard slap that sent a fresh spray of bloody froth flying from the boy's nose. "What did you do that for?" Jake cried, hurt and outraged. "For telling me what my own beshitted eyes can see," Gasher yelled, and cast Jake's pack aside. He bared his remaining teeth at the boy in a dangerous, terrible grin. "And for almost bringing the whole beshitted works down on us." He paused, then added in a quieter voice, "And because I felt like it, I must admit that. Your stupid sheep's face puts me very much in a slapping temper, so it does." The grin widened, revealing his oozing whitish gums, a sight Jake could have done without. "If your hard-case friend follows us this far, he'll have a surprise when he runs into those wires, won't he?" Gasher looked up, still grinning. "There's a city bus balanced up there someplace, as I remember." Jake began to weep, tired, hopeless tears that cut through the dirt on his cheeks in narrow channels. Gasher raised an open, threatening hand. "Get moving, Cully, before I start crying myself. For a very sentimental feller is your old pal, so he is, and when he starts to grieve and mourn, a little slapping is the only thing to put a smile on his face again. Run!" They ran. Gasher chose pathways leading deeper into the smelly, creaking maze, seemingly at random, indicating his choices with hard whacks to the shoulders. At some point the sound of the drums began. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, and for Jake it was the final straw. He gave up hope and thought alike, and allowed himself to descend wholly into the nightmare. 17. Roland halted in front of the barricade which choked the street from side to side and top to bottom. Unlike Jake, he had no hopes of emerging into the open on the other side. The buildings lying east of this point would be sentry-occupied islands emerging from an inland sea of trash, tools, artifacts, and booby-traps, he had no doubt. Some of these leavings undoubtedly still remained where they had fallen 500 or 700 or 1,000 years ago, but Roland thought most of it had been dragged here by the Greys a piece at a time. The eastern portion of Ludd had become, in effect, the castle of the Greys, and Roland was now standing outside its wall. He walked forward slowly and saw the mouth of a passageway half hidden behind a ragged cement boulder. There were footprints in the powdery dust, 2 sets, one big, one small. Roland started to get up, looked again, and squatted on his hunkers once more. Not 2 sets, but 3, the third marking the paws of a small animal. "Oi!" Roland called softly. For a moment there was no response, and then a single soft bark came from the shadows. Roland stepped into the passageway and saw gold-ringed eyes peering at him from around the first crooked corner. Roland trotted down to the bumbler. Oi, who still didn't like to come really close to anyone but Jake, backed up a step and then held his ground, looking anxiously up at the gunslinger. "Do you want to help me?" Roland asked. He could feel the dry, red curtain that was battle fever at the edge of his consciousness, but this was not the time for it. The time would come, but for now he must not allow himself that inexpressible relief. "Help me find Jake?" "Jake!" Oi barked, still watching Roland with his anxious eyes. "Go on, then. Find him." Oi turned away at once and ran rapidly down the alley, nose skimming the ground. Roland followed, his eyes only occasionally flicking up to glance at Oy. Mostly he kept his gaze fixed on the ancient pavement, looking for sign. 18. "Jesus," Eddie said. "What kind of people are these guys?" They had followed the avenue at the base of the ramp for a couple of blocks, had seen the barricade, missing Roland's entry into the partially hidden passageway by less than a minute, which lay ahead, and had turned north onto a broad thoroughfare which reminded Eddie of Fifth Avenue. He hadn't dared to tell Susanna that. He was still too bitterly disappointed with this stinking, littered ruin of a city to articulate anything hopeful. Fifth Avenue led them into an area of large white stone buildings that reminded Eddie of the way Rome looked in the gladiator movies he'd watched on TV as a kid. They were austere and, for the most part, still in good shape. He was pretty sure they had been public buildings of some sort, galleries, libraries, maybe museums. One, with a big domed roof that had cracked like a granite egg, might have been an observatory. Although Eddie had read someplace that astronomers like to be away from big cities, because all the electric lights fucked up their stargazing. There were open areas between these imposing edifices, and although the grass and flowers which had once grown there had been choked off by weeds and tangles of underbrush, the area still had a stately feel, and Eddie wondered if it had once been the center of Ludd's cultural life. Those days were long gone, of course. Eddie doubted if Gasher and his pals were very interested in ballet or chamber music. He and Susanna had come to a major intersection from which 4 more broad avenues radiated outward like spokes on a wheel. At the hub of the wheel was a large paved square. Ringing it were loudspeakers on 40-foot steel posts. In the center of the square was a pedestal with the remains of a statue upon it, a mighty copper war-horse, green with verdigris, pawing its forelegs at the air. The warrior who had once ridden this charger lay off to the side on one corroded shoulder, waving what looked like a machine gun in one hand and a sword in the other. His legs were still bowed around the shape of the horse he had once ridden, but his boots remained welded to the sides of his metal mount. Gray's Die was written across the pedestal in fading orange letters. Glancing down the radiating streets, Eddie saw more of the speaker poles. A few had fallen over, but most still stood, and each of these had been festooned with a grisly garland of corpses. As a result, the square into which Fifth Avenue emptied and the streets which led away were guarded by a small army of the dead. "What kind of people are they?" Eddie asked again. He didn't expect an answer, and Susanna didn't give one. But she could have. She'd had insights into the past of Roland's world before, but never one as clear and sure as this. All of her earlier insights, like those which had come to her in River Crossing, had had a haunting, visionary quality, like dreams. But what came now arrived in a single flash, and it was like seeing the twisted face of a dangerous maniac illuminated by a stroke of lightning. The speakers, the hanging bodies, the drums. She suddenly understood how they went together, as clearly as she had understood that the heavy-laden wagons passing through River Crossing on their way to Jimtown had been pulled by oxen rather than mules or horses. "Never mind this trash," she said, and her voice only quivered a little. "It's a train we want. Which way is it, do you think?" Eddie glanced up at the darkening sky and easily picked out the path of the beam in the rushing clouds. He looked back down and wasn't much surprised to see that the entrance to the street corresponding most closely to the path of the beam was guarded by a large stone turtle. Its reptilian head peered out from beneath the granite lip of its shell. Its deep-set eyes seemed to stare curiously at them. Eddie nodded toward it and managed a small, dry smile. "See the turtle of enormous girth?" Susanna took a brief look of her own and nodded. He pushed her across the city square and into the street of the turtle. The corpses which lined it gave off a dry, cinnamony smell that made Eddie's stomach clench, not because it was bad, but because it was actually rather pleasant, the sugar-spicy aroma of something a kid would enjoy shaking onto his morning toast. The Street of the Turtle was mercifully broad, and most of the corpses hanging from the speaker poles were little more than mummies, but Susanna saw a few which were relatively fresh, with flies still crawling busily across the blackening skin of their swollen faces and maggots still squirming out of their decaying eyes. And below each speaker was a little drift of bones. "There must be thousands," Eddie said. "Men, women, and kids." "Yes." Susanna's calm voice sounded distant and strange to her own ears. "They've had a lot of time to kill, and they've used it to kill each other." "Bring on those wise fucking elves," Eddie said, and the laugh that followed sounded suspiciously like a sob. He thought he was at last beginning to fully understand what that innocuous phrase, "the world has moved on," really meant, what a breadth of ignorance and evil it covered, and what a depth. The speakers were a wartime measure, Susanna thought. Of course they were. God only knows which war or how long ago, but it must have been a doozy. The rulers of Lud used the speakers to make citywide announcements from some central bomb-proof location, a bunker, like the one Hitler and his high command retreated to at the end of World War II. And in her ears she could hear the voice of authority which had come rolling out of those speakers, could hear it as clearly as she had heard the creak of the wagons passing through River Crossing, as clearly as she had heard the crack of the whip above the backs of the straining oxen. "Ration centers A and D will be closed today. Please proceed to centers B, C, E, and F with proper coupons. Militia squads 9, 10, and 12 report to Sendside. Aerial bombardment is likely between the hours of 8 and 10 of the clock. All non-combatant residents should report to their designated shelters. Bring your gas masks. Repeat, bring your gas masks." Announcements, yes. And some garbled version of the news, a propagandized, militant version George Orwell would have called doublespeak. And in between the news bulletins and the announcements, squalling military music, and exhortations to respect the fallen by sending more men and women into the red throat of the abattoir. Then the war had ended, and silence had fallen for a while. But at some point, the speakers had begun broadcasting again. How long ago? 100 years? 50? Did it matter? Susanna thought not. What mattered was that when the speakers were reactivated, the only thing they broadcast was a single tape loop, the loop with the drum track on it. And the descendants of the city's original residents had taken it for... what? The voice of the turtle? The will of the beam? Susanna found herself remembering the time she had asked her father, a quiet but deeply cynical man, if he believed there was a God in heaven who guided the course of human events. "Well," he had said, "I think it's sort of half and half, Odetta. I'm sure there's a God, but I don't think he has much, if anything, to do with us these days. I believe that after we killed his son, he finally got it through his head that there wasn't nothing to be done with the sons of Adam or the daughters of Eve, and he washed his hands of us. Wise fella." She had responded to this, which she had fully expected. She was 11 at the time, and knew the turn of her father's mind quite well, by showing him a squib on the community churches page of the local newspaper. It said that Reverend Murdoch of the Grace Methodist Church would that Sunday elucidate on the topic "God speaks to each of us every day," with a text from 1 Corinthians. Her father had laughed over that so hard that tears had squirted from the corners of his eyes. "Well, I guess each of us hears someone talking," he had said at last. "And you can bet your bottom dollar on one thing, sweetie. Each of us, including this here Reverend Murdoch, hears that voice say just exactly what he wants to hear. It's so convenient that way." What these people had apparently wanted to hear in the recorded drum track was an invitation to commit ritual murder. And now, when the drums began to throb through these hundreds or thousands of speakers, a hammering backbeat which was only the percussion to a ZZ Top song called Velcro Fly, if Eddie was right, it became their signal to unlimber the hang ropes and run a few folks up the nearest speaker posts. How many? She wondered, as Eddie rolled her along in her wheelchair, its nicked and dented hard rubber tires crackling over broken glass and whispering through drifts of discarded paper.
How many have been killed over the years because some electronic circuit under the city got the hiccups? Did it start because they recognized the essential alienness of the music, which came somehow, like us and the airplane and some of the cars along these streets, from another world? She didn't know, but she knew she had come around to her father's cynical point of view on the subject of God and the chats he might or might not have with the sons of Adam and the daughters of Eve. These people had been looking for a reason to slaughter each other, that was all, and the drums had been as good a reason as any. She found herself thinking of the hive they had found, the misshapen hive of white bees whose honey would have poisoned them if they had been foolish enough to eat of it. Here, on this side of the Send, was another dying hive, more mutated white bees, whose sting would be no less deadly for their confusion, loss, and perplexity. And how many more will have to die before the tape finally breaks? As if her thoughts had caused it to happen, the speakers suddenly began to transmit the relentless, syncopated heartbeat of the drums. Eddie yelled in surprise. Susanna screamed and clapped both hands to her ears. But before she did, she could faintly hear the rest of the music. The track or tracks which had been muted decades ago when someone, probably quite by accident, had bumped the balance control, knocking it all the way to one side and burying both the guitars and the vocal. Eddie continued to push her along the street of the Turtle and the path of the Beam, trying to look in all directions at once and trying not to smell the odor of putrefaction. Thank God for the wind, he thought. He began to push the wheelchair faster, scanning the weedy gaps between the big white buildings for the graceful sweep of an overhead monorail track. He wanted to get out of this endless Isle of the Dead. As he took yet another deep breath of that speciously sweet cinnamon smell, it seemed to him that he had never wanted anything so badly in his whole life. 19. Jake's daze was broken abruptly when Gasher grabbed him by the collar and yanked with all the force of a cruel rider breaking a galloping horse. He stuck one leg out at the same time, and Jake went crashing backward over it. His head connected with the pavement, and for a moment all the lights went out. Gasher, no humanitarian, brought him around quickly by seizing Jake's lower lip and yanking it upward and outward. Jake screamed and bolted to a sitting position, striking out blindly with his fists. Gasher dodged the blows easily, hooked his other hand into Jake's armpit, and yanked him to his feet. Jake stood there, rocking drunkenly back and forth. He was beyond protest now, almost beyond understanding. All he knew for sure was that every muscle in his body felt sprung, and his wounded hand was howling like an animal caught in a trap. Gasher apparently needed a breather, and this time he was slower getting his wind back. He stood bent over with his hands planted on the knees of his green trousers, panting in fast little whistling breaths. His yellow headscarf had slipped askew. His good eye glittered like a trumpery diamond. The white silk eye patch was now wrinkled, and curds of evil-looking yellow muck oozed onto his cheek from beneath it. "Take a look over your head, Kelly, and you'll see why I brung you up short. Get an eyeful." Jake tilted his head upward, and in the depths of his shock he was not at all surprised to see a marble fountain as big as a house trailer dangling 80 feet above them. He and Gasher were almost below it. The fountain was held suspended by 2 rusty cables which were mostly hidden within huge, unsteady stacks of church pews. Even in his less than acute state, Jake saw that these cables were more seriously frayed than the remaining hangers on the bridge had been. "See it?" Gasher asked, grinning. He raised his left hand to his covered eye, scooped a mass of the pussy material from beneath it, and flicked it indifferently aside. "Beauty, ain't it? Oh, the Tick-Tock man's a trig cove, all right, no mistake. Where's those goat-fucking drums? They should have started by now. If Copperhead's forgotten my ram a stick so far up his arse he'll taste bark. Now, look ahead of you, my delicious little squint." Jake did, and Gasher immediately clouted him so hard that he staggered backward and almost fell. "Not across, idiot child, down. See them 2 dark cobblestones?" After a moment, Jake did. He nodded apathetically. "You don't want to step on 'em, for that'd bring the whole works down on your head, Cully, and anybody who wanted you after that'd have to pick you up with a blotter. Understand?" Jake nodded again. "Good." Gasher took a final deep breath and slapped Jake's shoulder. "Go on, then. What you waiting for? Up!"
Jake stepped over the first of the discolored stones and saw it wasn't really a cobblestone at all, but a metal plate which had been rounded to look like one. The second was just ahead of it, cunningly placed so that if an unaware intruder happened to miss the first one, he or she would almost certainly step on the second. "Go ahead and do it, then," he thought. "Why not? The gunslinger's never going to find you in this maze, so go ahead and bring it down. It's got to be cleaner than what Gasher and his friends have got planned for you, quicker, too." His dusty moccasin wavered in the air above the booby trap. Gasher hit him with a fist in the middle of the back, but not hard. "Thinking about taking a ride on the hansom, are you, my little cow?" he asked. The laughing cruelty in his voice had been replaced by simple curiosity. If it was tinged with any other emotion, it wasn't fear, but amusement. "Well, go ahead if that's what you mean to do, for I have my ticket already. Only be quick about it, God's blast your eyes." Jake's foot came down beyond the trigger of the booby trap. His decision to live a little longer was not based on any hope that Roland would find him. It was just that this was what Roland would do. Go on until someone made him stop, and then a few yards farther still if he could. If he did it now, he could take Gasher with him, but Gasher alone wasn't sufficient. One look was enough to make it clear that he was telling the truth when he said he was dying already. If he went on, he might have a chance to take some of the Gasher man's friends, too, maybe even the one he called the Tick-Tock man. If I'm going to ride what he calls the hansom, Jake thought, I'd just as soon go with plenty of company. Roland would have understood. 20. Jake was wrong in his assessment of the gunslinger's ability to follow their path through the maze. Jake's pack was only the most obvious bit of sign they left behind them, but Roland quickly realized he did not have to pause to look for sign. He only had to follow Oi. He paused at several intersecting passages nevertheless, wanting to make sure, and each time he did, Oi looked back and uttered his low, impatient bark that seemed to say, "Hurry up, do you want to lose them?" After the signs he saw, a track, a thread from Jake's shirt, a scrap of bright yellow cloth from Gasher's scarf, had 3 times confirmed the bumbler's choices, Roland simply followed Oi. He did not give up looking for sign, but he quit making stops to hunt for it. Then the drums started up, and it was the drums, plus Gasher's nosiness about what Jake might be carrying, that saved Roland's life that afternoon. He skidded to a halt in his dusty boots, and his gun was in his hand before he realized what the sound was. When he did realize, he dropped the revolver back into its holster with an impatient grunt. He was about to go on again when his eye happened first on Jake's pack, and then on a pair of faint, gleaming streaks in mid-air just to the left of it. Roland narrowed his eyes and made out 2 thin wires which crisscrossed at knee level not 3 feet in front of him. Oi, who was built low to the ground, had scurried neatly through the inverted V formed by the wires, but if not for the drums and spotting Jake's cast-off pack, Roland would have run right into them. As his eyes moved upward, tracing the not-quite-random piles of junk poised on either side of the passageway at this point, Roland's mouth tightened. It had been a close call, and only Ka had saved him. Oi barked impatiently. Roland dropped to his belly and crawled beneath the wires, moving slowly and carefully. He was bigger than either Jake or Gasher, and he realized a really big man wouldn't be able to get under here at all without triggering the carefully prepared avalanche. The drums pumped and thumped in his ears. I wonder if they've all gone mad, he thought. If I had to listen to that every day, I think I would have. He got to the far side of the wires, picked up the pack, and looked inside. Jake's books and a few items of clothing were still in there. So were the treasures he had picked up along the way, a rock which gleamed with yellow flecks that looked like gold but weren't, an arrowhead, probably the leaving of the old forest folk, which Jake had found in a grove of trees the day after his drawing, some coins from his own world, his father's sunglasses, a few other things which only a boy not yet in his teens could really love and understand. Things he would want back again, if that was, Roland got to him before Gasher and his friends could change him, hurt him in ways that would cause him to lose interest in the innocent pursuits and curiosities of pre-adolescent boyhood. Gasher's grinning face swam into Roland's mind, like the face of a demon or a genie from a bottle, the snaggled teeth, the vacant eyes, the mandrus crawling over the cheeks and spreading beneath the stubbly lines of the jaws. "If you hurt him," he thought, and then forced his mind away, because that line of thought was a blind alley. If Gasher hurt the boy, Jake, his mind insisted fiercely, not just the boy, but Jake! Jake! Roland would kill him, yes. But the act would mean nothing, for Gasher was a dead man already. The gunslinger lengthened the straps of the pack, marveling at the clever buckles which made this possible, slipped it onto his own back, and stood up again. Oy turned to be off, but Roland called his name, and the bumbler looked back. "To me, Oy." Roland didn't know if the bumbler could understand, or if he would obey even if he did, but it would be better, safer, if he stayed close. Where there was one booby trap, there were apt to be more. Next time, Oy might not be so lucky. "Ake!" Oy barked, not moving. The bark was assertive, but Roland thought he saw more of the truth about how Oy felt in his eyes. They were dark with fear. "Yes, but it's dangerous," Roland said. "To me, Oy." Back the way they had come, there was a thud as something heavy fell, probably dislodged by the punishing vibration of the drums. Roland could now see speaker poles here and there, poking out of the wreckage like strange, long-necked animals. Oy trotted back to him and looked up, panting. "Stay close." "Ake! Ake! Ake!" Yes, Jake. He began to run again, and Oy ran beside him, heeling as neatly as any dog Roland had ever seen. 21. For Eddie, it was, as some wise man had once said, déjà vu all over again. He was running with the wheelchair, racing time. The beach had been replaced by the Street of the Turtle, but somehow everything else was the same. Well, there was one other relevant difference. Now it was a railway station, or a cradle, he was looking for, not a freestanding door. Susanna was sitting bolt upright, with her hair blowing out behind her and Roland's revolver in her right hand, its barrel pointed up at the cloudy, troubled sky. The drums thudded and pounded, bludgeoning them with sound. A gigantic dish-shaped object lay in the street just ahead, and Eddie's overstrained mind, perhaps cued by the classical buildings on either side of them, produced an image of Jove and Thor playing frisbee. Jove throws one wide, and Thor lets it fall through a cloud. What the hell, it's Miller time on Olympus anyway. Frisbees are the gods, he thought, swerving Susanna between two crumbling, rusty cars. What a concept. He bumped the chair up on the sidewalk to get around the artifact, which looked like some sort of telecommunications dish, now that he was really close to it. He was easing the wheelchair over the curb and back into the street again. The sidewalk was too littered with crap to make any real time, when the drums suddenly cut out. The echoes rolled away into a new silence, except it wasn't really silent at all, Eddie realized. Up ahead, the arched entrance to a marble building stood at the intersection of the Street of the Turtle and another avenue. This building had been overgrown by vines and some straggly green stuff that looked like cypress beards, but it was still magnificent and somehow dignified. Beyond it, around the corner, a crowd was babbling excitedly. "Don't stop," Susanna snapped. "We haven't got time to—" A hysterical shriek drilled through the babble. It was accompanied by yells of approval, and, incredibly, the sort of applause Eddie had heard in Atlantic City hotel casinos after some lounge act had finished doing its thing. The shriek was choked into a long, dying gargle that sounded like the buzz of a cicada. Eddie felt the hair on the nape of his neck coming to attention. He glanced at the corpses hanging from the nearest speaker pole and understood that the fun-loving pubes of Ludd were holding another public execution. Marvelous, he thought. Now if they only had Tony Orlando and Dawn to sing Knock 3 times, they could all die happy. Eddie looked curiously at the stone pile on the corner. This close, the vines which overgrew it had a powerful herbal smell. That smell was eye-wateringly bitter, but he still liked it better than the cinnamon-sweet odor of the mummified corpses. The beards of greenery growing from the vines drooped in ratty sheaves, creating waterfalls of vegetation where once there had been a series of arched entrances. A figure suddenly barreled out through one of these waterfalls and hurried toward them. It was a kid, Eddie realized, and not that many years out of diapers, judging by the size. He was wearing a weird little Lord Fauntleroy outfit, complete with ruffled white shirt and velveteen short pants. There were ribbons in his hair. Eddie felt a sudden mad urge to wave his hands above his head and scream, "But we'd say Lud is O-tay!" "Come on!" the kid cried in a high, piping voice. Several sprays of the green stuff had gotten caught in his hair. He brushed absently at these with his left hand as he ran. "They're gonna do spankers! It's the Spankerman's turn to go to the land of the drums! Come on, or you'll miss the whole fakement, God's cuss it!" Susanna was equally stunned by the child's appearance, but as he got closer it struck her that there was something extremely odd and awkward about the way he was brushing at the crumbles and strands of greenery which had gotten caught in his beribboned hair. He kept using just that one hand. His other had been behind his back when he ran out through the weedy waterfall, and there it remained. How awkward that must be, she thought. And then a tape player turned on in her mind, and she heard Roland speaking at the end of the bridge. "I knew something like this could happen. If we'd seen the fellow earlier, while we were still beyond the range of his exploding egg. Damn the luck!" She leveled Roland's gun at the child, who had leaped from the curb and was running straight for them. "Hold it!" she screamed. "Stand still, you!" "Sus, what are you doing?" Eddie yelled. Susanna ignored him. In a very real sense, Susanna Dean was no longer even here. It was Detta Walker in the chair now, and her eyes were glittering with feverish suspicion. "Stop or I'll shoot!" Little Lord Fauntleroy might have been deaf for all the effect her warning had. "House it!" he shouted jubilantly. "You're going to miss the whole show! Spanker's going to—" His right hand finally began to come out from behind his back. As it did, Eddie realized they weren't looking at a kid but at a misshapen dwarf whose childhood was many years past. The expression Eddie had at first taken for childish glee was actually a chilly mixture of hate and rage. The dwarf's cheeks and brow were covered with the oozing, discolored patches Roland called whore's blossoms. Susanna never saw his face. Her attention was fixed on the emerging right hand and the dull green sphere it held. That was all she needed to see. Roland's gun crashed. The dwarf was hammered backward. A shrill cry of pain and rage rose from his tiny mouth as he landed on the sidewalk. The grenade bounced out of his hand and rolled back into the same arch through which he had emerged. Detta was gone, like a dream, and Susanna looked from the smoking gun to the tiny sprawled figure on the sidewalk with surprise, horror, and dismay. "Oh, my Jesus! I shot him! Eddie, I shot him!" "Blaze die!" Little Lord Fauntleroy tried to scream these words defiantly, but they came out in a bubbling choke of blood that drenched the few remaining white patches on his frilly shirt. There was a muffled explosion from inside the overgrown plaza of the corner building, and the shaggy carpets of green stuff hanging in front of the arches billowed outward like flags in a brisk gale. With them came clouds of choking, acrid smoke. Eddie flung himself on top of Susanna to shield her and felt a gritty shower of concrete fragments, all small ones, luckily, pattered down on his back, his neck, and the crown of his head. There was a series of unpleasantly wet smacking sounds to his left. He opened his eyes a crack, looked in that direction, and saw little Lord Fauntleroy's head just coming to a stop in the gutter. The dwarf's eyes were still open, his mouth still fixed in its final snarl. Now there were other voices, some shrieking, some yelling, all furious. Eddie rolled off Susanna's chair. It tottered on one wheel before deciding to stay up, and stared in the direction from which the dwarf had come. A ragged mob of about 20 men and women had appeared, some coming from around the corner, others pushing through the mats of foliage which obscured the corner building's arches, materializing from the smoke of the dwarf's grenade like evil spirits. Most were wearing blue headscarves, and all were carrying weapons, a varied and somehow pitiful assortment of them, which included rusty swords, dull knives, and splintery clubs. Eddie saw one man defiantly waving a hammer. Pubes, Eddie thought. We interrupted their necktie party, and they're pissed as hell about it. A tangle of shouts, "Kill the Grays! Kill them both! They've done for Lester! God kill their eyes!" arose from this charming group as they caught sight of Susanna in her wheelchair and Eddie, who was now crouched on one knee before it. The man in the forefront was wearing a kilt-like wrap and waving a cutlass. He brandished this wildly. He would have decapitated the heavy-set woman standing close behind him had she not ducked, and then charged. The others followed, yelling happily. Roland's gun pounded its bright thunder into the windy, overcast day, and the top of the kilt-wearing pube's head lifted off. The sallow skin of the woman who had almost been decapitated by his cutlass was suddenly stippled with red rain, and she voiced a sound of barking dismay. The others came on past the woman and the dead man, raving and wild-eyed. "Eddie!" Susanna screamed, and fired again. A man wearing a silk-lined cape and knee boots collapsed into the street. Eddie groped for the Ruger and had one panicky moment when he thought he had lost it. The butt of the gun had somehow slipped down inside the waistband of his pants. He wrapped his hand around it and yanked hard. The fucking thing wouldn't come. The sight at the end of the barrel had somehow gotten stuck in his underwear. Susanna fired 3 closely spaced shots. Each found a target, but the oncoming pubes didn't slow. "Eddie, help me!" Eddie tore his pants open, feeling like some cut-rate version of Superman, and finally managed to free the Ruger. He hit the safety with the heel of his left palm, placed his elbow on his leg just above the knee, and began to fire. There was no need to think, no need to even aim. Roland had told them that in battle a gunslinger's hands worked on their own, and Eddie now discovered it was true. It would have been hard for a blind man to miss at this range anyway. Susanna had cut the numbers of the charging pubes to no more than 15. Eddie went through the remainder like a storm wind in a wheat field, dropping 4 in less than 2 seconds. Now the single face of the mob, that look of glazed and mindless eagerness, began to break apart. The man with the hammer abruptly tossed his weapon aside and ran for it, limping extravagantly on a pair of arthritis-twisted legs. He was followed by 2 others. The rest of them milled uncertainly in the street. "Come on, you doocies!" a relatively young man snarled. He wore his blue scarf around his throat like a rally racer's ascot. He was bald except for 2 fluffs of frizzy red hair, one on each side of his head. To Susanna, this fellow looked like Clarabelle the Clown. To Eddie, he looked like Ronald McDonald. To both of them, he looked like trouble. He threw a homemade spear that might have started life as a steel table leg. It clattered harmlessly into the street to Eddie and Susanna's right. "Come on, I say! We can get him if we all stick together!" "Sorry, guy," Eddie murmured, and shot him in the chest. Clarabelle Ronald staggered backward, one hand going to his shirt. He stared at Eddie with huge eyes that told his tale with heartbreaking clarity. This wasn't supposed to happen. The hand dropped heavily to the young man's side. A single runlet of blood, incredibly bright in the gray day, slipped from the corner of his mouth. The few remaining pubes stared at him mutely as he slipped to his knees, and one of them turned to run. "Not at all," Eddie said. "Stay put, my retarded friend, or you're going to get a good look at the clearing where your path ends." He raised his voice. "Drop 'em, boys and girls, all of 'em, now!" "You," the dying man whispered, "you gunslinger?" "That's right," Eddie said. His eyes surveyed the remaining pubes grimly. "Cry your pardon," the man with the frizzy red hair gasped, and then he fell forward onto his face. "Gunslingers?" one of the others asked. His tone was one of dawning horror and realization. "Well, you're stupid, but you ain't deaf," Susanna said, "and that's something anyway." She waggled the barrel of the gun, which Eddie was quite sure was empty. For that matter, how many rounds could be left in the Ruger? He realized he didn't have any idea how many rounds the clip held, and cursed himself for a fool. But had he really believed it could come to something like this? He didn't think so. "You heard him, folks. Drop 'em. Recess is over." One by one they complied. The woman who was wearing a pint or so of Mr. Sword and Kilt's blood on her face said, "You shouldn't have killed Winston, missus. 'Twas his birthday, so it was." "Well, I guess he should have stayed home and eaten some more birthday cake," Eddie said. Given the overall quality of this experience, he didn't find either the woman's comment or his own response at all surreal. There was one other woman among the remaining pubes, a scrawny thing whose long blonde hair was coming out in big patches as if she had the mange. Eddie observed her sidling toward the dead dwarf and the potential safety of the overgrown arches beyond him, and put a bullet into the cracked cement close by her foot. He had no idea what he wanted with her, but what he didn't want was one of them giving the rest of them ideas. For one thing, he was afraid of what his hands might do if the sickly, sullen people before him tried to run. Whatever his head thought about this gun-slinging business, his hands had discovered they liked it just fine. "Stand where you are, beautiful. Officer Friendly says play it safe." He glanced at Susanna and was disturbed by the grayish quality of her complexion. "Sus, you all right?" he asked in a lower voice. "Yes. You're not going to faint or anything, are you? Because no." She looked at him with eyes so dark they were like caves. "It's just that I never shot anyone before, okay?" "Well, you better get used to it," rose to his lips. He bit it back and returned his gaze to the 5 people who remained before them. They were looking at him and Susanna with a species of sullen fear, which nevertheless stopped well short of terror. "Shit, most of them have forgotten what terror is," he thought. "Joy, sadness, love, same thing. I don't think they feel much of anything anymore. They've been living in this purgatory too long." Then he remembered the laughter, the excited cries, the lounge-act applause, and revised his thinking. There was at least one thing that still got their motors running, one thing that still pushed their buttons. Spanker could have testified to that. "Who's in charge here?" Eddie asked. He was watching the intersection behind the little group very carefully in case the others should get their courage back. So far, he saw and heard nothing alarming from that direction. He thought that the others had probably left this ragged crew to its fate. They looked at each other uncertainly, and finally the woman with the blood-spattered face spoke up. "Spanker was, but when the god drum started up this time, it was Spanker's stone what come out of the hat, and we set him to dance. I guess Winston would come next, but you did for him with your god-rotted guns, so you did." She wiped blood deliberately from her cheek, looked at it, and then returned her sullen glance to Eddie. "Well, what do you think Winston was trying to do to me with his god-rotted spear?" Eddie asked. He was disgusted to find the woman had actually made him feel guilty about what he had done. "Trim my sideburns?" "Killed Frank and Luster, too," she went on, doggedly. "And what are you, either Greys, which is bad, or a couple of god-rotted Outlanders, which is worse? Who's left for the pubes in City North? Topsy, I suppose, Topsy the sailor, but he ain't here, is he? Took his boat and went off down river, so he did, and God rot him too, says I." Susanna had ceased listening. Her mind had fixed with horrified fascination on something the woman had said earlier. It was Spanker's stone what come out of the hat, and we set him to dance. She remembered reading Shirley Jackson's story, The Lottery, in college, and understood that these people, the degenerate descendants of the original pubes, were living Jackson's nightmare. No wonder they weren't capable of any strong emotion when they knew they would have to participate in such a grisly drawing not once a year, as in the story, but 2 or 3 times each day. "Why?" she asked the bloody woman in a harsh, horrified voice. "Why do you do it?" The woman looked at Susanna as if she was the world's biggest fool. "Why? Well, so the ghosts what live in the machines won't take over the bodies of those who have died here, pubes and greys alike, and send them up through the holes in the streets to eat us. Any fool knows that." "There are no such things as ghosts," Susanna said, and her voice sounded like so much meaningless quacking to her own ears. Of course there were. In this world there were ghosts everywhere. Nevertheless, she pushed ahead. "What you call the god drums is only a tape stuck in a machine. That's really all it is." Sudden inspiration struck her, and she added, "Or maybe the Greys are doing it on purpose. Did you ever think of that? They live in the other part of the city, don't they? And under it as well? They've always wanted you out. Maybe they've just hit on a really efficient way of getting you guys to do their work for them." The bloody woman was standing next to an elderly gent wearing what looked like the world's oldest bowler hat and a pair of frayed khaki shorts. Now he stepped forward and spoke to her with a patina of good manners that turned his underlying contempt into a dagger with razor-sharp edges. "You are quite wrong, Madam Gunslinger,"
There are a great many machines under Lud, and there are ghosts in all of them, demonous spirits which bear only ill will to mortal men and women. These demon ghosts are very capable of raising the dead, and in Lud there are a great many dead to raise.
"Listen," Eddie said, "have you ever seen one of these zombies with your own eyes, Jeeves? Have any of you?" Jeeves curled his lip and said nothing. But that lip curl really said it all. What else could one expect, it asked, from outlanders who used guns as a substitute for understanding? Eddie decided it would be best to close off the whole line of discussion. He had never been cut out for missionary work anyway. He waggled the Ruger at the blood-stained woman. "You and your friend there, the one who looks like an English butler on his day off, are going to take us to the railroad station. After that, we can all say goodbye. And I'll tell you the truth, that's going to make my fucking day."
"Railroad station?" the guy who looked like Jeeves the butler asked. "What is a railroad station?" "Take us to the cradle," Susanna said. "Take us to Blaine." This finally rattled Jeeves. An expression of shocked horror replaced the world-weary contempt with which he had thus far treated them. "You can't go there," he cried. "The cradle is forbidden ground, and Blaine is the most dangerous of all Lud's ghosts." Forbidden ground, Eddie thought. Great. If it's a truth, at least we'll be able to stop worrying about you assholes. It was also nice to hear that there still was a Blaine, or that these people thought there was, anyway. The others were staring at Eddie and Susanna with expressions of uncomprehending amazement. It was as if the interlopers had suggested to a bunch of born-again Christians that they hunt up the Ark of the Covenant and turn it into a paid toilet. Eddie raised the Ruger until the center of Jeeves's forehead lay in the sight. "We're going," he said, "and if you don't want to join your ancestors right here and now, I suggest you stop pissing and moaning and take us there." Jeeves and the blood-stained woman exchanged an uncertain glance, but when the man in the bowler hat looked back at Eddie and Susanna, his face was firm and set. "Shoot us if you like," he said. "We'd sooner die here than there." "You folks are a bunch of sick motherfuckers with dying on the brain," Susanna cried at them. "Nobody has to die. Just take us where we want to go, for the love of God." The woman said somberly, "But it is death to enter Blaine's cradle, Mum, so it is, for Blaine sleeps, and he who disturbs his rest must pay a high price." "Come on, beautiful," Eddie snapped. "You can't smell the coffee with your head up your ass." "I don't know what that means," she said with an odd and perplexing dignity. "It means you can take us to the cradle and risk the wrath of Blaine, or you can stand your ground here and experience the wrath of Eddie. It doesn't have to be a nice clean headshot, you know. I can take you a piece at a time, and I'm feeling just mean enough to do it. I'm having a very bad day in your city. The music sucks, everybody has a bad case of B.O., and the first guy we saw threw a grenade at us and kidnapped our friend. So what do you say?" "Why would you go to Blaine in any case?" one of the others asked. "He stirs no more from his birth in the cradle, not for years now. He has even stopped speaking in his many voices and laughing." Speaking in his many voices and laughing, Eddie thought. He looked at Susanna. She looked back and shrugged. "Ardis was the last to go nigh Blaine," the blood-stained woman said. Jeeves nodded somberly. "Ardis always was a fool when he were in drink. Blaine asked him some question. I heard it, but it made no sense to me, something about the mother of ravens, I think. And when Ardis couldn't answer what was asked, Blaine slew him with blue fire." "Electricity?" Eddie asked. Jeeves and the blood-stained woman both nodded. "Aye," the woman said, "electricity. So it were called in the old days, so it were." "You don't have to go in with us," Susanna proposed suddenly. "Just get us within sight of the place. We'll go the rest of the way on our own." The woman looked at her mistrustfully, and then Jeeves pulled her head close to his lips and mumbled in her ear for a while. The other pubes stood behind them in a ragged line, looking at Eddie and Susanna with the dazed eyes of people who have survived a bad air raid. At last the woman looked around. "Aye," she said. "We'll take you nigh the cradle, and then it's good riddance to bad swill." "My idea exactly," Eddie said. "You and Jeeves, the rest of you scatter." He swept them with his eyes. "But remember this. One spear thrown from ambush, one arrow, one brick, and these two die."
This threat came out sounding so weak and pointless that Eddie wished he hadn't made it. How could they possibly care for these two, or for any of the individual members of their clan, when they dusted 2 or more of them each and every day? Well, he thought, watching the others trot off without so much as a backward glance, it was too late to worry about that now. "Come on," the woman said. "I want to be done with you." "The feeling's mutual," Eddie replied. But before she and Jeeves led them away, the woman did something which made Eddie repent a little of his hard thoughts. Knelt, brushed back the hair of the man in the kilt, and placed a kiss on his dirty cheek. "Goodbye, Winston," she said. "Wait for me where the trees clear and the water's sweet. I'll come to you, aye, as sure as dawn makes shadows run west." "I didn't want to kill him," Susanna said. "I want you to know that. But I wanted to die even less." "Aye." The face that turned toward Susanna was stern and tearless. "But if you mean to enter Blaine's cradle, you'll die anyway. And the chances are that you'll die envying poor old Winston. He's cruel, is Blaine, the cruelest of all demons in this cruel, cruel place." "Come on, Maud," Jeeves said, and helped her up. "Aye, let's finish with 'em." She surveyed Susanna and Eddie again, her eyes stern but somehow confused as well. "God's curse my eyes that they should ever happened on you two in the first place. And God's curse the guns ye carry as well, for they were always the springhead of our troubles." "And with that attitude," Susanna thought, "your troubles are going to last at least 1,000 years, sugar." Maud set a rapid pace along the street of the Turtle. Jeeves trotted beside her. Eddie, who was pushing Susanna in the wheelchair, was soon panting and struggling to keep up. The palatial buildings which lined their way spread out until they resembled ivy-covered country houses on huge run-to-riot lawns, and Eddie realized they had entered what had once been a very ritzy neighborhood indeed. Ahead of them, one building loomed above all others. It was a deceptively simple, square construction of white stone blocks, its overhanging roof supported by many pillars. Eddie thought again of the gladiator movies he'd so enjoyed as a kid. Susanna, educated in more formal schools, was reminded of the Parthenon. Both saw and marveled at the gorgeously sculpted bestiary, bear and turtle, fish and rat, horse and dog, which ringed the top of the building in 2-by-2 parade, and understood it was the place they had come to find. That uneasy sensation that they were being watched by many eyes filled equally with hate and wonder, never left them. Thunder boomed as they came in sight of the monorail track. Like the storm, the track came sweeping in from the south, joined the street of the Turtle, and ran straight on toward the cradle of Ludd. And as they neared it, ancient bodies began to twist and dance in the strengthening wind on either side of them. 22. After they had run for God knew how long, all Jake knew for sure was that the drums had stopped again. Gasher once more yanked him to a stop. This time Jake managed to keep his feet. He had gotten his second wind. Gasher, who would never see 11 again, had not. "Whew! My old pump's due a nip-up, sweetie." "Too bad," Jake said unfeelingly, then stumbled backward as Gasher's gnarled hand connected with the side of his face. "Yar, you'd cry a bitter tear if I dropped dead right here, wouldn't you? Too likely. But no such luck, my fine young squint. Old Gasher's seen 'em come and seen 'em go, and I wasn't born to drop dead at the feet of any little sweet-cheeks berry like you." Jake listened to these incoherencies impassively. He meant to see Gasher dead before the day was over. Gasher might take Jake with him, but Jake no longer cared about that. He dabbed blood from his freshly split lip and looked at it thoughtfully, wondering at how quickly the desire to do murder could invade and conquer the human heart. Gasher observed Jake looking at his bloody fingers and grinned. "Sap's running in it. Nor will it be the last your old pal Gasher beats out of your young tree unless you look sharp. Unless you look very sharp indeed." He pointed down at the cobbled surface of the narrow alley they were currently negotiating. There was a rusty manhole cover there, and Jake realized he had seen the words stamped into the steel not long ago. "La Merc Foundry," they said.
"There's a grip on the side," Gasher said. "You see? Get your hands into that and pull away. Step lively now. Maybe you'll still have all your teeth when you meet up with TikTok."
Jake grasped the steel cover and pulled. He pulled hard, but not quite as hard as he could have done. The maze of streets and alleys through which Gasher had run him was bad, but at least he could see. He couldn't imagine what it might be like in the underworld below the city, where the blackness would preclude even dreams of escape, and he didn't intend to find out unless he absolutely had to. Gasher quickly made it clear to him that he did. "It's too heavy for it," Jake began, and then the pirate seized him by the throat and yanked him upward until they were face to face. The long run through the alleys had brought a thin, sweaty flush to his cheeks and turned the sores, eating into his flesh, an ugly yellow-purple color. Those which were open exuded thick, infected matter and threads of blood in steady pulses. Jake caught just a whiff of Gasher's thick stench before his wind was cut off by the hand which had encircled his throat.
"Listen, you stupid cull, and listen well, for this is your last warning. You yank that fucking street head off right now, or I'll reach into your mouth and rip the living tongue right out of it. And feel free to bite all you want while I do it, for what I have runs in the blood, and you'll see the first blossoms on your own face before the week's out, if you lives that long. Now do you see?"
Jake nodded frantically. Gasher's face was disappearing into deepening folds of gray, and his voice seemed to be coming from a great distance.
"All right."
Gasher shoved him backward. Jake fell in a heap beside the manhole cover, gagging and retching. He finally managed to draw in a deep, whooping breath that burned like liquid fire. He spat out a blood-flecked wad of stuff and almost threw up at the sight of it.
"Now yank back that cover, my heart's delight, and let's have no more natter about it."
Jake crawled over to it, slid his hands into the grip, and this time pulled with all his might. For one terrible moment he thought he was still not going to be able to budge it. Then he imagined Gasher's fingers reaching into his mouth and seizing his tongue, and found a little extra. There was a dull, spreading agony in his lower back as something gave there, but the circular lid slipped slowly aside, grinding on the cobbles and exposing a grinning crescent of darkness.
"Good, Cully, good," Gasher cried cheerfully. "What a little mule you are. Keep pulling, don't give up now."
When the crescent had become a half-moon and the pain in Jake's lower back was a white-hot fire, Gasher booted him in the ass, knocking him asprawl.
"Very good," Gasher said, peering in. "Now, Cully, go smartly down the ladder on the side. Mind you don't lose your grip and tumble all the way to the bottom, for those rungs are fearsome, slick, and greasy. There's 20 or so, as I remember, and when you get to the bottom, stand stock still and wait for me. You might feel like running from your old pal, but do you think that would be a good idea?"
"No," Jake said, "I suppose not."
"Very intelligent, old son."
Gasher's lips spread in his hideous smile, once more revealing his few surviving teeth.
"It's dark down there, and there are 1,000 tunnels going every which way. Your old pal Gasher knows them like the back of his hand, so he does, but you'd be lost in no time. Then there's the rats. Very big and very hungry they are. So you just wait."
"I will." Gasher regarded him narrowly.
"You speak just like a little triggy, you do, but you're no pube. I'll set my watch and warrant to that. Where are you from, Squint?"
Jake said nothing.
"Bumbler got your tongue, do he? Well, that's all right. TikTok will get it all out of you, so he will. He's got a way about him, Ticky does. Just naturally wants to make people converse. Once he gets 'em going, they sometimes talk so fast and scream so loud someone has to hit 'em over the head to slow 'em down. Bumblers ain't allowed to hold no one's tongue around the TikTok man, not even fine young triggers like you. Now get the fuck down that ladder. Hup!"
He lashed out with his foot. This time Jake managed to tuck in and dodge the blow. He looked into the half-open manhole, saw the ladder, and started down. He was still chest-high to the alley when a tremendous stone-like crash hammered the air. It came from a mile or more away, but Jake knew what it was without having to be told. A cry of pure misery burst from his lips. A grim smile tugged at the corners of Gasher's mouth. "Your hard-case friend trailed you a little better than you thought he would, didn't he? Not better than I thought, though, Cully, for I got a look at his eyes. Very pert and cunning they were. I thought he'd come arter his juicy little night nudge right smart if he was to come at all, and so he did. He spied the tripwires, but the fountain's got him, so that's all right. Get on, sweet cheeks." He aimed a kick at Jake's protruding head. Jake ducked it, but one foot slipped on the ladder bolted to the side of the sewer shaft, and he only saved himself from falling by clutching Gasher's scab-rattled ankle. He looked up, pleading, and saw no softening on that dying, infected face. "Please," he said, and heard the word trying to break into a sob. He kept seeing Roland lying crushed beneath the huge fountain. What had Gasher said? If anyone wanted him, they would have to pick him up with a blotter. "Beg if you want, dear heart. Just don't expect no good to come of it, for mercy stops on this side of the bridge, so it does. Now go down, or I'll kick your bleeding brains right out your bleeding ears." So Jake went down, and by the time he reached the standing water at the bottom, the urge to cry had passed. He waited, shoulders slumped and head down, for Gasher to descend and lead him to his fate. 23. Roland had come close to tripping the crossed wires which held back the avalanche of junk, but the dangling fountain was absurd, a trap which might have been set by a stupid child. Court had taught them to constantly check all visual quadrants as they moved in enemy territory, and that included above as well as behind and below. "Stop," he told Oy, raising his voice to be heard over the drums. "Up," Oy agreed, then looked ahead and immediately added, "Rake!" "Yes." The gunslinger took another look up at the suspended marble fountain, then examined the street, looking for the trigger. There were two, he saw. Perhaps their camouflage as cobblestones had once been effective, but that time was long past. Roland bent down, hands on his knees, and spoke into Oy's upturned face. "Going to pick you up for a minute now. Don't fuss, Oy." "Oy?" Roland put his arms around the bumbler. At first Oy stiffened and attempted to pull away, and then Roland felt the small animal give in. He wasn't happy about being this close to someone who wasn't Jake, but he clearly intended to put up with it. Roland found himself wondering again just how intelligent Oy was. He carried him up the narrow passage and beneath the hanging fountain of Lud, stepping carefully over the mock cobbles. Once they were safely past, he bent to let Oy go. As he did, the drums stopped. "Vake!" Oy said impatiently. "Vake, vake!" "Yes, but there's a little piece of business to attend to first." He led Oy 15 yards farther down the alley, then bent and picked up a chunk of concrete. He tossed it thoughtfully from hand to hand, and as he did he heard the sound of a pistol shot from the east. The amplified thump of the drums had buried the sound of Eddie and Susanna's battle with the ragged band of pubes, but he heard this gunshot clearly and smiled. It almost surely meant that the Deans had reached the cradle, and that was the first good news of this day, which already seemed at least a week long. Roland turned and threw the piece of concrete. His aim was as true as it had been when he had thrown at the ancient traffic signal in River Crossing. The missile struck one of the discolored triggers dead center, and one of the rusty cables snapped with a harsh twang. The marble fountain dropped, rolling over as the other cable snubbed it for a moment longer, long enough so that a man with fast reflexes could have cleared the drop zone anyway, Roland reckoned. Then it, too, let go, and the fountain fell like a pink, misshapen stone. Roland dropped behind a pile of rusty steel beams, and Oy jumped nimbly into his lap as the fountain hit the street with a vast, shattery thump. Chunks of pink marble, some as big as carts, flew through the air. Several small chips stung Roland's face. He brushed others out of Oy's fur. He looked over the makeshift barricade. The fountain had cracked in two like a vast plate. We won't be coming back this way, Roland thought. The passageway, narrow to begin with, was now completely blocked. He wondered if Jake had heard the fall of the fountain, and what he had made of it if he had. He didn't waste such speculation on Gasher. Gasher would think he had been crushed to paste, which was exactly what Roland wanted him to think. Would Jake think the same thing? The boy should know better than to believe a gunslinger could be killed by such a simple device. But if Gasher had terrorized him enough, Jake might not be thinking that clearly. Well, it was too late to worry about it now, and if he had it to do over again, he would do exactly the same thing. Dying or not, Gasher had displayed both courage and animal cunning. If he was off his guard now, the trick was worth it. Roland got to his feet. "Oi, find Jake." "Jake?" Oi stretched his head forward on his long neck, sniffed around in a semicircle, picked up Jake's scent, and was off again, with Roland running after. 10 minutes later he came to a stop at a manhole cover in the street, sniffed all the way around it, then looked up at Roland and barked shrilly. The gunslinger dropped to one knee and observed both the confusion of tracks and a wide path of scratches on the cobbles. He thought this particular manhole cover had been moved quite often. His eyes narrowed as he saw the wad of bloody phlegm in a crease between two nearby cobbles. "The bastard keeps hitting him," he murmured. He pulled the manhole cover back, looked down, then untied the rawhide lacings which held his shirt closed. He picked the bumbler up and tucked him into his shirt. Oi bared his teeth, and for a moment Roland felt his claws splayed against the flesh of his chest and belly like small, sharp knives. Then they withdrew, and Oi only peered out of Roland's shirt with his bright eyes, panting like a steam engine. The gunslinger could feel the rapid beat of Oi's heart against his own. He pulled the rawhide lace from the eyelets in his shirt and found another, longer lace in his purse. "I'm going to leash you. I don't like it, and you're going to like it even less, but it's going to be very dark down there." He tied the two lengths of rawhide together and formed one end into a wide loop which he slipped over Oi's head. He expected Oi to bare his teeth again, perhaps even to nip him, but Oi didn't. He only looked up at Roland with his gold-ringed eyes and barked, "Hake!" again in his impatient voice. Roland put the loose end of his makeshift leash in his mouth, then sat down on the edge of the sewer shaft, if that was what it was. He felt for the top rung of the ladder and found it. He descended slowly and carefully, more aware than ever that he was missing half a hand and that the steel rungs were slimy with oil and some thicker stuff that was probably moss. Oi was a heavy, warm weight between his shirt and belly, panting steadily and harshly. The gold rings in his eyes gleamed like medallions in the dim light. At last the gunslinger's groping foot splashed into the water at the bottom of the shaft. He glanced up briefly at the coin of white light far above him. This is where it starts getting hard, he thought. The tunnel was warm and dank and smelled like an ancient charnel house. Somewhere nearby, water was dripping hollowly and monotonously. Farther off, Roland could hear the rumble of machinery. He lifted a very grateful Oi out of his shirt and set him down in the shallow water running sluggishly along the sewer tunnel. "Now it's all up to you," he murmured in the bumbler's ear. "To Jake, Oi! To Jake!" "Jake!" the bumbler barked, and splashed rapidly off into the darkness, swinging his head from side to side at the end of his long neck like a pendulum. Roland followed with the end of the rawhide leash wrapped around his diminished right hand. 24. The cradle, it was easily big enough to have acquired proper noun status in their minds, stood in the center of a square 5 times larger than the one where they had come upon the blasted statue. And when she got a really good look at it, Susanna realized how old and gray and fundamentally grungy the rest of Lud really was. The cradle was so clean it almost hurt her eyes. No vines overgrew its sides, no graffiti daubed its blinding white walls and steps and columns. The yellow plains dust which had coated everything else was absent here. As they drew closer, Susanna saw why. Streams of water coursed endlessly down the sides of the cradle, issuing from nozzles hidden in the shadows of the copper-sheathed eaves. Interval sprays created by other hidden nozzles washed the steps, turning them into off-and-on waterfalls. "Wow," Eddie said. "It makes Grand Central look like a Greyhound station in butt-fuck Nebraska." "What a poet you are, dear," Susanna said dryly. The steps surrounded the entire building and rose to a great open lobby. There were no obscuring mats of vegetation here, but Eddie and Susanna found they still couldn't get a good look inside. The shadows thrown by the overhanging roof were too deep. The totems of the beam marched all the way around the building, 2 by 2, but the corners were reserved for creatures Susanna fervently hoped never to meet outside of the occasional nightmare, hideous stone dragons with scaly bodies, clutching, claw-tipped hands, and nasty, peering eyes. Eddie touched her shoulder and pointed higher. Susanna looked and felt her breath come to a stop in her throat. Standing astride the peak of the roof, far above the totems of the beam and the dragonish gargoyles, as if given dominion over them, was a golden warrior at least 60 feet high. A battered cowboy hat was shoved back to reveal his lined and careworn brow. A bandana hung askew on his upper chest, as if it had just been pulled down after serving long, hard duty as a dust muffle. In one upraised fist he held a revolver, in the other what appeared to be an olive branch. Roland of Gilead stood atop the cradle of Lud, dressed in gold. "No," she thought, at last remembering to breathe again, "it's not him. But in another way it is. That man was a gunslinger, and the resemblance between him, who's probably been dead 1,000 years or more, and Roland is all the truth of content you'll ever need to know." Thunder slammed out of the south. Lightning harried racing clouds across the sky. She wished she had more time to study both the golden statue which stood atop the cradle and the animals which surrounded it. Each of these latter appeared to have words carved upon them, and she had an idea that what was written there might be knowledge worth having. Under these circumstances, however, there was no time to spare. A wide red strip had been painted across the pavement at the point where the Street of the Turtle emptied into the plaza of the Cradle. Maud and the fellow Eddie called Jeeves the butler stopped a prudent distance from the red mark. "This far and no farther," Maud told them flatly. "You may take us to our deaths, but each man and woman owes one to the gods anyway, and I'll die on this side of the deadline no matter what. I'll not dare blame for outlanders." "Nor will I," Jeeves said. He had taken off his dusty bowler and was holding it against his naked chest. On his face was an expression of fearful reverence. "Fine," Susanna said. "Now scat on out of here, both of you." "You'll back-shoot us the second we turn from you," Jeeves said in a trembling voice. "I'll take my watch and warrant on it, so will." Maud shook her head. The blood on her face had dried to a grotesque maroon stippling. "There never were a back-shooting gunslinger, that much I will say. We only have their word for it that that's what they are." Maud pointed to the big revolver with the worn sandalwood grip which Susanna held in her hand. Jeeves looked, and after a moment he stretched out his hand to the woman. When Maud took it, Susanna's image of them as dangerous killers collapsed. They looked more like Hansel and Gretel than Bonnie and Clyde, tired, frightened, confused, and lost so long in the woods that they had grown old there. Her hate and fear of them departed. What replaced it was pity and a deep, aching sadness. "Fare you well, both of you," she said softly. "Walk as you will, and with no fear of harm from me or my man here." Maud nodded. "I believe you mean us no harm, and I forgive you for shooting Winston. But listen to me, and listen well. Stay out of the cradle. Whatever reasons you think you have for going in, they're not good enough. To enter Blaine's cradle is death." "We don't have any choice," Eddie said, and thunder banged overhead again as if in agreement. "Now let me tell you something. I don't know what's underneath Lud and what isn't, but I do know those drums you're so whacked out about are part of a recording, a song. that was made in the world my wife and I came from." He looked at their uncomprehending faces and raised his arms in frustration. "Jesus, pumpkin pie, Christ, don't you get it? You're killing each other over a piece of music that was never even released as a single." Susanna put her hand on his shoulder and murmured his name. He ignored her for the moment, his eyes flicking from Jeeves to Maud and then back to Jeeves again. "You want to see monsters? Take a good look at each other, then. And when you get back to whatever funhouse it is you call home, take a good look at your friends and relatives." "You don't understand," Maud said. Her eyes were dark and somber. "But you will. Ah, you will." "Go on now," Susanna said quietly. "Talk between us is no good. The words only drop dead. Just go your way and try to remember the faces of your fathers, for I think you lost sight of those faces long ago." The two of them walked back in the direction from which they had come without another word. They did look back over their shoulders from time to time, however, and they were still holding hands, Hansel and Gretel, lost in the deep, dark forest. "Let me out of here," Eddie said heavily. He made the Ruger safe, stuck it back in the waistband of his pants, and then rubbed his red eyes with the heels of his hands. "Just let me out, that's all I ask." "I know what you mean, handsome." She was clearly scared, but her head had that defiant tilt he had come to recognize and love. He put his hands on her shoulders, bent down, and kissed her. He did not let either their surroundings or the oncoming storm keep him from doing a thorough job. When he pulled back at last, she was studying him with wide, dancing eyes. "Wow, what was that about?" "About how I'm in love with you," he said. "And I guess that's about all. Is it enough?" Her eyes softened. For a moment she thought about telling him the secret she might or might not be keeping, but of course the time and place were wrong. She could no more tell him she might be pregnant now than she could pause to read the words written on the sculpted portal totems. "It's enough, Eddie," she said. "You're the best thing that ever happened to me." His hazel eyes were totally focused on her. "It's hard for me to say stuff like that. Living with Henry made it hard, I guess, but it's true. I think I started loving you because you were everything Roland took me away from. In New York, I mean. But it's a lot more than that now. Because I don't want to go back anymore. Do you?" She looked at the cradle. She was terrified of what they might find in there, but all the same. She looked back at him. "No, I don't want to go back. I want to spend the rest of my life going forward. As long as you're with me, that is. It's funny, you know, you saying you started loving me because of all the things he took you away from." "Funny how?" "I started loving you because you set me free of Dead Walker." She paused, thought, then shook her head slightly. "No, it goes further than that. I started loving you because you set me free of both those bitches. One was a foul-mouthed, cock-teasing thief, and the other was a self-righteous, pompous prig. Comes down to 6 of one and a half dozen of the other, as far as I'm concerned. I like Susanna Dean better than either one, and you were the one who set me free." This time it was she who did the reaching, pressing her palm to his stubbly cheeks, drawing him down, kissing him gently. When he put a light hand on her breast, she sighed and covered it with her own. "I think we better get going," she said, "or we're apt to be laying right here in the street, and getting wet from the look." Eddie stared around at the silent towers, the broken windows, the vine-encrusted walls a final time. Then he nodded. "Yeah, I don't think there's any future in this town anyway." He pushed her forward, and they both stiffened as the wheels of the chair passed over what Maud had called the deadline, fearful that they would trip some ancient protective device and die together. But nothing happened. Eddie pushed her into the plaza, and as they approached the steps leading up to the cradle, a cold, wind-driven rain began to fall. Although neither of them knew it, the first of the great autumn storms of Midworld had arrived. 25. Once they were in the smelly darkness of the sewers, Gasher slowed the killing pace he'd maintained above ground. Jake didn't think it was because of the darkness. Gasher seemed to know every twist and turn of the route he was following, just as advertised. Jake believed it was because his captor was satisfied that Roland had been squashed to jelly by the deadfall trap. Jake himself had begun to wonder. If Roland had spotted the tripwires, a far more subtle trap than the one which followed, was it really likely that he had missed seeing the fountain? Jake supposed it was possible, but it didn't make much sense. Jake thought it more likely that Roland had tripped the fountain on purpose, to lull Gasher and perhaps slow him down. He didn't believe Roland could follow them through this maze under the streets. The total darkness would defeat even the gunslinger's tracking abilities, but it cheered his heart to think that Roland might not have died in an attempt to keep his promise. They turned right, left, then left again. As Jake's other senses sharpened in an attempt to compensate for his lack of sight, he had a vague perception of other tunnels around him. The muffled sounds of ancient laboring machinery would grow loud for a moment, then fade as the stone foundations of the city drew close around them again. Drafts blew intermittently against his skin, sometimes warm, sometimes chilly. Their splashing footfalls echoed briefly as they passed the intersecting tunnels from which these stenchy breaths blew, and once Jake nearly brained himself on some metal object jutting down from the ceiling. He slapped at it with one hand and felt something that might have been a large valve wheel. After that he waved his hands as he trotted along in an attempt to read the air ahead of him. Gasher guided him with taps to the shoulders as a wagoner might have guided his oxen. They moved at a good clip, trotting but not running. Gasher got enough of his breath back to first hum and then begin singing in a low, surprisingly tuneful tenor voice. Ribble-to-tibble-to-ting-ting-ting, I'll get a job and buy you a ring. When I get my mitts on your jiggly tits, ribble-to-tibble-to-ting-ting-ting. Oh, ribble-to-tibble, I just want to fiddle around with your ting-ting-ting. There were 5 or 6 more verses along this line before Gasher quit. Now you sing something, Squint. I don't know anything, Jake puffed. He hoped he sounded more out of breath than he actually was. He didn't know if it would do him any good or not, but down here in the dark any edge seemed worth trying for. Gasher brought his elbow down in the center of Jake's back, almost hard enough to send him sprawling into the ankle-high water running sluggishly through the tunnel they were traversing. You better know something, unless you want me to rip your ever-loving spine right out your back. He paused, then added, There's haunts down here, boy. They live inside the fucking machine, so they do. Singing keeps them off, don't you know that? Now sing! Jake thought hard, not wanting to earn another love tap from Gasher, and came up with a song he'd learned in summer day camp at the age of 7 or 8. He opened his mouth and began to bawl it into the darkness, listening to the echoes bounce back amid the sounds of running water, falling water, and ancient thudding machinery. My girl's a corker, she's a New Yorker. I buy her everything to keep her in style. She got a pair of hips just like 2 battleships. Oh boy, that's how my money goes. My girl's a dilly, she comes from Philly. I buy her everything to keep her in style. She's got a pair of eyes just like 2 pizza pies. Oh boy, that's how Gasher reached out, seized Jake's ears as if they were jug handles, and yanked him to a stop. There's a hole right ahead of you, he said. With a voice like yours, Squint, it'd be doing the world a mercy to let you fall in, so it would. But TikTok wouldn't approve at all, so I reckon you're safe for a little longer. Gasher's hands left Jake's ears, which burned like fire, and fastened on the back of his shirt. Now lean forward until you feel the ladder on t'other side, and mind you don't slip and drag us both down. Jake leaned cautiously forward, hands outstretched, terrified of falling into a pit he couldn't see. As he groped for the ladder, he became aware of warm air, clean and almost fragrant, whooshing past his face, and a faint blush of rose-colored light from beneath him. His fingers touched a steel rung and closed over it. The bite wounds on his left hand broke open again, and he felt warm blood running across his palm.
"Got it?"
Gasher asked.
"Yes."
"Then climb down. What are you waiting for, goddammit?" Gasher let go of his shirt, and Jake could imagine him drawing his foot back, meaning to hurry him along with a kick in the ass. Jake stepped across the faintly glimmering gap and began to descend the ladder, using his hurt hand as little as possible. This time the rungs were clear of moss and oil and hardly rusted at all. The shaft was very long, and as Jake went down, hurrying to keep Gasher from stepping on his hands with his thick-soled boots, he found himself remembering a movie he'd once seen on TV, Journey to the Center of the Earth. The throb of machinery grew louder, and the rosy glow grew stronger. The machine still didn't sound right, but his ears told him these were in better shape than the ones above. And when he finally reached the bottom, he found the floor was dry. The new horizontal shaft was square, about 6 feet high, and sleeved with riveted stainless steel. It stretched away, for as far as Jake could see in both directions, straight as a string. He knew instinctively, without even thinking about it, that this tunnel, which had to be at least 70 feet under Ludd, also followed the path of the beam. And somewhere up ahead, Jake was sure of this, although he couldn't have said why, the train they had come looking for lay directly above it. Narrow ventilation grills ran along the sides of the walls just below the shaft ceiling. It was from these that the clean, dry air was flowing. Moss dangled from some of them in blue-gray beards, but most were still clear. Below every other grill was a yellow arrow with a symbol that looked a bit like a lowercase t. The arrows pointed in the direction Jake and Gasher were heading. The rose-colored light was coming from glass tubes which ran along the ceiling of the shaft in parallel rows. Some, about 1 in every 3, were dark, and others sputtered fitfully, but at least half of them were still working. Neon tubing, Jake thought, amazed. How about that? Gasher dropped down beside him. He saw Jake's expression of surprise and grinned.
"Nice, isn't it? Cool in the summer, warm in the winter, and so much food that 500 men couldn't eat it in 500 years. And do you know the best part, Squint? The very best part of the whole koozie fakement?"
Jake shook his head.
"Farkin' pubies don't have the leastest idea the place even exists. They think there's monsters down here. Catch a puby going within 20 feet of a sewer cap less than he has to."
He threw his head back and laughed heartily. Jake didn't join in, even though a cold voice in the back of his mind told him it might be politic to do so. He didn't join in because he knew exactly how the pubes felt. There were monsters under the city, trolls and boggarts and orcs. Hadn't he been captured by just such a one? Gasher shoved him to the left.
"Darn, almost there now. Up!"
They jogged on, their footfalls chasing them in a pack of echoes. After 10 or 15 minutes of this, Jake saw a watertight hatchway about 200 yards ahead. As they drew closer, he could see a big valve wheel sticking out of it. A communicator box was mounted on the wall to the right.
"I'm blown out,"
Gasher gasped as they reached the door at the end of the tunnel.
"Doin's like this are too much for an invalid like your old pal, so they are."
He thumbed the button on the intercom and bawled,
"I got him, Tick-Tock. Got him as dandy as you please. Didn't even muss his hair. Didn't I tell you I would? Trust the gasher man, I said, for he'll lead you straight and true. Now open up and let us in."
He let go of the button and looked impatiently at the door. The valve wheel didn't turn. Instead, a flat, drawling voice came out of the intercom speaker. "What's a password?" Gasher frowned horribly, scratched his chin with his long, dirty nails, then lifted his eye patch and swabbed out another clot of yellow-green goo.
"Tick-Tock and his passwords," he said to
Jake. He sounded worried as well as irritated.
"He's a trig cove, but that's taking it a deal too far, if you ask me, so it is."
He pushed the button and yelled,
"Come on, Tick-Tock, if you don't recognize the sound of my voice, you need a hearing aid."
"Oh, I recognize it," the drawling voice returned. To Jake, it sounded like Jerry Reed, who played Burt Reynolds' sidekick in Smokey and the Bandit. "But I don't know who's with you, do I? Or have you forgotten that the camera out there went tits up last year? You give the password, Gasher, or you can rot out there." Gasher stuck a finger up his nose, extracted a chunk of snot the color of mint jelly, and squashed it into the grill of the speaker. Jake watched this childish display of ill temper in silent fascination, feeling unwelcome, hysterical laughter bubbling around inside him. Had they come all this way through the booby-trapped mazes and lightless tunnels to be balked here at this watertight door simply because Gasher couldn't remember the TikTok man's password? Gasher looked at him balefully, then slid his hand across his skull, peeling off his sweat-soaked yellow scarf. The skull beneath was bald, except for a few straggling tufts of black hair like porcupine quills, and deeply dented above the left temple. Gasher peered into the scarf and plucked forth a scrap of paper. "Gods bless Hoots," he muttered. "Hoots takes care of me right proper, he does." He peered at the scrap, turning it this way and that, and then held it out to Jake. He kept his voice pitched low, as if the TikTok man could hear him, even though the talk button on the intercom wasn't depressed. "You're a proper little gentleman, ain't you? And the very first thing they teach a gentleman to do after he's been learned not to eat the paste and piss in the corners is read. So read me the word on this paper, Calais, for it's gone right out of my head, so it has." Jake took the paper, looked at it, then looked up at Gasher again. "What if I won't?" he asked coolly. Gasher was momentarily taken aback at this response, and then he began to grin with dangerous good humor. "Why, I'll grab you by the throat and use your head for a door-knocker," he said. "I doubt if it'll convince old Ticky to let me in, for he's still nervous of your hard-case friend, so he is. But it'll do my heart a world of good to see your brains dripping off that wheel." Jake considered this, the dark laughter still bubbling away inside him. The TikTok man was a trig-enough cove, all right. He had known that it would be difficult to persuade Gasher, who was dying anyway, to speak the password, even if Roland had taken him prisoner. What TikTok hadn't taken into account was Gasher's defective memory. Don't laugh. If you do, he really will beat your brains out. In spite of his brave words, Gasher was watching Jake with real anxiety, and Jake realized a potentially powerful fact. Gasher might not be afraid of dying, but he was afraid of being humiliated. "All right, Gasher," he said calmly. "The word on this piece of paper is bountiful." "Give me that!" Gasher snatched the paper back, returned it to his scarf, and quickly wrapped the yellow cloth around his head again. He thumbed the intercom button. "Tick-tock, you're still there?" "Where else would I be, the west end of the world?" The drawling voice now sounded mildly amused. Gasher stuck his whitish tongue out at the speaker, but his voice was ingratiating, almost servile. "The password's bountiful, and a fine word it is, too. Now let me in, God's cuss it." "Of course," the TikTok man said. A machine started up somewhere nearby, making Jake jump. The valve wheel in the center of the door spun. When it stopped, Gasher seized it, yanked it outward, grabbed Jake's arm, and propelled him over the raised lip of the door and into the strangest room he had ever seen in his life. 26. Roland descended into dusky pink light. Oi's bright eyes peered out from the open V of his shirt. His neck stretched to the limit of its considerable length as he sniffed at the warm air that blew through the ventilator grills. Roland had had to depend completely on the bumbler's nose in the dark passages above, and he had been terribly afraid the animal would lose Jake's scent in the running water. But when he had heard the sound of singing, first Gasher, then Jake, echoing back through the pipes, he had relaxed a little. Oi had not led them wrong. Oi had heard it too. Up until then he had been moving slowly and cautiously, even backtracking every now and again to be sure of himself. But when he heard Jake's voice, he began to run, straining the rawhide leash. Roland was afraid he might call after Jake in his harsh voice, "Hake, hake!" But he hadn't done so. And just as they reached the shaft which led to the lower levels of this Dycean maze, Roland had heard the sound of some new machine, a pump of some sort, perhaps, followed by the metallic, echoing crash of a door being slammed shut. He reached the foot of the square tunnel and glanced briefly at the double line of lighted tubes which led off in either direction. They were lit with swamp fire, he saw, like the sign outside the place which had belonged to Balazar in the city of New York. He looked more closely at the narrow chrome ventilation strips running along the top of each wall, and the arrows below them, then slipped the rawhide loop off Oy's neck. Oy shook his head impatiently, clearly glad to be rid of it. "We're close," he murmured into the bumbler's cocked ear, "and so we have to be quiet. You understand, Oy? Very quiet." "Aye, Oy replied in a hoarse whisper that would have been funny under other circumstances. Roland put him down, and Oy was immediately off down the tunnel, neck out, muzzle to the steel floor. Roland could hear him muttering "ik," under his breath. Roland unholstered his gun and followed him. 27. Eddie and Susanna looked up at the vastness of Blaine's cradle as the skies opened and the rain began to fall in torrents. "It's a hell of a building, but they forgot the handicap ramps," Eddie yelled, raising his voice to be heard over the rain and thunder. "Never mind that," Susanna said impatiently, slipping out of the wheelchair. "Let's get up there and out of the rain." Eddie looked dubiously up the incline of steps. The risers were shallow, but there were a lot of them. "You sure, Suz?" "Race you, white boy," she said, and began to wriggle upward with uncanny ease, using hands, muscular forearms, and the stumps of her legs. And she almost did beat him. Eddie had the ironmongery to contend with, and it slowed him down. Both of them were panting when they reached the top, and tendrils of steam were rising from their wet clothes. Eddie grabbed her under the arms, swung her up, and then just held her with his hands locked together in the small of her back instead of dropping her back into the chair as he had meant to do. He felt randy and half crazy without the slightest idea why. "Oh, give me a break," he thought. "You've gotten this far alive. That's what's got your glands pumped up and ready to potty." Susanna licked her full lower lip and wound her strong fingers into his hair. She pulled. It hurt, and at the same time it felt wonderful. "Told you I'd beat you, white boy," she said in a low, husky voice. "Get out of here. I had you by half a step." He tried to sound less out of breath than he was, and found it was impossible. "Maybe, but it blew you out, didn't it?" One hand left his hair, slid downward, and squeezed gently. A smile gleamed in her eyes. "Something ain't blown out, though." Thunder rumbled across the sky. They flinched, then laughed together. "Come on," he said. "This is nuts. The time's all wrong." She didn't contradict him, but she squeezed him again before returning her hand to his shoulder. Eddie felt a pang of regret as he swung her back into her chair and ran her across vast flagstones and under cover of the roof. He thought he saw the same regret in Susanna's eyes. When they were out of the downpour, Eddie paused, and they looked back. The plaza of the cradle, the street of the turtle, and all the city beyond was rapidly disappearing into a shifting gray curtain. Eddie wasn't a bit sorry. Lud hadn't earned itself a place in his mental scrapbook of fond memories. "Look," Susanna murmured. She was pointing at a nearby downspout. It ended in a large, scaly fish head that looked like a close relation to the dragon gargoyles which decorated the corners of the cradle. Water ran from its mouth in a silver torrent. "This isn't just a passing shower, is it?" Eddie asked. "Nope. It's going to rain until it gets tired of it, and then it's going to rain some more just for spite. Maybe a week, maybe a month. Not that it's going to matter to us if Blaine decides he doesn't like our looks and fries us. Fire a shot to let Roland know we got here, sugar, and then we'll have us a look around, see what we can see." Eddie pointed the Ruger into the gray sky, pulled the trigger, and fired the shot which Roland heard a mile or more away as he followed Jake and Gasher through the booby-trapped maze. Eddie stood where he was a moment longer, trying to persuade himself that things might still turn out all right, that his heart was wrong in its stubborn insistence that they had seen the last of the gunslinger and the boy Jake. Then he made the automatic safe again, returned it to the waistband of his pants, and went back to Susanna. He turned her chair away from the steps and rolled her along an aisle of columns which led deeper into the building. She popped the cylinder of Roland's gun and reloaded it as they went. Under the roof, the rain had a secret, ghostly sound, and even the harsh thundercracks were muted. The columns which supported the structure were at least 10 feet in diameter, and their tops were lost in the gloom. From up there in the shadows, Eddie heard the cooing conversation of pigeons. Now a sign hanging on thick chrome-silver chains swam out of the shadows. North Central Positronics welcomes you to the cradle of Ludd. Southeast travel, Blaine. Northwest travel, Patricia. "Now we know the name of the one that fell in the river," Eddie said. "Patricia. They got their colors wrong, though. Supposed to be pink for girls and blue for boys, not the other way around." "Maybe they're both blue." "They're not. Blaine's pink." "How would you know that?" Eddie looked confused. "I don't know how, but I do." They followed the arrow pointing toward Blaine's berth, entering what had to be a grand concourse. Eddie didn't have Susanna's ability to see the past in clear, visionary flashes, but his imagination nonetheless filled this vast pillared space with 1,000 hurrying people. He heard clicking heels and murmuring voices, saw embraces of homecoming and farewell. And over everything the speakers chanting news of a dozen different destinations. "Patricia is now boarding for Northwest Baronies. Will passenger Killington, please report to the information booth on the lower level. Blaine is now arriving at berth number 2 and will be debarking shortly." Now there was only the pigeons. Eddie shivered. "Look at the faces," Susanna murmured. "I don't know if they give you the willies, but they sure do me." She was pointing to the right. High up on the wall, a series of sculpted heads seemed to push out of the marble, peering down at them from the shadows. Stern men with the harsh faces of executioners who are happy in their work. Some of the faces had fallen from their places and lay in granite shards and splinters 70 or 80 feet below their peers. Those remaining were spider-webbed with cracks and splattered with pigeon dung. "There must have been a Supreme Court or something," Eddie said, uneasily scanning all those thin lips and cracked, empty eyes. "Only judges can look so smart and so completely pissed off at the same time. You're talking to a guy who knows. There isn't one of them who looks like he'd give a crippled crab a crutch." "A heap of broken images where the sun beats and the dead tree gives no shelter," Susanna murmured, and at these words Eddie felt goose-flesh waltz across the skin of his arms and chest and legs. "What's that, Suz?" "A poem by a man who must have seen Ludd in his dreams," she said. "Come on, Eddie, forget him." Easier said than done. But he began to push her again. Ahead, a vast grilled barrier like a castle barbican swam out of the gloom, and beyond it they caught their first glimpse of Blaine the Mono. It was pink, just as Eddie had said it would be, a delicate shade which matched the veins running through the marble pillars. Blaine flowed above the wide loading platform in a smooth, streamlined bullet shape which looked more like flesh than metal. Its surface was broken only once, by a triangular window equipped with a huge wiper. Eddie knew there would be another triangular window with another big wiper on the other side of the Mono's nose, so that if you looked at Blaine head-on, it would seem to have a face, just like Charlie the Choo-Choo. The wipers would look like slyly drooping eyelids. White light from the southeastern slot in the cradle fell across Blaine in a long, distorted rectangle. To Eddie, the body of the train looked like the breeching back of some fabulous pink whale, one that was utterly silent. "Wow." His voice had fallen to a whisper. "We found it." "Yes. Blaine the Mono." "Is it dead, do you think? It looks dead." "It's not. Sleeping, maybe, but a long way from dead." "You sure?" "Were you sure it would be pink?" It wasn't a question he had to answer, and he didn't. The face she turned up to him was strained and badly frightened. "It's sleeping, and you know what? I'm scared to wake it up." "Well, we'll wait for the others, then."
She shook her head. "I think we better try to be ready for when they get here, because I've got an idea that they're going to come on the run. Push me over to that box mounted on the bars. It looks like an intercom. See it?" He did, and pushed her slowly toward it. It was mounted on one side of a closed gate in the center of the barrier which ran the length of the cradle. The vertical bars of the barrier were made of what looked like stainless steel. Those of the gate appeared to be ornamental iron, and their lower ends disappeared into steel-ringed holes in the floor. There was no way either of them was going to wiggle through those bars either, Eddie saw. The gap between each set was no more than 4 inches. It would have been a tight squeeze even for Oy. Pigeons ruffled and cooed overhead. The left wheel of Susanna's chair squawked monotonously. My kingdom for an oil can, Eddie thought, and realized he was a lot more than just scared. The last time he had felt this level of terror had been on the day when he and Henry had stood on the sidewalk of Reinhold Street in Dutch Hill, looking at the slumped ruin of the mansion. They hadn't gone in on that day in 1977. They had turned their backs on the haunted house and walked away, and he remembered vowing to himself that he would never, never, ever go back to that place. It was a promise he'd kept. But here he was, in another haunted house, and there was the haunter, right over there, Blaine the Mono, a long, low, pink shape with one window peering at him like the eye of a dangerous animal who is shamming sleep. He stirs no more from his berth in the cradle. He has even stopped speaking in his many voices and laughing. Artis was the last to go nigh Blaine, and when Artis couldn't answer what was asked, Blaine slew him with blue fire. If it speaks to me, I'll probably go crazy, Eddie thought. The wind gusted outside, and a fine spray of rain flew in through the tall egress slot cut in the side of the building. He saw it strike Blaine's window and beat up there. Eddie shuddered suddenly and looked sharply around. "We're being watched. I can feel it." "I wouldn't be at all surprised. Push me closer to the gate, Eddie. I want to get a better look at that box." "Okay, but don't touch it if it's electrified." "If Blaine wants to cook us, he will," Susanna said, looking through the bars at Blaine's back. "You know it, and I do too." And because Eddie knew that was only the truth, he said nothing. The box looked like a combination intercom and burglar alarm. There was a speaker set into the top half with what looked like a talk-listen button next to it. Below this were numbers arranged in a shape which made a diamond. Under the diamond were 2 other buttons with words of the high speech printed on them, Command and Enter. Susanna looked bewildered and doubtful. "What is this thing, do you think? It looks like a gadget in a science fiction movie." Of course it did, Eddie realized. Susanna had probably seen a home security system or 2 in her time. She had, after all, lived among the Manhattan rich, even if she had not been very enthusiastically accepted by them. But there was a world of difference between the electronics gear available in her when, 1963, and his own, which was 1987. We've never talked much about the differences either, he thought. I wonder what she'd think if I told her Ronald Reagan was President of the United States when Roland snatched me. Probably that I was crazy. It's a security system, he said. Then, although his nerves and instincts screamed out against it, he forced himself to reach out with his right hand and thumb the talk-listen switch. There was no crackle of electricity, no deadly blue fire went racing up his arm, no sign that the thing was even still connected. Maybe Blaine is dead. Maybe he's dead after all. But he didn't really believe that. "Hello?" he said, and in his mind's eye saw the unfortunate artist screaming as he was microwaved by the blue fire dancing all over his face and body, melting his eyes and setting his hair ablaze. "Hello, Blaine? Anybody?" He let go of the button and waited, stiff with tension. Susanna's hand crept into his, cold and small. There was still no answer, and Eddie, now more reluctant than ever, pushed the button again. "Blaine?" He let go of the button, waited, and when there was still no answer, a dangerous giddiness overcame him, as it often did in moments of stress and fear.
When that giddiness took him, counting the cost no longer seemed to matter. Nothing mattered. It had been like that when he had outfaced Balazar's sallow-faced contact man in Nassau, and it was like that now. And if Roland had seen him in the moment this lunatic impatience overtook him, he would have seen more than just a resemblance between Eddie and Cuthbert. He would have sworn Eddie was Cuthbert. He jammed the button in with his thumb and began to bellow into the speaker, adopting a plummy and completely bogus British accent. "Hello, blind, cheerio, old fellow. This is Robin Leach, host of Lifestyles of the Rich and Brainless, here to tell you that you have won $6 billion and a new Ford Escort in the Publishers' Clearinghouse sweepstakes." Pigeons took flight above them in soft, startled explosions of wings. Susanna gasped. Her face wore the dismayed expression of a devout woman who has just heard her husband blaspheme in a cathedral. "Eddie, stop it! Stop it!" Eddie couldn't stop it. His mouth was smiling, but his eyes glittered with a mixture of fear, hysteria, and frustrated anger. "You and your monorail girlfriend, Patricia, will spend a luxurious month in scenic Jimtown, where you'll drink only the finest wine and eat only the finest virgins. You Eddie broke off, looking at Susanna. He was at once sure that it had been she who had shushed him, not only because she had already tried, but because she was the only other person here. And yet at the same time he knew it hadn't been Susanna. That had been another voice, the voice of a very young and very frightened child. "Sus, did you—" Susanna was shaking her head and raising her hand at the same time. She pointed at the intercom box, and Eddie saw the button marked Command was glowing a very faint shell pink. It was the same color as the mono sleeping in its berth on the other side of the barrier. "Shh! Don't wake him up," the child's voice mourned. It drifted from the speaker, soft as an evening breeze. "What?" Eddie began. Then he shook his head, reached toward the talk-listen switch, and pressed it gently. When he spoke again, it was not in the blaring Robin Leach bellow, but in the almost whisper of a conspirator. "What are you? Who are you?" He released the button. He and Susanna regarded each other with the big eyes of children who now know they are sharing the house with a dangerous, perhaps psychotic, adult. How have they come by the knowledge? Why, because another child has told them, a child who has lived with the psychotic adult for a long time, hiding in corners and stealing out only when it knows the adult is asleep, a frightened child who happens to be almost invisible. There was no answer. Eddie let the seconds spin out. Each one seemed long enough to read a whole novel in. He was reaching for the button again when the faint pink glow reappeared. "I'm Little Blaine," the child's voice whispered. "The one he doesn't see, the one he forgot, the one he thinks he left behind in the rooms of ruin and the halls of the dead." Eddie pushed the button again with a hand that had picked up an uncontrollable shake. He could hear that shake in his voice as well. "Who is the one who doesn't see? Is it the bear?" No, not the bear, not he. Shardik lay dead in the forest, many miles behind them. The world had moved on, even since then. Eddie suddenly remembered what it had been like to lay his ear against that strange, unfound door in the clearing where the bear had lived its violent half-life, that door with its somehow terrible stripes of yellow and black. It was all of a piece, he realized now, all part of some awful, decaying whole, a tattered web with the dark tower at its center like an incomprehensible stone spider. All of Midworld had become one vast, haunted mansion in these strange latter days. All of Midworld had become the drawers. All of Midworld had become a wasteland, haunting and haunted. He saw Susanna's lips form the words of the real answer before the voice from the intercom could speak them, and those words were as obvious as the solution to a riddle once the answer is spoken. "Big Blaine," the unseen voice whispered. "Big Blaine is the ghost in the machine, the ghost in all the machines." Susanna's hand had gone to her throat and was clutching it as if she intended to strangle herself. Her eyes were full of terror, but they were not glassy, not stunned. They were sharp with understanding. Perhaps she knew a voice like this one from her own Wen, the Wen where the integrated whole that was Susanna had been shunted aside by the warring personalities of Detta and Odetta. The childish voice had surprised her as well as him, but her agonized eyes said she was no stranger to the concept being expressed. Susanna knew all about the madness of duality. "Eddie, we have to go," she said. Her terror turned the words into an unpunctuated auditory smear. He could hear air whistling in her windpipe like a cold wind around a chimney. "Eddie, we have to get away! Eddie, we have to get away! Eddie, too late!" The tiny mourning voice said. "He's awake! Big Blaine is awake! He knows you are here, and he's coming!" Suddenly lights, bright orange arc sodiums, began to flash on in pairs above them, bathing the pillared vastness of the cradle in a harsh glare that banished all shadows. Hundreds of pigeons darted and swooped in frightened, aimless flight, startled from their complex of interlocked nests high above. "Wait!" Eddie shouted. "Please, wait!" In his agitation he forgot to push the button, but it made no difference. Little Blaine responded anyway. "No, I can't let him catch me. I can't let him kill me, too." The light on the intercom box went dark again, but only for a moment. This time both command and enter lit up, and their color was not pink, but the lurid dark red of a blacksmith's forge. "Who are you?" a voice roared, and it came not just from the box, but from every speaker in the city which still operated. The rotting bodies hanging from the poles shivered with the vibrations of that mighty voice. It seemed that even the dead would run from Blaine if they could. Susanna shrank back in her chair, the heels of her hands pressed to her ears, her face long with dismay, her mouth distorted in a silent scream. Eddie felt himself shrinking toward all the fantastic, hallucinatory terrors of 11. Had it been this voice he had feared when he and Henry stood outside the mansion, that he had perhaps even anticipated? He didn't know. But he did know how Jack in that old story must have felt when he realized that he had tried the beanstalk once too often and awakened the giant. "How dare you disturb my sleep? Tell me now, or die where you stand." He might have frozen right there, leaving Blaine, Big Blaine, to do to them whatever it was he had done to Artis, or something even worse. Perhaps should have frozen, locked in that down-the-rabbit-hole fairy-tale terror. It was the memory of the small voice which had spoken first that enabled him to move. It had been the voice of a terrified child, but it had tried to help them, terrified or not. "So now you have to help yourself," he thought. "You woke it up. Deal with it, for Christ's sake." Eddie reached out and pushed the button again. "My name is Eddie Dean. The woman with me is my wife, Susanna. We're, He looked at Susanna, who nodded and made frantic motions for him to go on. "We're on a quest. We seek the Dark Tower, which lies in the path of the beam. We're in the company of two others, Roland of Gilead and Jake of New York. We're from New York, too. If you're—" He paused for a moment, biting back the words Big Blaine. If he used them, he might make the intelligence behind the voice aware that they had heard another voice, a ghost inside the ghost, so to speak. Susanna gestured again for him to go on, using both hands. "If you're Blaine the Mono, well, we want you to take us." He released the button. There was no response for what seemed like a very long time, only the agitated flutter of the disturbed pigeons from overhead. When Blaine spoke again, his voice came only from the speaker box mounted on the gate and sounded almost human. "Do not try my patience. All the doors to that where are closed. Gilead is no more, and those known as gunslingers are all dead. Now answer my question. Who are you? This is your last chance." There was a sizzling sound. A ray of brilliant blue-white light lanced down from the ceiling and seared a hole the size of a golf ball in the marble floor less than 5 feet to the left of Susanna's wheelchair. Smoke that smelled like the aftermath of a lightning bolt rose lazily from it. Susanna and Eddie stared at each other in mute terror for a moment, and then Eddie lunged for the communicator box and thumbed the button. "You're wrong. We did come from New York. We came through the doors on the beach only a few weeks ago." "It's true," Susanna called. "I swear it is." Silence. Beyond the long barrier, Blaine's pink back humped smoothly. The window at the front seemed to regard them like a vapid glass eye. The wiper could have been a lid half-closed in a sly wink. "Prove it," Blaine said at last. "Christ, how do I do that?" Eddie asked Susanna. "I don't know." Eddie pushed the button again. "The Statue of Liberty. Does that ring a bell?" "Go on," Blaine said. Now the voice sounded almost thoughtful. "The Empire State Building, the Stock Exchange, the World Trade Center, Coney Island Red Hots, Radio City Music Hall, the East Village—" Blaine cut him off. And now, incredibly, the voice which came from the speaker was the drawling voice of John Wayne. "Okay, Pilgrim, I believe you." Eddie and Susanna shared another glance, this one of confusion and relief. But when Blaine spoke again, the voice was again cold and emotionless. "Ask me a question, Eddie Dean of New York, and it better be a good one." There was a pause, and then Blaine added, "Because if it's not, you and your woman are going to die, no matter where you came from." Susanna looked from the box on the gate to Eddie. "What's it talking about?" she hissed. Eddie shook his head. "I don't have the slightest idea." 28. To Jake, the room Gasher dragged him into looked like a Minuteman missile silo which had been decorated by the inmates of a lunatic asylum. Part museum, part living room, part hippie crash pad. Above him, empty space vaulted up to a rounded ceiling, and below him it dropped 75 or 100 feet to a similarly rounded base. Running all around the single curved wall in vertical lines were tubes of neon in alternating strokes of color: red, blue, green, yellow, orange, peach, pink. These long tubes came together in roaring rainbow knots at the bottom and top of the silo, if that was what it had been. The room was about 3/4 of the way up the vast capsule-shaped space and floored with rusty iron grillwork. Rugs that looked Turkish — he later learned that such rugs were actually from a barony called Cashman — lay on the grilled floor here and there. Their corners were held down with brass-bound trunks or standing lamps or the squat legs of overstuffed chairs. If not, they would have flapped like strips of paper tied to an electric fan, because a steady warm draft rushed up from below. Another draft, this one issuing from a circular band of ventilators like the ones in the tunnel they had followed here, swirled about 4 or 5 feet above Jake's head. On the far side of the room was a door identical to the one through which he and Gasher had entered, and Jake assumed it was a continuation of the subterranean corridor, following the path of the beam. There were 6 people in the room, 4 men and 2 women. Jake guessed that he was looking at the Gray High Command, if, that was, there were enough Grays left to warrant a High Command. None of them were young, but all were still in the prime of their lives. They looked at Jake as curiously as he looked at them. Sitting in the center of the room, with one massive leg thrown casually over the arm of a chair big enough to be a throne, was a man who looked like a cross between a Viking warrior and a giant from a child's fairy tale. His heavily muscled upper body was naked except for a silver band around one bicep, a knife scabbard looped over one shoulder, and a strange charm about his neck. His lower body was clad in soft, tight-fitting leather breeches which were tucked into high boots. He wore a yellow scarf tied around one of these. His hair, a dirty gray blonde, cascaded almost to the middle of his broad back. His eyes were as green and curious as the eyes of a tomcat who is old enough to be wise, but not old enough to have lost that refined sense of cruelty which passes for fun in feline circles. Hung by its strap from the back of the chair was what looked like a very old machine gun. Jake looked more closely at the ornament on the Viking's chest and saw that it was a coffin-shaped glass box hung on a silver chain. Inside it, a tiny gold clock face marked the time at 5 minutes past 3. Below the face, a tiny gold pendulum went back and forth, and despite the soft whoosh of circulating air from above and below, he could hear the tick-tock sound it made. The hands of the clock were moving faster than they should have done, and Jake was not very surprised to see that they were moving backward. He thought of the crocodile in Peter Pan, the one that was always chasing after Captain Hook, and a little smile touched his lips. Gasher saw it and raised his hand. Jake cringed away, putting his own hands to his face. The tick-tock man shook his finger at Gasher in an amusing schoolmarmish gesture. "Now, no need of that, Gasher," he said. Gasher lowered his hand at once. His face had changed completely. Before, it had alternated between stupid rage and a species of cunning, almost existential humor. Now he only looked servile and adoring. Like the others in the room, and Jake himself, the Gasher man could not look away from Tick-Tock for long. His eyes were drawn inexorably back. And Jake could understand why. The Tick-Tock man was the only person here who seemed wholly vital, wholly healthy, and wholly alive. "If you say there's no need, there ain't," Gasher said. But he favored Jake with a dark look before shifting his eyes back to the blond giant on the throne. "Still, he's very pert, Ticky, very pert, Ticky, very pert indeed, so he is. And if you want my opinion, he'll take a deal of training." "When I want your opinion, I'll ask for it," the Tick-Tock man said. "Now close the door, Gash. Was you born in a barn?" A dark-haired woman laughed shrilly, a sound like the caw of a crow. Tick-Tock flicked his eyes toward her. She quieted at once and cast her eyes down to the grilled floor. The door through which Gasher had dragged him was actually two doors. The arrangement reminded Jake of the way spaceship airlocks looked in the more intelligent science fiction movies. Gasher shut them both and turned to Tick-Tock, giving him a thumbs-up gesture. The Tick-Tock man nodded and reached languidly up to press a button set into a piece of furniture that looked like a speaker's podium. A pump began to cycle wheezily within the wall, and the neon tubes dimmed perceptibly. There was a faint hiss of air, and the valve wheel of the inside door spun shut. Jake supposed the one in the outer door was doing the same. This was some sort of bomb shelter, all right, no doubt of that. When the pump died, the long neon tubes resumed their former muted brilliance. "There," Tick-Tock said pleasantly. His eyes began to look Jake up and down. Jake had a clear and very uncomfortable sense of being expertly catalogued and filed. "All safe and sound, we are. Snug as bugs in a rug, right, Hoots?" "Yar," a tall, skinny man in a black suit replied promptly. His face was covered with some sort of rash, which he scratched obsessively. "I brung him," Gasher said. "I told you could trust me to do it, and didn't I?" "You did," Tick-Tock said. "Bang on. I had some doubts about your ability to remember the password at the end there," but the dark-haired woman uttered another shrill caw. The Tick-Tock man half turned in her direction, that lazy smile dimpling the corners of his mouth, and before Jake was able to grasp what was happening, what had already happened, she was staggering backward, her eyes bulging in surprise and pain, her hands groping at some strange tumor in the middle of her chest, which hadn't been there a second before. Jake realized the Tick-Tock man had made some sort of move as he was turning, a move so quick it had been no more than a flicker. The slim white hilt which had protruded from the scabbard looped over the Tick-Tock man's shoulder was gone. The knife was now on the other side of the room, sticking out of the dark-haired woman's chest. Tick-Tock had drawn and thrown with an uncanny speed Jake wasn't sure even Roland could match. It had been like some malign magic trick. The others watched silently as the woman staggered toward Tick-Tock, gagging harshly, her hands wrapped loosely around the hilt of the knife. Her hip bumped one of the standing lamps, and the one called Hoots darted forward to catch it before it could fall. Tick-Tock himself never moved. He only went on sitting with his leg tossed over the arm of his throne, watching the woman with his lazy smile. Her foot caught beneath one of the rugs, and she tumbled forward. Once more the Tick-Tock man moved with that spooky speed, pulling back the foot which had been dangling over the arm of the chair, and then driving it forward again like a piston. It buried itself in the pit of the dark-haired woman's stomach, and she went flying backward. Blood spewed from her mouth and splattered the furniture. She struck the wall, slid down it, and ended up sitting with her chin on her breastbone. To Jake she looked like a movie Mexican taking a siesta against an adobe wall. It was hard for him to believe she had gone from living to dead with such terrible speed. Neon tubes turned her hair into a haze that was half red and half blue. Her glazing eyes stared at the Tick-Tock man with terminal amazement. "I told her about that laugh," Tick-Tock said. His eyes shifted to the other woman, a heavy-set redhead who looked like a long-haul trucker. "Didn't I, Tilly?" "Aye," Tilly said at once. Her eyes were lustrous with fear and excitement, and she licked her lips obsessively. "So you did, many and many a time. I'll set my watch and ward on it." "So you might if you could reach up your fat ass far enough to find them," Tick-Tock said. "Bring me my knife, Brandon, and mind you wipe that slut stink off it before you put it in my hand." A short, bandy-legged man hopped to do as he had been bidden. The knife wouldn't come free at first. It seemed caught on the unfortunate dark-haired woman's breastbone. Brandon threw a terrified glance over his shoulder at the Tick-Tock man and then tugged harder. Tick-Tock, however, appeared to have forgotten all about both Brandon and the woman who had literally laughed herself to death. His brilliant green eyes had fixed on something which interested him much more than the dead woman. "Come here, Cully," he said. "I want a better look at you." Gasher gave him a shove. Jake stumbled forward. He would have fallen if Tick-Tock's strong hands hadn't caught him by the shoulders. Then, when he was sure Jake had his balance again, Tick-Tock grasped the boy's left wrist and raised it. It was Jake's Seiko, which had drawn his interest. "If this here's what I think it is, it's an omen for sure and true," Tick-Tock said. "Talk to me, boy. What's this sigil you wear?" Jake, who hadn't the slightest idea what a sigil was, could only hope for the best. "It's a watch, but it doesn't work, Mr. Tick-Tock." Hoots chuckled at that, then clapped both hands over his mouth when the Tick-Tock man turned to look at him. After a moment, Tick-Tock looked back at Jake, and a sunny smile replaced the frown. Looking at that smile almost made you forget that it was a dead woman and not a movie Mexican taking a siesta over there against the wall. Looking at it almost made you forget that these people were crazy, and the Tick-Tock man was likely the craziest inmate in the whole asylum. "Watch," Tick-Tock said, nodding. "Aye, a likely enough name for such. After all, what does a person want with a timepiece but to watch it once in a while? Brandon, Tilly, Gasher?" They responded with eager affirmatives. The Tick-Tock man favored them with his winning smile, then turned back to Jake again. Now Jake noticed that the smile, winning or not, stopped well short of the Tick-Tock man's green eyes. They were as they had been throughout, cool, cruel, and curious. He reached a finger toward the Seiko, which now proclaimed the time to be 91 minutes past 7, a.m. and p.m., and pulled it back just before touching the glass above the liquid crystal display. "Tell me, dear boy, is this watch of yours booby-rigged?" "Huh? Oh, no, it's not booby-rigged." Jake touched his own finger to the face of the watch. "That means nothing if it's set to the frequency of your own body," the Tick-Tock man said. He spoke in the sharp, scornful tone Jake's father used when he didn't want people to figure out that he didn't have the slightest idea what he was talking about. Tick-Tock glanced briefly at Brandon, and Jake saw him weigh the pros and cons of making the bow-legged man his designated toucher. Then he dismissed the notion and looked back into Jake's eyes. "If this thing gives me a shock, my little friend, you're going to be choking to death on your own sweetmeats in 30 seconds." Jake swallowed hard, but said nothing. The Tick-Tock man reached out his finger again, and this time allowed it to settle on the face of the Seiko. The moment that it did, all the numbers went to zeros and then began to count upward again. Tick-Tock's eyes had narrowed in a grimace of potential pain as he touched the face of the watch. Now their corners crinkled in the first genuine smile Jake had seen from him. He thought it was partly pleasure at his own courage, but mostly simple wonder and interest. "May I have it?" he asked Jake silkily, "as a gesture of your goodwill, shall we say? I am something of a clock fancier, my dear young collie, so I am." "Be my guest." Jake stripped the watch off his arm at once and dropped it onto the Tick-Tock man's large, waiting palm. "Talks just like a little silk-Irish gentleman, don't he?" Gasher said happily.
In old days, someone would have paid a very high price for the return of such as him, Ticky. Ah, so they would. Why, my father, your father, died so blowed out rotten with the mandress that not even the dogs would eat him, the Tick-Tock man interrupted. Now shut up, you idiot. At first Gasher looked furious, and then only abashed. He sank into a nearby chair and closed his mouth. Tick-Tock, meanwhile, was examining the Seiko's expansion band with an expression of awe. He pulled it wide, let it snap back, pulled it wide again, let it snap back again. He dropped a lock of his hair into the open links, then laughed when they closed on it. At last he slipped the watch over his hand and pushed it halfway up his forearm. Jake thought this souvenir of New York looked very strange there, but said nothing. "Wonderful!" Tick-Tock exclaimed. "Where did you get it, Cully?" "It was a birthday present for my father and mother," Jake said. Gasher leaned forward at this, perhaps wanting to mention the idea of ransom again. If so, the intent look on the Tick-Tock man's face changed his mind, and he sat back without saying anything. "Was it?" Tick-Tock marveled, raising his eyebrows. He had discovered the small button which lit the face of the watch and kept pushing it, watching the light go off and on. Then he looked back at Jake, and his eyes were narrowed to bright green slits again. "Tell me something, Cully. Does this run on a dipolar or unipolar circuit?" "Neither one," Jake said, not knowing that his failure to say he did not know what either of these terms meant was buying him a great deal of future trouble. "It runs on a nickel-cadmium battery. At least, I'm pretty sure it does. I've never had to replace it, and I lost the instruction folder a long time ago." The Tick-Tock man looked at him for a long time without speaking, and Jake realized with dismay that the blond man was trying to decide if Jake had been making fun of him. If he decided Jake had been making fun, Jake had an idea that the abuse he had suffered on the way here would seem like tickling compared to what the Tick-Tock man might do. He suddenly wanted to divert Tick-Tock's train of thought, wanted that more than anything in the world. He said the first thing he thought might turn the trick. "He was your grandfather, wasn't he?" The Tick-Tock man raised his brows interrogatively. His hands returned to Jake's shoulders, and although his grip was not tight, Jake could feel the phenomenal strength there. If Tick-Tock chose to tighten his grip and pull sharply forward, he would snap Jake's collarbones like pencils. If he shoved, he would probably break his back. "Who was my grandfather, Cully?" Jake's eyes once more took in the Tick-Tock man's massive, nobly shaped head and broad shoulders. He remembered what Susanna had said. Look at the size of him, Roland. They must have had to grease him to get him into the cockpit. "The man in the airplane, David Quick." The Tick-Tock man's eyes widened in surprise and amazement. Then he threw back his head and roared out a gust of laughter that echoed off the domed ceiling high above. The others smiled nervously. None, however, dared to laugh right out loud, not after what had happened to the woman with the dark hair. "Whoever you are, and wherever you come from, boy, you're the triggest cove old Tick-Tock's run into for many a year. Quick was my great-grandfather, not my grandfather, but you're close enough. Wouldn't you say so, Gasher, my dear?" "Aye," Gasher said. "He's trig right enough. I could have told you that, but we're pert all the same." "Yes," the Tick-Tock man said thoughtfully. His hands tightened on the boy's shoulders and drew Jake closer to that smiling, handsome, lunatic face. "I can see he's pert. It's in his eyes. But we'll take care of that, won't we, Gasher?" "It's not Gasher he's talking to," Jake thought. "It's me. He thinks he's hypnotizing me. And maybe he is." "Aye," Gasher breathed. Jake felt he was drowning in those wide green eyes. Although the Tick-Tock man's grip was still not really tight, he couldn't get enough breath into his lungs. He summoned all of his own force in an effort to break the blond man's hold over him, and again spoke the first words which came to mind. "So fell Lord Perth, and the countryside did shake with that thunder." It acted upon Tick-Tock like a hard, open-handed blow to the face. He recoiled, green eyes narrowing, his grip on Jake's shoulders tightening painfully. "What do you say? Where did you hear that?" "A little bird told me."
Jake replied with calculated insolence, and the next instant he was flying across the room. If he had struck the curved wall head first, he would have been knocked cold or killed. As it happened, he struck on one hip, rebounded, and landed in a heap on the iron grillwork. He shook his head groggily, looked around, and found himself face to face with the woman who was not taking a siesta. He uttered a shocked cry and crawled away on his hands and knees. Hoots kicked him in the chest, flipping him onto his back. Jake lay there, gasping, looking up at the knot of rainbow colors where the neon tubes came together. A moment later, Tick-Tock's face filled his field of vision. The man's lips were pressed together in a hard, straight line, his cheeks flared with color, and there was fear in his eyes. The coffin-shaped glass ornament he wore around his neck dangled directly in front of Jake's eyes, swinging gently back and forth on its silver chain, as if imitating the pendulum of the tiny grandfather clock inside. "Gasher's right," he said. He gathered a handful of Jake's shirt into one fist and pulled him up. "You're pert. But you don't want to be pert with me, Cully. You don't ever want to be pert with me. Have you heard of people with short fuses? Well, I have no fuse at all, and there's a good 1,000 could testify to it if I hadn't stilled their tongues for good. If you ever speak to me of Lord Perth again, ever, I'll tear off the top of your skull and eat your brains. I'll have none of that bad luck story in the cradle of the Greys. Do you understand me?" He shook Jake back and forth like a rag, and the boy burst into tears. "Do you?" "Yes." "Good." He set Jake upon his feet, where he swayed woozily back and forth, wiping at his streaming eyes and leaving smudges of dirt on his cheeks so dark they looked like mascara. "Now, my little cull, we're going to have a question-and-answer session here. I'll ask the questions and you'll give the answers. Do you understand?" Jake didn't reply. He was looking at a panel of the ventilator grill which circled the chamber. The Tick-Tock man grabbed his nose between two of his fingers and squeezed it viciously. "Do you understand me?" "Yes," Jake cried. His eyes, now watering with pain as well as terror, returned to Tick-Tock's face. He wanted to look back at the ventilator grill, wanted desperately to verify that what he had seen there was not simply a trick of his frightened, overloaded mind, but he didn't dare. He was afraid someone else, Tick-Tock himself, most likely, would follow his gaze and see what he had seen. "Good." Tick-Tock pulled Jake back over to the chair by his nose, sat down, and cocked his leg over the arm again. "Let's have a nice little chin, then. We'll begin with your name, shall we? Just what might that be, Cully?" "Jake Chambers." With his nose pinched shut, his voice sounded nasal and foggy. "And are you a Nazi, Jake Chambers?" For a moment, Jake wondered if this was a peculiar way of asking him if he was blind, but of course they could all see he wasn't. "I don't understand what—" Tick-Tock shook him back and forth by the nose. Nazi. You just want to stop playing with me, boy." "I don't understand—" Jake began, and then he looked at the old machine gun hanging from the chair and thought once more of the crashed Focke-Wulf. The pieces fell together in his mind. "No, I'm not a Nazi. I'm an American. All that ended long before I was born." The Tick-Tock man released his hold on Jake's nose, which immediately began to gush blood. "You could have told me that in the first place and saved yourself all sorts of pain, Jake Chambers. But at least now you understand how we do things around here, don't you?" Jake nodded. "Aye, well enough. We'll start with the simple questions." Jake's eyes drifted back to the ventilator grill. What he had seen before was still there. It hadn't been just his imagination. Two gold-ringed eyes floated in the dark behind the chrome louvers. "Oi!" Tick-Tock slapped his face, knocking him back into Gasher, who immediately pushed him forward again. "It's school time, dear heart," Gasher whispered. "Mind your lessons now. Mind 'em very sharp." "Look at me when I'm talking to you," Tick-Tock said. "I'll have some respect, Jake Chambers, or I'll have your balls." "All right." Tick-Tock's green eyes gleamed dangerously. "All right what?" Jake groped for the right answer, pushing away the tangle of questions and the sudden hope which had dawned in his mind, and what came was what would have served at his own cradle of the pubes, otherwise known as the Piper School. "All right, sir." Tick-Tock smiled. "That's a start, boy," he said, and leaned forward, forearms on his thighs. "Now, what's an American?" Jake began to talk, trying with all his might not to look toward the ventilator grill as he did so. "29. Roland holstered his gun, laid both hands on the valve wheel, and tried to turn it. It wouldn't budge. That didn't much surprise him, but it presented serious problems. Oy stood by his left boot, looking up anxiously, waiting for Roland to open the door so they could continue the journey to Jake. The gunslinger only wished it was that easy. It wouldn't do to simply stand out here and wait for someone to leave. It might be hours or even days before one of the Greys decided to use this particular exit again. Gasher and his friends might take it into their heads to flay Jake alive while the gunslinger was waiting for it to happen. He leaned his head against the steel but heard nothing. That didn't surprise him either. He had seen doors like this a long time ago. You couldn't shoot out the locks, and you certainly couldn't hear through them. There might be one, there might be two, facing each other, with some dead air space in between. Somewhere, though, there would be a button which would spin the wheel in the middle of the door and release the locks. If Jake could reach that button, all might still be well. Roland understood that he was not a full member of this quartet. He guessed that even Oy was more fully aware than he of the secret life which existed at its heart. He very much doubted that the bumbler had tracked Jake with his nose alone through those tunnels where water ran in polluted streamlets. Nevertheless, he had been able to help Jake when the boy had been trying to cross from his world to this one. He had been able to see, and when Jake had been trying to regain the key he had dropped, he had been able to send a message. He had to be very careful about sending messages this time. At best, the Greys would realize something was up. At worst, Jake might misinterpret what Roland tried to tell him and do something foolish. But if he could see... Roland closed his eyes and bent all his concentration toward Jake. He thought of the boy's eyes and sent his ka out to find them. At first there was nothing, but at last an image began to form. It was a face framed by long gray-blonde hair. Green eyes gleamed in deep sockets like fire dims in a cave. Roland quickly understood that this was the Tick-Tock man, and that he was a descendant of the man who had died in the air carriage. Interesting, but of no practical value in this situation. He tried to look beyond the Tick-Tock man, to see the rest of the room in which Jake was being held, and the people in it. "Jake!" Oy whispered, as if reminding Roland that this was neither the time nor the place to take a nap. "Shh," the gunslinger said, not opening his eyes. But it was no good. He caught only blurs, probably because Jake's concentration was focused so tightly on the Tick-Tock man. Everyone and everything else was little more than a series of gray-shrouded shapes on the edges of Jake's perception. Roland opened his eyes again and pounded his left fist lightly into the open palm of his right hand. He had an idea that he could push harder and see more, but that might make the boy aware of his presence. That would be dangerous. Gasher might smell a rat, and if he didn't, the Tick-Tock man would. He looked up at the narrow ventilator grills, then down at Oy. He had wondered several times just how smart he was. Now it looked as though he was going to find out. Roland reached up with his good left hand, slipped his fingers between the horizontal slats of the ventilator grill closest to the hatchway through which Jake had been taken, and pulled. The grill popped out in a shower of rust and dried moss. The hole behind it was far too small for a man, but not for a billy bumbler. He put the grill down, picked Oy up, and spoke softly into his ear. "Go. See. Come back. Do you understand? Don't let them see you. Just go and see, and come back." Oy gazed up into his face, saying nothing, not even Jake's name. Roland had no idea if he had understood or not, but wasting time in ponderation would not help matters. He placed Oy in the ventilator shaft. The bumbler sniffed at the crumbles of dried moss, sneezed delicately, then only crouched there with the draught rippling through his long, silky fur, looking doubtfully at Roland with his strange eyes. "Go and see and come back," Roland repeated in a whisper, and Oy disappeared into the shadows, walking silently, claws retracted on the pads of his paws. Roland drew his gun again and did the hardest thing. He waited. Oy returned less than 3 minutes later. Roland lifted him out of the shaft and put him on the floor. Oy looked up at him with his long neck extended. "How many, Oy?" Roland asked. "How many did you see?" For a long moment he thought the bumbler wouldn't do anything except go on staring in his anxious way. Then he lifted his right paw tentatively in the air, extended the claws, and looked at it, as if trying to remember something very difficult. At last he began to tap on the steel floor. 1, 2, 3, 4... A pause. Then 2 more, quick and delicate, the extended claws clicking lightly on the steel. 5, 6. Oy paused a second time, head down, looking like a child lost in the throes of some titanic mental struggle. Then he tapped his claws one final time on the steel, looking up at Roland as he did it. "Wake!" 6 grays and Jake. Roland picked Oy up and stroked him. "Good," he murmured into Oy's ear. In truth, he was almost overwhelmed with surprise and gratitude. He had hoped for something, but this careful response was amazing, and he had few doubts about the accuracy of the count. "Good boy." "Oy! Ake?" Yes, Jake. Jake was the problem. Jake to whom he had made a promise he intended to keep. The gunslinger thought deeply in his strange fashion, that combination of dry pragmatism and wild intuition which had probably come from his strange grandmother, Deirdre the Mad, and had kept him alive all these years, after his old companions had passed. Now he was depending on it to keep Jake alive, too. He picked Oy up again, knowing Jake might live, but the bumbler was almost certainly going to die. He whispered several simple words into Oy's cocked ear, repeating them over and over. At last he ceased speaking and returned him to the ventilator shaft. "Good boy," he whispered. "Go on now. Get it done. My heart goes with you." "Oy, heart, ache," the bumbler whispered, and then scurried off into the darkness again. Roland waited for all hell to break loose. 30. Ask me a question, Eddie Dean of New York, and it better be a good one. If it's not, you and your woman are going to die no matter where you came from. And, dear God, how did you respond to something like that? The dark red light had gone out. Now the pink one reappeared. "Hurry!" the faint voice of little Blaine urged them. "He's worse than ever before. Hurry or he'll kill you." Eddie was vaguely aware that flocks of disturbed pigeons were still swooping aimlessly through the cradle, and that some of them had smashed headfirst into the pillars and dropped dead on the floor. "What does it want?" Susanna hissed at the speaker and the voice of little Blaine somewhere behind it. "For God's sake, what does it want?" No reply, and Eddie could feel any period of grace they might have started with slipping away. He thumbed the talk-listen and spoke with frantic vivacity as the sweat trickled down his cheeks and neck. "Ask me a question. So, Blaine, what have you been up to these last few years? I guess you haven't been doing the old southeast run, huh? Any reason why not? Haven't been feeling up to snuff?" No sound but the rustle and flap of the pigeons. In his mind he saw Artis trying to scream as his cheeks melted and his tongue caught fire. He felt the hair on the nape of his neck stirring and clumping together. Fear or gathering electricity? Hurry, he's worse than ever before. "Who built you, anyway?" Eddie asked frantically, thinking if I only knew what the fucking thing wanted. "Want to talk about that? Was it the Greys?" "Nah,
Probably the great old ones, right? Or—" He trailed off. Now he could feel Blaine's silence as a physical weight on his skin, like fleshy, groping hands. "What do you want?" he shouted. "Just what in hell do you want to hear?" No answer, but the buttons on the box were glowing an angry dark red again, and Eddie knew their time was almost up. He could hear a low buzzing sound nearby, a sound like an electrical generator, and he didn't believe that sound was just his imagination, no matter how much he wanted to think so. "Blaine!" Susanna shouted suddenly. "Blaine, do you hear me?" No answer, and Eddie felt the air was filling up with electricity, as a bowl under a tap fills up with water. He could feel it crackling bitterly in his nose with every breath he took, could feel his fillings buzzing like angry insects. "Blaine, I've got a question, and it is a pretty good one. Listen." She closed her eyes for a moment, fingers rubbing frantically at her temples, and then opened her eyes again. "There is a thing that nothing is, and yet it has a name. 'Tis sometimes tall and sometimes short—" She broke off and stared at Eddie with wide, agonized eyes. "Help me, I can't remember how the rest of it goes." Eddie only stared at her as if she had gone mad. What in the name of God was she talking about? Then it came to him, and it made a weirdly perfect sense, and the rest of the riddle clicked into his mind as neatly as the last two pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. He swung toward the speaker again. "It joins our talks, it joins our sport, and plays at every game. What is it? That's our question, Blaine. What is it?" The red light illuminating the command and enter buttons below the diamond of numbers blinked out. There was an endless moment of silence before Blaine spoke again. But Eddie was aware that the feeling of electricity crawling all over his skin was diminishing. "A shadow, of course," the voice of Blaine responded. "An easy one, but not bad. Not bad at all." The voice coming out of the speaker was animated by a thoughtful quality, and something else as well. Pleasure? Longing? Eddie couldn't quite decide. But he did know there was something in that voice that reminded him of little Blaine. He knew something else as well. Susanna had saved their bacon, at least for the time being. He bent down and kissed her cold, sweaty brow. "Do you know any more riddles?" Blaine asked. "Yes, lots," Susanna said at once. "Our companion Jake has a whole book of them." "From the New York place of where?" Blaine asked, and now the tone of his voice was perfectly clear, at least to Eddie. Blaine might be a machine, but Eddie had been a heroin junkie for 6 years, and he knew stone greed when he heard it. "From New York, right," he said. "But Jake has been taken prisoner. A man named Gasher took him." No answer, and then the buttons glowed that faint rosy pink again. "Good so far," the voice of little Blaine whispered, "but you must be careful. He's tricky." The red lights reappeared at once. "Did one of you speak?" Blaine's voice was cold, and Eddie could have sworn it was so suspicious. He looked at Susanna. Susanna looked back with the wide, frightened eyes of a little girl who has heard something unnameable moving slyly beneath the bed. "I cleared my throat, Blaine," Eddie said. He swallowed, and armed sweat from his forehead. Shit, tell the truth and shame the devil. I'm scared to death." "That is very wise of you. These riddles of which you speak, are they stupid? I won't have my patience tried with stupid riddles." "Most are smart," Susanna said, but she looked anxiously at Eddie as she said it. "You lie. You don't know the quality of these riddles at all." "How can you say—" "Voice analysis, frictive patterns, and diphthong stress emphasis provide a reliable quotient of truth-untruth. Predictive reliability is 97% plus or minus 0.5%. The voice fell silent for a moment, and when it spoke again it did so in a menacing drawl that Eddie found very familiar. It was the voice of Humphrey Bogart. "I suggest you stick to what you know, sweetheart. The last guy that tried shading the truth with me wound up at the bottom of the Send in a pair of cement cowboy boots." "Christ," Eddie said. "We walked 400 miles or so to meet the computer version of Rich Little. How can you imitate guys like John Wayne and Humphrey Bogart, Blaine, guys from our world?" "Nothing."
Okay, you don't want to answer that one. How about this one? If a riddle was what you wanted, why didn't you just say so? Again, there was no answer, but Eddie discovered that he didn't really need one. Blaine liked riddles, so he had asked them one. Susanna had solved it. Eddie guessed that if she had failed to do so, the two of them would now look like a couple of giant economy-sized charcoal briquettes lying on the floor of the cradle of Lud. "Blaine?" Susanna asked uneasily. There was no answer. "Blaine, are you still there?" "Yes. Tell me another one." "When is a door not a door?" Eddie asked. "When it's ajar. You'll have to do better than that if you really expect me to take you somewhere. Can you do better than that?" "If Roland gets here, I'm sure we can," Susanna said. "Regardless of how good the riddles in Jake's book may be, Roland knows hundreds. He actually studied them as a child." Having said this, she realized she could not conceive of Roland as a child. "Will you take us, Blaine?" "I might," Blaine said, and Eddie was quite sure he heard a dim thread of cruelty running through that voice. "But you'll have to prime the pump to get me going, and my pump primes backward." "Meaning what?" Eddie asked, looking through the bars at the smooth pink line of Blaine's back. But Blaine did not reply to this or any of the other questions they asked. The bright orange lights stayed on, but both Big Blaine and Little Blaine seemed to have gone into hibernation. Eddie, however, knew better. Blaine was awake. Blaine was watching them. Blaine was listening to their frictive patterns and diphthong stress emphasis. He looked at Susanna. "You'll have to prime the pump, but my pump primes backward," he said bleakly. "It's a riddle, isn't it?" "Yes, of course." She looked at the triangular window, so like a half-lidded, mocking eye, and then pulled him close so she could whisper in his ear. "It's totally insane, Eddie. Schizophrenic, paranoid, probably delusional as well." "Tell me about it," he breathed back. "What we've got here is a lunatic genius ghost in the computer monorail that likes riddles and goes faster than the speed of sound. Welcome to the fantasy version of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest." "Do you have any idea what the answer is?" Eddie shook his head. "You?" "A little tickle way back in my mind. False light, probably. I keep thinking about what Roland said. A good riddle is always sensible and always solvable. It's like a magician's trick." "Misdirection." She nodded. "Go fire another shot, Eddie. Let 'em know we're still here." "Yeah. Now, if we could only be sure that they're still there." "Do you think they are, Eddie?" Eddie had started away, and he spoke without stopping or looking back. "I don't know. That's a riddle not even Blaine could answer." 31. "Could I have something to drink?" Jake asked. His voice came out sounding furry and nasal. Both his mouth and the tissues in his abused nose were swelling up. He looked like someone who has gotten the worst of it in a nasty street fight. "Oh, yes," Tick-Tock replied judiciously. "You could. I'd say you certainly could. We have lots to drink, don't we, Copperhead?" "Aye," said a tall, bespectacled man in a white silk shirt and a pair of black silk trousers. He looked like a college professor in a turn-of-the-century Punch cartoon. "No shortage of potables here." The Tick-Tock man, once more seated at ease in his throne-like chair, looked humorously at Jake. "We have wine, beer, ale, and, of course, good old water. Sometimes that's all a body wants, isn't it? Cool, clear, sparkling water. How does that sound, Cully?" Jake's throat, which was also swollen and as dry as sandpaper, prickled painfully. "Sounds good," he whispered. "It's woke my thirsty up, I know that," Tick-Tock said. His lips spread in a smile, his green eyes sparkled. "Bring me a dipper of water, Tilly. I'll be damned if I know what's happened to my manners." Tilly stepped through the hatchway on the far side of the room. It was opposite the one through which Jake and Gasher had entered. Jake watched her go and licked his swollen lips. "Now," Tick-Tock said, returning his gaze to Jake, "you say the American city you came from, this New York, is much like Lud." "Well, not exactly." "But you do recognize some of the machinery," Tick-Tock pressed. "Valves and pumps and such, not to mention the fire dam tubes." "Yes. We call it neon, but it's the same." Tick-Tock reached out toward him. Jake cringed, but Tick-Tock only patted him on the shoulder. Yes, close enough. His eyes gleamed. And you've heard of computers? Sure. But Tilly returned with the dipper and timidly approached the Tick-Tock man's throne. He took it and held it out to Jake. When Jake reached for it, Tick-Tock pulled it back and drank himself. As Jake watched the water trickle from Tick-Tock's mouth and roll down his naked chest, he began to shake. He couldn't help it. The Tick-Tock man looked over the dipper at him as if just remembering that Jake was still there. Behind him, Gasher, Copperhead, Brandon, and Hoots were grinning like schoolyard kids who have just heard an amusing, dirty joke. "Why, I got thinking about how thirsty I was and forgot all about you," Tick-Tock cried. "That's mean as hell, God's damn my eyes. But of course it looked so good. And it is good. Cold, clear." He held the dipper out to Jake. When Jake reached for it, Tick-Tock pulled it back. "First, Kelly, tell me what you know about dipolar computers and transitive circuits," he said coldly. "What?" Jake looked toward the ventilator grill, but the golden eyes were still gone. He was beginning to think he had imagined them after all. He shifted his gaze back to the Tick-Tock man, understanding one thing clearly. He wasn't going to get any water. He had been stupid to even dream he might. "What are dipolar computers?" The Tick-Tock man's face contorted with rage. He threw the remainder of the water into Jake's bruised, puffy face. "Don't you play it light with me!" he shrieked. He stripped off the Seiko watch and shook it in front of Jake. "When I asked you if this ran on a dipolar circuit, you said it didn't, so don't tell me you don't know what I'm talking about when you already made it clear that you do!" But... Jake couldn't go on. His head was whirling with fear and confusion. He was aware, in some far-off fashion, that he was licking as much water as he could off his lips. "There's 1,000 of those ever-fucking dipolar computers right under the ever-fucking city, maybe 100,000, and the only one that still works don't do a thing except play Watch Me and run those drums. I want those computers. I want them working for me." The Tick-Tock man bolted forward on his throne, seized Jake, shook him back and forth, and then threw him to the floor. Jake struck one of the lamps, knocking it over, and the bulb blew with a hollow, coughing sound. Tilly gave a little shriek and stepped backward, her eyes wide and frightened. Copperhead and Brandon looked at each other uneasily. Tick-Tock leaned forward, elbows on his thighs, and screamed into Jake's face, "I want 'em and I mean to have 'em!" Silence fell in the room, broken only by the soft whoosh of warm air pouring from the ventilators. Then the twisted rage on the Tick-Tock man's face disappeared so suddenly it might never have existed at all. It was replaced by another charming smile. He leaned further forward and helped Jake to his feet. "Sorry. I get thinking about the potential of this place, and sometimes I get carried away. Please accept my apology, Cully." He picked up the overturned dipper and threw it at Tilly. "Fill this up, you useless bitch. What's the matter with you?" He turned his attention back to Jake, still smiling his TV game show host smile. "All right. You've had your little joke, and I've had mine. Now tell me everything you know about dipolar computers and transitive circuits, then you can have a drink." Jake opened his mouth to say something, he had no idea what, and then, incredibly, Roland's voice was in his mind, filling it. "Distract them, Jake, and if there's a button that opens the door, get close to it." The Tick-Tock man was watching him closely. "Something just came into your mind, didn't it, Cully? I always know, so don't keep it a secret. Tell your old friend Ticky." Jake caught movement in the corner of his eye. Although he did not dare glance up at the ventilator panel, not with all the Tick-Tock man's notice bent upon him, he knew that Oy was back, peering down through the louvers. Distract them. And suddenly Jake knew just how to do that. "I did think of something," he said, "but it wasn't about computers. It was about my old pal Gasher and his old pal Hoots." "Here, here," Gasher cried. "What are you talking about, boy?" "Why don't you tell Tick-Tock who really gave you the password, Gasher? Then I can tell Tick-Tock where you keep it." The Tick-Tock man's puzzled gaze shifted from Jake to Gasher. "What's he talking about?" "Nothing," Gasher said, but he could not forbear a quick glance at Hoots. "He's just running his gob, trying to get off the hot seat by putting me on it, Ticky. I told you he was pert. Didn't I say take a look in his scarf, why don't you?" Jake asked. "He's got a scrap of paper with the word written on it. I had to read it to him because he couldn't even do that." There was no sudden rage on Tick-Tock's part this time. His face darkened gradually instead, like a summer sky before a terrible thunderstorm. "Let me see your scarf, Gasher," he said in a soft, thick voice. "Let your old pal sneak a peek." "He's lying, I tell you!" Gasher cried, putting his hands on his scarf and taking 2 steps backward toward the wall. Directly above him, Oi's gold-ringed eyes gleamed. "All you got to do is look in his face to see the lines what a pert little cut like him does best." The Tick-Tock man shifted his gaze to Hoots, who looked sick with fear. "What about it?" Tick-Tock asked in his soft, terrible voice. "What about it, Hooter man? I know you and Gasher was butt buddies of old, and I know you've the brains of a hung goose, but surely not even you could be stupid enough to write down a password to the inner chamber. Could you? Could you?" I only thought," Hoots began. "Shut up!" Gasher shouted. He shot Jake a look of pure, sick hate. "I'll kill you for this, dearie. See if I don't." "Take off your scarf, Gasher," the Tick-Tock man said. "I want to look inside it." Jake sidled a step closer to the podium with the buttons on it. "No!" Gasher's hands returned to the scarf and pressed against it as if it might fly away of its own accord. "Be damned if I will!" "Brandon, grab him," Tick-Tock said. Brandon lunged for Gasher. Gasher's move wasn't as quick as Tick-Tock's had been, but it was quick enough. He bent, yanked a knife from the top of his boot, and buried it in Brandon's arm. "Oh, you bastard!" Brandon shouted in surprise and pain as blood began to pour out of his arm. "Look at what you did!" Tilly screamed. "Do I have to do everything around here myself?" Tick-Tock shouted, more exasperated than angry, it seemed, and rose to his feet. Gasher retreated from him, weaving the bloody knife back and forth in front of his face in mystic patterns. He kept his other hand planted firmly on top of his head. "Draw back," he panted. "I love you like a brother, Ticky, but if you don't draw back, I'll hide this blade in your guts, so I will." "You? Not likely," the Tick-Tock man said with a laugh. He removed his own knife from its scabbard and held it delicately by the bone hilt. All eyes were on the 2 of them. Jake took 2 quick steps to the podium with its little cluster of buttons and reached for the one he thought the Tick-Tock man had pushed. Gasher was backing along the curved wall, the tubes of light painting his mandrus-riddled face in a succession of sick colors, bile green, fever red, jaundice yellow. Now it was the Tick-Tock man standing below the ventilator grill where Oi was watching. "Put it down, Gasher," Tick-Tock said in a reasonable tone of voice. "You brought the boy as I asked. If anyone else gets pricked over this, it'll be Hoots, not you. Just show me." Jake saw Oi crouching to spring and understood 2 things, what the bumbler meant to do and who had put him up to it. "Oi, no!" he screamed. All of them turned to look at him. At that moment Oi leaped, hitting the flimsy ventilator grill and knocking it free. The Tick-Tock man wheeled toward the sound, and Oi fell onto his upturned face, biting and slashing. 32. Roland heard it faintly, even through the twin doors. "Oi, no!" and his heart sank. He waited for the valve wheel to turn, but it did not. He closed his eyes and sent with all his might. "The door, Jake! Open the door!" He sensed no response, and the pictures were gone. His communication line with Jake, flimsy to begin with, had now been severed. 33. The Tick-Tock man blundered backward, cursing and screaming and grabbing at the writhing, biting, digging thing on his face. He felt Oi's claws punch into his left eye, popping it, and a horrible red pain sank into his head like a flaming torch thrown down a deep well. At that point, rage overwhelmed pain. He seized Oi, tore him off his face, and held him over his head, meaning to twist him like a rag. "No!" Jake wailed. He forgot about the button which unlocked the doors and seized the gun hanging from the back of the chair. Tilly shrieked. The others scattered. Jake leveled the old German machine gun at the Tick-Tock man. Oi, upside down in those huge, strong hands, and bent almost to the snapping point, writhed madly and slashed his teeth into the air. He shrieked in agony, a horribly human sound. "Leave him alone, you bastard!" Jake screamed and pressed the trigger. He had enough presence of mind left to aim low. The roar of the Schmeiser 40 was ear-splitting in the enclosed space, although it fired only 5 or 6 rounds. One of the lighted tubes popped in a burst of cold orange fire. A hole appeared an inch above the left knee of the Tic-Toc man's tight-fitting trousers, and a dark red stain began to spread at once. Tic-Toc's mouth opened in a shocked O of surprise, an expression which said more clearly than words could have done that for all his intelligence Tic-Toc had expected to live a long, happy life where he shot people but was never shot himself. Shot at, perhaps, but actually hit? That surprised expression said that just wasn't supposed to be in the cards. "Welcome to the real world, you fuck," Jake thought. Tic-Toc dropped Oi to the iron grillwork floor to grab at his wounded leg. Copperhead lunged at Jake, got an arm around his throat, and then Oi was on him, barking shrilly and chewing at Copperhead's ankle through the black silk pants. Copperhead screamed and danced away, shaking Oi back and forth at the end of his leg. Oi clung like a limpet. Jake turned to see the Tic-Toc man crawling toward him. He had retrieved his knife, and the blade was now clamped between his teeth. "Goodbye, Ticky," Jake said, and pressed the Schmeiser's trigger again. Nothing happened. Jake didn't know if it was empty or jammed, and this was hardly the time to speculate. He took 2 steps backward before finding further retreat blocked by the big chair which had served the Tic-Toc man as a throne. Before he could slip around, putting the chair between them, Tic-Toc had grabbed his ankle. His other hand went to the hilt of his knife. The ruins of his left eye lay on his cheek like a glob of mint jelly. The right eye glared up at Jake with insane hatred. Jake tried to pull away from the clutching hand and went sprawling on the Tic-Toc man's throne. His eye fell on a pocket which had been sewn into the right-hand armrest. Jutting from the elasticized top was the cracked pearl handle of a revolver. "Oh, golly, how you'll suffer," the Tic-Toc man whispered ecstatically. The O of surprise had been replaced by a wide, trembling grin. "Oh, how you'll suffer, and how happy I'll be to—" "What?" The grin slackened, and the surprised O began to reappear as Jake pointed the cheesy, nickel-plated revolver at him and thumbed back the hammer. The grip on Jake's ankle tightened until it seemed to him that the bones there must snap. "You dasn't!" Tic-Toc said in a screamy whisper. "Yes, I do," Jake said grimly, and pulled the trigger of the Tic-Toc man's run-out gun. There was a flat crack, much less dramatic than the Schmeiser's Teutonic roar. A small black hole appeared high up on the right side of Tic-Toc's forehead. The Tic-Toc man went on staring up at Jake, disbelief in his remaining eye. Jake tried to make himself shoot him again and couldn't do it. Suddenly a flap of the Tic-Toc man's scalp peeled away like old wallpaper and dropped on his right cheek. Roland would have known what this meant. Jake, however, was now almost beyond coherent thought. A dark, panicky horror was spinning across his mind like a tornado funnel. He cringed back in the big chair as the hand on his ankle fell away and the Tic-Toc man collapsed forward on his face. The door! He had to open the door and let the gunslinger in. Focusing on that and nothing but, Jake let the pearl-handled revolver clatter to the iron grating and pushed himself out of the chair. He was reaching again for the button he thought he had seen Tic-Toc push when a pair of hands settled around his throat and dragged him backward, away from the podium. "I said I'd kill you for it, my nasty little pal," a voice whispered in his ear, "and the gasher man always keeps his promises." Jake flailed behind him with both hands and found nothing but thin air. Gasher's fingers sank into his throat, choking relentlessly. The world started to turn gray in front of his eyes. Gray quickly deepened to purple, and purple to black. 34. A pump started up, and the valve wheel in the center of the hatch spun rapidly. "Gods be thanked," Roland thought. He seized the wheel with his right hand almost before it had stopped moving and yanked it open. The other door was ajar. From beyond it came the sounds of men fighting, and Oi's bark, now shrill with pain and fury. Roland kicked the door open with his boot and saw Gasher throttling Jake. Oi had left Copperhead and was now trying to make Gasher let go of Jake, but Gasher's boot was doing double duty, protecting its owner from the bumbler's teeth and protecting Oi from the virulent infection which ran in Gasher's blood. Brandon stabbed Oi in the flank again in an effort to make him stop worrying Gasher's ankle, but Oi paid no heed. Jake hung from his captor's dirty hands like a puppet whose strings have been cut. His face was bluish-white, his swollen lips a delicate shade of lavender. Gasher looked up. "You!" he snarled. "Me," Roland agreed. He fired once, and the left side of Gasher's head disintegrated. The man went flying backward, blood-stained yellow scarf unraveling, and landed on top of the Tick-Tock man. His feet drummed spastically on the iron grillwork for a moment, and then fell still. The gunslinger shot Brandon twice, fanning the hammer of his revolver with the flat of his right hand. Brandon, who had been bent over Oi for another stroke, spun around, struck the wall, and slid slowly down it, clutching at one of the tubes. Green swamp-light spilled out from between his loosening fingers. Oi limped to where Jake lay and began licking his pale, still face. Copperhead and Hoots had seen enough. They ran side by side for the small door through which Tilly had gone to get the dipper of water. It was the wrong time for chivalry. Roland shot them both in the back. He would have to move fast now, very fast indeed, and he would not risk being waylaid by these two if they should chance to rediscover their guts. A cluster of bright orange lights came on at the top of the capsule-shaped enclosure, and an alarm began to go off, in broad, hoarse blats that battered the walls. After a moment or two, the emergency lights began to pulse in sync with the alarm. 35. Eddie was returning to Susanna when the alarm began to wail. He yelled in surprise and raised the Ruger, pointing it at nothing. "What's happening?" Susanna shook her head. She had no idea. The alarm was scary, but that was only part of the problem. It was also loud enough to be physically painful. Those amplified jags of sound made Eddie think of a tractor-trailer horn raised to the 10th power. At that moment, the orange arc sodiums began to pulse. When he reached Susanna's chair, Eddie saw that the command and enter buttons were also pulsing, in bright red beats. They looked like winking eyes. "Blaine, what's happening?" he shouted. He looked around, but saw only wildly jumping shadows. "Are you doing this?" Blaine's only response was laughter, terrible mechanical laughter that made Eddie think of the clockwork clown that had stood outside the House of Horrors at Coney Island when he was a little kid. "Blaine, stop it!" Susanna shrieked. "How can we think of an answer to your riddle with that air raid siren going off?" The laughter stopped as suddenly as it began, but Blaine made no reply. Or perhaps he did. From beyond the bars that separated them from the platform, huge engines powered by frictionless slow-trans turbines awoke at the command of the dipolar computers the Tick-Tock man had so lusted after. For the first time in a decade, Blaine the Mono was awake and cycling up toward running speed. 36. The alarm, which had indeed been built to warn Ludd's long-dead residents of an impending air attack, and which had not even been tested in almost 1,000 years, blanketed the city with sound. All the lights which still operated came on and began to pulse in sync. Pubes above the streets and greys below them were alike convinced that the end they had always feared was finally upon them. The greys suspected some cataclysmic mechanical breakdown was occurring. The pubes, who had always believed that the ghosts lurking in the machines below the city would someday rise up to take their long-delayed vengeance on the still living, were probably closer to the actual truth of what was happening. Certainly there had been an intelligence left in the ancient computers below the city, a single living organism which had long ago ceased to exist sanely under conditions that within its merciless dipolar circuits could only be absolute reality. It had held its increasingly alien logic within its banks of memory for 800 years, and might have held them for 800 more, if not for the arrival of Roland and his friends. Yet this mens non corpus had brooded and grown ever more insane with each passing year. Even in its increasing periods of sleep it could be said to dream, and these dreams grew steadily more abnormal as the world moved on. Now, although the unthinkable machinery which maintained the beams had weakened, this insane and inhuman intelligence had awakened in the rooms of ruin, and had begun once more, although as bodiless as any ghost, to stumble through the halls of the dead. In other words, Blaine the Mono was preparing to get out of Dodge. 37. Roland heard a footstep behind him as he knelt by Jake and turned, raising his gun. Tilly, her dough-colored face a mask of confusion and superstitious fear, raised her hands and shrieked, "Don't kill me, sire! Please, don't kill me!" "Run, then," Roland said curtly, and as Tilly began to move, he struck her calf with the barrel of his revolver. "Not that way. Through the door I came in, and if you ever see me again, I'll be the last thing you ever see. Now go." She disappeared into the leaping, circling shadows. Roland dropped his head to Jake's chest, slamming his palm against his other ear to deaden the pulse of the alarm. He heard the boy's heartbeat, slow but strong. He slipped his arms around the boy, and as he did, Jake's eyes fluttered open. "You didn't let me fall this time." His voice was no more than a hoarse whisper. "No, not this time and not ever again. Don't try your voice." "Where's Oi?" "Oi!" the bumbler barked. "Oi!" Brandon had slashed Oi several times, but none of the wounds seemed mortal or even serious. It was clear that he was in some pain, but it was equally clear he was transported with joy. He regarded Jake with sparkling eyes, his pink tongue lolling out. "Hey, Jake! Jake!" Jake burst into tears and reached for him. Oi limped into the circle of his arms and allowed himself to be hugged for a moment. Roland got up and looked around, his gaze fixed on the door on the far side of the room. The two men he'd backshot had been heading in that direction, and the woman had also wanted to go that way. The gunslinger went toward the door with Jake in his arms and Oi at his heel. He kicked one of the dead greys aside and ducked through. The room beyond was a kitchen. It managed to look like a hog wallow. In spite of the built-in appliances and the stainless steel walls, the greys were apparently not much interested in housekeeping. "Drink," Jake whispered. "Please, so thirsty." Roland felt a queer doubling, as if time had folded backward on itself. He remembered lurching out of the desert, crazy with the heat and the emptiness. He remembered passing out in the stable of the way station, half dead from thirst, and waking at the taste of cool water trickling down his throat. The boy had taken off his shirt, soaked it under the flow from the pump, and given him to drink. Now it was his turn to do for Jake what Jake had already done for him. Roland glanced around and saw a sink. He went over to it and turned on the faucet. Cold, clear water rushed out. Over them, around them, under them, the alarm roared on and on. "Can you stand?" Jake nodded. "I think so." Roland set the boy on his feet, ready to catch him if he looked too wobbly, but Jake hung on to the sink, then ducked his head beneath the flowing water. Roland picked Oi up and looked at his wounds. They were already clotting. "You got off very lucky, my furry friend," Roland thought, then reached past Jake to cup a palmful of water for the animal. Oi drank it eagerly. Jake drew back from the faucet with his hair plastered to the sides of his face. His skin was still too pale, and the signs that he had been badly beaten were clearly visible, but he looked better than he had when Roland had first bent over him. For one terrible moment the gunslinger had been positive Jake was dead. He found himself wishing he could go back and kill Gasher again, and that led him to another thought. What about the one Gasher called the Tick-Tock Man? Did you see him, Jake? "Yes. Oi ambushed him, tore up his face. Then I shot him." "Dead?" Jake's lips began to tremble. He pressed them firmly together. "Yes, in his—" He tapped his forehead high above his right eyebrow. I was lucky." Roland looked at him appraisingly, then slowly shook his head. "You know, I doubt that. But never mind now. Come on." "Where are we going?" Jake's voice was still little more than a husky murmur, and he kept looking past Roland's shoulder toward the room where he had almost died. Roland pointed across the kitchen. Beyond another hatchway, the corridor continued. "That'll do for a start." "Gunslinger!" a voice boomed from everywhere. Roland wheeled around, one arm cradling Oy and the other around Jake's shoulders, but there was no one to see. "Who speaks to me?" he shouted. "Name yourself, gunslinger." "Roland of Gilead, son of Stephen, who speaks to me?" "Gilead is no more," the voice mused, ignoring the question. Roland looked up and saw patterns of concentric rings in the ceiling. The voice was coming from those. "No gunslinger has walked in-world or mid-world for almost 300 years. I and my friends are the last." Jake took Oy from Roland. The bumbler at once began to lick the boy's swollen face. His gold-ringed eyes were full of adoration and happiness. "It's Blaine," Jake whispered to Roland, "isn't it?" Roland nodded. Of course it was. But he had an idea that there was a great deal more to Blaine than just a monorail train. "Boy, are you Jake of New York?" Jake pressed closer to Roland and looked up at the speakers. "Yes," he said, "that's me, Jake of New York, son of Elmer. Do you still have the Book of Riddles, the one of which I have been told?" Jake reached over his shoulder, and an expression of dismayed recollection filled his face as his fingers touched nothing but his own back. When he looked at Roland again, the gunslinger was holding his pack out toward him, and although the man's narrow, finely carved face was as expressionless as ever, Jake sensed the ghost of a smile lurking at the corners of his mouth. "You'll have to fix the straps," Roland said as Jake took the pack. "I made them longer." "But Riddle-de-Dum?" Roland nodded. "Both books are still in there." "What you got, little pilgrim?" the voice inquired in a leisurely drawl. "Cripes," Jake said. "It can see us as well as hear us," Roland thought. And a moment later he spotted a small glass eye in one corner, far above a man's normal line of sight. He felt a chill slip over his skin, and knew from both the troubled look on Jake's face and the way the boy's arms had tightened around Oy that he wasn't alone in his unease. That voice belonged to a machine, an incredibly smart machine, a playful machine, but there was something very wrong with it all the same. "The book," Jake said. "I've got the riddle book." "Good." There was an almost human satisfaction in the voice. "Really excellent." A scruffy, bearded fellow suddenly appeared in the doorway on the far side of the kitchen. A blood-stained, dirt-streaked yellow scarf flapped from the newcomer's upper arm. "Fire's in the walls!" he screamed. In his panic, he seemed not to realize that Roland and Jake were not part of his miserable subterranean quartet. "Smoke on the lower levels, people killing themselves. Something's gone wrong. Hell, everything's gone wrong. We gotta—" The door of the oven suddenly dropped open like an unhinged jaw. A thick beam of blue-white fire shot out and engulfed the scruffy man's head. He was driven backward with his clothes in flames and his skin boiling on his face. Jake stared up at Roland, stunned and horrified. Roland put an arm about the boy's shoulders. "He interrupted me," the voice said. "That was rude, wasn't it?" "Yes," Roland said calmly. "Extremely rude." "Susanna of New York says you have a great many riddles by heart, Roland of Gilead. Is this true?" "Yes." There was an explosion in one of the rooms opening off this arm of the corridor. The floor shuddered beneath their feet, and voices screamed in a jagged chorus. The pulsing lights and the endless blatting siren faded momentarily, then came back strong. A little skein of bitter, acrid smoke drifted from the ventilators. Oy got a whiff and sneezed. "Tell me one of your riddles, gunslinger," the voice invited. It was serene and untroubled, as if they were all sitting together in a peaceful village square somewhere, instead of beneath a city that seemed on the verge of ripping itself apart. Roland thought for a moment, and what came to mind was Cuthbert's favorite riddle. "All right, Blaine," he said, "I will. What's better than all the gods and worse than Old Man Splitfoot? Dead people eat it always, live people who eat it die slow." There was a long pause. Jake put his face in Oi's fur to try to get away from the stink of the roasted gray. "Be careful, gunslinger." The voice was as small as a cool puff of breeze on summer's hottest day. The voice of the machine had come from all the speakers, but this one came only from the speaker directly overhead. "Be careful, Jake of New York. Remember that these are the drawers. Go slow and be very careful." Jake looked at the gunslinger with widening eyes. Roland gave his head a small, faint shake and raised one finger. He looked as if he was scratching the side of his nose, but that finger also lay across his lips, and Jake had an idea Roland was actually telling him to keep his mouth shut. "A clever riddle," Blaine said at last. There seemed to be real admiration in its voice. "The answer is nothing, is it not?" "That's right," Roland said. "You're pretty clever yourself, Blaine." When the voice spoke again, Roland heard what Eddie had heard already, a deep and ungovernable greed. "Ask me another." Roland drew a deep breath. "Not just now. I hope you are not refusing me, Roland, son of Stephen, for that is also rude, extremely rude." "Take us to our friends and help us get out of Lud," Roland said. "Then there may be time for riddling." "I could kill you where you stand," the voice said, and now it was as cold as winter's darkest day. "Yes," Roland said, "I'm sure you could, but the riddles would die with us." "I could take the boy's book." "Thieving is ruder than either refusal or interruption," Roland remarked. He spoke as if merely passing the time of day, but the remaining fingers of his right hand were tight on Jake's shoulder. "Besides," Jake said, looking up at the speaker in the ceiling, "the answers aren't in the book. Those pages were torn out." In a flash of inspiration, he tapped his temple. "They're up here, though." "You fellows want to remember that nobody loves a smart-ass," Blaine said. There was another explosion, this one louder and closer. One of the ventilator grills blew off and shot across the kitchen like a projectile. A moment later, 2 men and a woman emerged through the door which led to the rest of the Greys' warren. The gunslinger leveled his revolver at them, then lowered it as they stumbled across the kitchen and into the silo beyond without so much as a look at Roland and Jake. To Roland they looked like animals fleeing before a forest fire. A stainless steel panel in the ceiling slid open, revealing a square of darkness. Something silvery flashed within it, and a few moments later a steel sphere, perhaps a foot in diameter, dropped from the hole and hung in the air of the kitchen. "Follow," Blaine said flatly. "Will it take us to Eddie and Susanna?" Jake asked hopefully. Blaine replied only with silence, but when the sphere began floating down the corridor, Roland and Jake followed it. 38. Jake had no clear memory of the time which followed, and that was probably merciful. He had left his world over a year before 900 people would commit suicide together in a small South American country called Guyana. But he knew about the periodic death rushes of the lemmings, and what was happening in the disintegrating undercity of the Greys was like that. There were explosions, some on their level, but most far below them. Acrid smoke occasionally drifted from the ventilator grills, but most of the air purifiers were still working, and they whipped the worst of it away before it could gather in choking clouds. They saw no fires. Yet the Greys were reacting as if the time of the apocalypse had come. Most only fled, their faces blank O's of panic, but many had committed suicide in the halls and interconnected rooms through which the steel sphere led Roland and Jake. Some had shot themselves, many more had slashed their throats or wrists, a few appeared to have swallowed poison. On all the faces of the dead was the same expression of overmastering terror. Jake could only vaguely understand what had driven them to this. Roland had a better idea of what had happened to them, to their minds, when the long-dead city first came to life around them and then seemed to commence tearing itself apart. And it was Roland who understood that Blaine was doing it on purpose, that Blaine was driving them to it. They ducked around a man hanging from an overhead heating duct and pounded down a flight of steel stairs behind the floating steel ball. "Jake," Roland shouted, "you never let me in at all, did you?" Jake shook his head. "I didn't think so. It was Blaine." They reached the bottom of the stairs and hurried along a narrow corridor toward a hatch with the words "Absolutely No Admittance" printed on it in the spiked letters of the high speech. "Is it Blaine?" Jake asked. "Yes, that's as good a name as any." "What about the other Hush," Roland said grimly. The steel ball paused in front of the hatchway. The wheels spun and the hatch popped ajar. Roland pulled it open, and they stepped into a huge underground room which stretched away in 3 directions as far as they could see. It was filled with seemingly endless aisles of control panels and electronic equipment. Most of the panels were still dark and dead, but as Jake and Roland stood inside the door looking about with wide eyes, they could see pilot lights coming on and hear machinery cycling up. "The Tick-Tock man said there were thousands of computers," Jake said. "I guess he was right. My God, look!" Roland did not understand the word Jake had used, and so said nothing. He only watched as row after row of panels lit up. A cloud of sparks and a momentary tongue of green fire jumped from one of the consoles as some ancient piece of equipment malfunctioned. Most of the machinery, however, appeared to be up and running just fine. Needles which hadn't moved in centuries suddenly jumped into the green. Huge aluminum cylinders spun, spilling data stored on silicone chips into memory banks which were once more wide awake and ready for input. Digital displays indicating everything from the mean aquifer water pressure in the West River Barony to available power amperage in the hibernating Send Basin nuclear plant lit up in brilliant dot matrices of red and green. Overhead, banks of hanging globes began to flash on, radiating outward in spokes of light. And from below, above, and around them, from everywhere, came the deep bass hum of generators and slow-trans engines awakening from their long sleep. Jake had begun to flag badly. Roland swept him into his arms again and chased the steel ball past machines at whose function and intent he could not even guess. Oy ran at his heels. The ball banked left, and the aisle in which they now found themselves ran between banks of TV monitors, thousands of them, stacked in rows like a child's building blocks. "My dad would love it," Jake thought. Some sections of this vast video arcade were still dark, but many of the screens were on. They showed a city in chaos, both above and below. Clumps of pubes surged pointlessly through the streets, eyes wide, mouths moving soundlessly. Many were leaping from the tall buildings. Jake observed with horror that hundreds more had congregated at the Seine Bridge and were throwing themselves into the river. Other screens showed large cot-filled rooms like dormitories. Some of these rooms were on fire, but the panic-stricken Greys seemed to be setting the fires themselves, torching their own mattresses and furniture for God alone knew what reason. One screen showed a barrel-chested giant tossing men and women into what looked like a blood-spattered stamping press. This was bad enough, but there was something worse. The victims were standing in an unguarded line, docilely waiting their turns. The executioner, his yellow scarf pulled tight over his skull and the knotted ends swinging below his ears like pigtails, seized an old woman and held her up, waiting patiently for the stainless steel block of metal to clear the killing floor so he could toss her in. The old woman did not struggle, seemed in fact to be smiling. "In the rooms the people come and go," Blaine said. "But I don't think any of them are talking of Michelangelo." He suddenly laughed. Strange, tittery laughter that sounded like rats scampering over broken glass. The sound sent chills chasing up Jake's neck. He wanted nothing at all to do with an intelligence that laughed like that. But what choice did they have? He turned his gaze helplessly back to the monitors, and Roland at once turned his head away. He did this gently but firmly. "There's nothing there you need to look at, Jake," he said. "But why are they doing it?" Jake asked. He had eaten nothing all day, but he still felt like vomiting. "Why?" "Because they're frightened, and Blaine is feeding their fear. But mostly, I think, because they've lived too long in the graveyard of their grandfathers, and they're tired of it. And before you pity them, remember how happy they would have been to take you along with them into the clearing where the path ends." The steel ball zipped around another corner, leaving the TV screens and electronic monitoring equipment behind. Ahead, a wide ribbon of some synthetic stuff was set into the floor. It gleamed like fresh tar between two narrow strips of chrome steel that dwindled to a point on what was not the far side of this room, but its horizon. The ball bounced impatiently above the dark strip, and suddenly the belt, for that was what it was, swept into silent motion, trundling along between its steel facings at jogging speed. The ball made small arcs in the air, urging them to climb on. Roland trotted beside the moving strip until he was roughly matching its speed, then did just that. He set Jake down, and the three of them, gunslinger, boy, and golden-eyed bumbler, were carried rapidly across this shadowy underground plain where the ancient machines were awakening. The moving strip carried them into an area of what looked like filing cabinets, row after endless row of them. They were dark, but not dead. A low, sleepy humming sound came from within them, and Jake could see hairline cracks of bright yellow light shining between the steel panels. He suddenly found himself thinking of the Tick-Tock man. "There's maybe 100,000 of those ever-fucking dipolar computers under the ever-fucking city. I want those computers!" "Well," Jake thought, "they're waking up, so I guess you're getting what you wanted, Ticky. But if you were here, I'm not sure you'd still want it." Then he remembered Tick-Tock's great-grandfather, who'd been brave enough to climb into an airplane from another world and take it into the sky. With that kind of blood running in his veins, Jake supposed, Tick-Tock, far from being frightened to the point of suicide, would have been delighted by this turn of events, and the more people who killed themselves in terror, the happier he would have been. "Too late now, Ticky," he thought. "Thank God." Roland spoke in a soft, wondering voice. "All these boxes. I think we're riding through the mind of the thing that calls itself Blaine, Jake. I think we're riding through its mind." Jake nodded and found himself thinking of his final essay. "Blaine the brain is a hell of a pain." "Yes." Jake looked closely at Roland. "Are we going to come out where I think we're going to come out?" "Yes," Roland said. "If we're still following the path of the beam, we'll come out in the cradle." Jake nodded. "Roland?" "What?" "Thanks for coming after me." Roland nodded and put an arm around Jake's shoulders. Far ahead of them, huge motors rumbled to life. A moment later, a heavy grinding sound began, and new light, the harsh glow of orange arc sodiums, flooded down on them. Jake could now see the place where the moving belt stopped. Beyond it was a steep, narrow escalator leading up into that orange light. "39. Eddie and Susanna heard heavy motors start up almost directly beneath them. A moment later, a wide strip of the marble floor began to pull slowly back, revealing a long, lighted slot below. The floor was disappearing in their direction. Eddie seized the handles of Susanna's chair and rolled it rapidly backward along the steel barrier between the monorail platform and the rest of the cradle. There were several pillars along the course of the growing rectangle of light, and Eddie waited for them to tumble into the hole as the floor upon which they stood disappeared from beneath their bases. It didn't happen. The pillars went on serenely standing, seeming to float on nothing. "I see an escalator," Susanna shouted over the endless pulsing alarm. She was leaning forward, peering into the hole. "Uh-huh," Eddie shouted back. "We got the L station up here, so it must be notions, perfume, and ladies' lingerie down there." "What?" "Never mind." "Eddie!" Susanna screamed. Delighted surprise burst over her face like a 4th of July firework. She leaned even further forward, pointing, and Eddie had to grab her to keep her from tumbling out of the chair. "It's Roland! It's both of them!" There was a shuddery thump as the slot in the floor opened to its maximum length and stopped. The motors which had driven it along its hidden tracks cut out in a long, dying whine. Eddie ran to the edge of the hole and saw Roland riding on one of the escalator steps. Jake, white-faced, bruised, bloody, but clearly Jake and clearly alive, was standing next to him and leaning on the gunslinger's shoulder. and sitting on the step right behind them, looking up with his bright eyes, was Oy. "Roland! Jake!" Eddie shouted. He leaped up, waving his hands over his head, and came down dancing on the edge of the slot. If he'd been wearing a hat, he would have thrown it in the air. They looked up and waved. Jake was grinning, Eddie saw, and even old Long, Tall, and Ugly looked as if he might break down and crack a smile before long. Wonders, Eddie thought, would never cease. His heart suddenly felt too big for his chest, and he danced faster, waving his arms and whooping, afraid that if he didn't keep moving, his joy and relief might actually cause him to burst. Until this moment he had not realized how positive his heart had become that they would never see Roland and Jake again. "Hey, guys! All right! Far fucking out! Get your asses up here!" "Eddie, help me!" He turned. Susanna was trying to struggle out of her chair, but a fold of the deerskin trousers she was wearing had gotten caught in the brake mechanism. She was laughing and weeping at the same time, her dark eyes blazing with happiness. Eddie lifted her from the chair so violently that it crashed over on its side. He danced her around in a circle. She clung to his neck with one hand and waved strenuously with the other. "Roland, Jake, get on up here! Shuck your butts, you hear me?" When they reached the top, Eddie embraced Roland, pounding him on the back, while Susanna covered Jake's upturned, laughing face with kisses. Oy ran around in tight figure-eights, barking shrilly. "Sugar," Susanna said, "you all right?" "Yes," Jake said. He was still grinning, but tears stood in his eyes. "And glad to be here. You'll never know how glad." "I can guess, Sugar. You can bet on that." She turned to look at Roland. "What did they do to him? His face looked like somebody run over it with a bulldozer." "That was mostly Gasher," Roland said. "He won't be bothering Jake again, or anyone else." "What about you, big boy? You all right?" Roland nodded, looking about. "So this is the cradle." "Yes," Eddie said. He was peering into the slot. "What's down there?" "Machines and madness." "Loquacious as ever, I see." Eddie looked at Roland, smiling. "Do you know how happy I am to see you, man? Do you have any idea?" "Yes, I think I do." Roland smiled then, thinking of how people changed. There had been a time, and not so long ago, when Eddie had been on the edge of cutting his throat with the gunslinger's own knife. The engines below them started up again. The escalator came to a stop. The slot in the floor began to slide closed once more. Jake went to Susanna's overturned chair, and as he was riding it, he caught sight of the smooth pink shape beyond the iron bars. His breath stopped, and the dream he had had after leaving River Crossing returned full force, the vast pink bullet shape slicing across the empty lands of western Missouri toward him and Oy. Two big triangular windows glittering high up in the blank face of that oncoming monster, windows like eyes. And now his dream was becoming reality, just as he had known it eventually would. "It's just an awful choo-choo train, and its name is Blaine the Pain." Eddie walked over and slung an arm around Jake's shoulders. "Well, there it is, champ, just as advertised. What do you think of it?" "Not too much, actually." This was an understatement of colossal size, but Jake was too drained to do any better. "Me either," Eddie said. "It talks, and it likes riddles." Jake nodded. Roland had Susanna planted on one hip, and together they were examining the control box with its diamond pattern of raised number pads. Jake and Eddie joined them. Eddie found he had to keep looking down at Jake in order to verify that it wasn't just his imagination or wishful thinking. The boy was really here. "What now?" he asked Roland. Roland slipped his finger lightly over the numbered buttons which made up the diamond shape and shook his head. He didn't know. "Because I think the mono's engines are cycling faster," Eddie said. "I mean, it's hard to tell for sure with that alarm blatting, but I think it is. And it's a robot, after all. What if it, leaves without us?" "Blaine!" Susanna shouted. "Blaine, are you—" "Listen closely, my friends," Blaine's voice boomed. "There are large stockpiles of chemical and biological warfare canisters under the city. I have started a sequence which will cause an explosion and release this gas. This explosion will occur in 12 minutes. The voice fell silent for a moment, and then the voice of little Blaine, almost buried by the steady, pulsing whoop of the alarm, came to them. "I was afraid of something like this. You must hurry." Eddie ignored little Blaine, who wasn't telling him a damn thing he didn't already know. Of course they had to hurry, but that fact was running a distant second at the moment. Something much larger occupied most of his mind. "Why?" he asked. "Why in God's name would you do that?" "I should think it obvious. I can't nuke the city without destroying myself as well. And how could I take you where you want to go if I were destroyed?" "But there are still thousands of people in the city," Eddie said. "You'll kill them." "Yes," Blaine said calmly. "See you later, alligator. After a while, crocodile. Don't forget to write." "Why?" Susanna shouted. "Why, God damn you!" "Because they bore me. You four, however, I find rather interesting. Of course, how long I continue to find you interesting will depend on how good your riddles are. And speaking of riddles, hadn't you better get to work solving mine? You have exactly 11 minutes and 20 seconds before the canisters rupture." "Stop it!" Jake yelled over the blatting siren. "It isn't just the city. Gas like that could float anywhere. It could even kill the old people in River Crossing." "Tough titty," said the kitty, Blaine responded unfeelingly. "Although I believe they can count on measuring out their lives in coffee spoons for a few more years. The autumn storms have begun, and the prevailing winds will carry the gases away from them. The situation of you four is, however, very different. You better put on your thinking caps, or it's see you later, alligator. After a while, crocodile. Don't forget to write." The voice paused. One piece of additional input. "This gas is not painless." "Take it back," Jake said. "We'll still tell you riddles, won't we, Roland? We'll tell all the riddles you want. Just take it back." Blaine began to laugh. He laughed for a long time, pealing shrieks of electronic mirth into the wide, empty space of the cradle, where it mingled with the monotonous, drilling beat of the alarm. "Stop it!" Susanna shouted. "Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!" Blaine did. A moment later the alarm cut off in mid-blat. The ensuing silence, broken only by the pounding rain, was deafening. Now the voice issuing from the speaker was very soft, thoughtful, and utterly without mercy. "You now have 10 minutes, Blaine said. "Let's see just how interesting you really are." Andrew. "There's no Andrew here, stranger," he thought. "Andrew is long gone. Andrew is no more, as I shall soon be no more." "Andrew," the voice insisted. It came from far away. It came from outside the cider press that had once been his head. Once there had been a boy named Andrew, and his father had taken that boy to a park on the far western side of Ludd, a park where there had been apple trees and a rusty tin shack that looked like hell and smelled like heaven. In answer to his question, Andrew's father had told him it was called the Cider House. Then he gave Andrew a pat on the head, told him not to be afraid, and led him through the blanket-covered doorway. There had been more apples, baskets and baskets of them, stacked against the walls inside, and there had also been a scrawny old man named Dewlap, whose muscles writhed beneath his white skin like worms, and whose job was to feed the apples, basket by basket, to the loose-jointed, clanking machine which stood in the middle of the room. What came out of the pipe jutting from the far end of the machine was sweet cider. Another man, he no longer remembered what this one's name might have been, stood there, his job to fill jug after jug with the cider. A third man stood behind him, and his job was to clout the jug filler on the head if there was too much spillage. Andrew's father had given him a glass of the foaming cider, and although he had tasted a great many forgotten delicacies during his years in the city, he had never tasted anything finer than that sweet, cold drink. It had been like swallowing a gust of October wind. Yet what he remembered even more clearly than the taste of the cider or the wormy shift and squiggle of Dewlap's muscles as he dumped the baskets was the merciless way the machine reduced the big red gold apples to liquid. 2 dozen rollers had carried them beneath a revolving steel drum with holes punched in it. The apples had first been squeezed and then actually popped, spilling their juices down an inclined trough while a screen caught the seeds and pulp. Now his head was the cider press, and his brains were the apples. Soon they would pop as the apples had popped beneath the roller, and the blessed darkness would swallow him. "Andrew, raise your head and look at me." He couldn't, and wouldn't even if he could. Better to just lie here and wait for the darkness. He was supposed to be dead anyway. Hadn't the hellish squint put a bullet in his brain? "It didn't go anywhere near your brain, you horse's ass, and you're not dying. You've just got a headache. You will die, though, if you don't stop lying there and puling in your own blood. And I will make sure, Andrew, that your dying makes what you are feeling now seem like bliss." It was not the threats which caused the man on the floor to raise his head, but rather the way the owner of that penetrating, hissing voice seemed to have read his mind. His head came up slowly, and the agony was excruciating. Heavy objects seemed to go sliding and careering around the bony case which contained what was left of his mind, ripping bloody channels through his brain as they went. A long, syrupy moan escaped him. There was a flapping, tickling sensation on his right cheek, as if a dozen flies were crawling in the blood there. He wanted to shoo them away, but he knew that he needed both hands just to support himself. The figure standing on the far side of the room by the hatch which led to the kitchen looked ghastly, unreal. This was partly because the overhead lights were still strobing, partly because he was seeing the newcomer with only one eye. He couldn't remember what had happened to the other and didn't want to. But he had an idea it was mostly because the creature was ghastly and unreal. It looked like a man, but the fellow who had once been Andrew Quick had an idea it really wasn't a man at all. The stranger standing in front of the hatch wore a short, dark jacket belted at the waist, faded denim trousers, and old dusty boots. The boots of a countryman, a range rider, or a gunslinger, Andrew? The stranger asked and tittered. The tick-tock man stared desperately at the figure in the doorway, trying to see the face, but the short jacket had a hood, and it was up. The stranger's countenance was lost in its shadows. The sirens stopped in mid-whoop. The emergency lights stayed on, but they at least stopped flashing. "There," the stranger said in his, or its, whispery, penetrating voice. "At last we can hear ourselves think." "Who are you?" the tick-tock man asked. He moved slightly, and more of those weights went sliding through his head, ripping fresh channels in his brain. As terrible as that feeling was, the awful tickling of the flies on his right cheek was somehow worse. "I'm a man of many handles, pardner," the man said from inside the darkness of his hood, and although his voice was grave, Tick-Tock heard laughter lurking just below the surface. "There's some that call me Jimmy, and some that call me Timmy, some that call me Handy, and some that call me Dandy. They can call me loser or they can call me winner, just as long as they don't call me in too late for dinner." The man in the doorway threw back his head, and his laughter chilled the skin of the wounded man's arms and back into lumps of goose-flesh. It was like the howl of a wolf. "I have been called the Ageless Stranger," the man said. He began to walk toward Tick-Tock, and as he did, the man on the floor moaned and tried to scrabble backward. "I have also been called Merlin, or Merlin, and who cares, because I was never that one, although I never denied it either. I am sometimes called the Magician, or the Wizard. But I hope we can go forward together on more humble terms, Andrew, more human terms." He pushed back the hood, revealing a fair, broad-browed face that was not, for all its pleasant looks, in any way human. Large, hectic roses rode the wizard's cheekbones. His blue-green eyes sparkled with a gusty joy far too wild to be sane. His blue-black hair stood up in zany clumps like the feathers of a raven. His lips, lushly red, parted to reveal the teeth of a cannibal. "Call me Fannin," the grinning apparition said. "Richard Fannin. That's not exactly right, maybe, but I reckon it's close enough for government work." He held out a hand whose palm was utterly devoid of lines. "What do you say, pard? Shake the hand that shook the world." The creature who had once been Andrew Quick and who had been known in the halls of the Greys as the Tick-Tock Man shrieked and again tried to wriggle backward. The flap of scalp, peeled loose by the low-caliber bullet which had only grooved his skull instead of penetrating it, swung back and forth. The long strands of grey-blonde hair continued to tickle against his cheek. Quick, however, no longer felt it. He had even forgotten the ache in his skull and the throb from the socket where his left eye had been. His entire consciousness had fused into one thought: I must get away from this beast that looks like a man. But when the stranger seized his right hand and shook it, that thought passed like a dream on waking. The scream which had been locked in Quick's breast escaped his lips in a lover's sigh. He stared dumbly up at the grinning newcomer. The loose flap of his scalp swung and dangled. "Is that bothering you? It must be. Here." Fannin seized the hanging flap and ripped it briskly off Quick's head, revealing a bleary swatch of skull. There was a noise like heavy cloth tearing. Quick shrieked. There, it only hurts for a second." The man was now squatting on his hunkers before Quick and speaking as an indulgent parent might speak to a child with a splinter in his finger. "Isn't that so?" Yes," Quick muttered. And it was. Already the pain was fading, and when Fannin reached toward him again, caressing the left side of his face, Quick's jerk backward was only a reflex quickly mastered. As the lineless hand stroked, he felt strength flowing back into him. He looked up at the newcomer with dumb gratitude, lips quivering. "Is that better, Andrew? It is, isn't it?" Yes. "If you want to thank me, as I'm sure you do, you must say something an old acquaintance of mine used to say. He ended up betraying me, but he was a good friend for quite some time anyway, and I still have a soft spot in my heart for him. Say, 'My life for you.' Andrew, can you say that?" He could, and he did. In fact, it seemed he couldn't stop saying it. "My life for you, my life for you, my life for you, my life—" The stranger touched his cheek again, but this time a huge raw bolt of pain blasted across Andrew Quick's head. He screamed. "Sorry about that, but time is short, and you were starting to sound like a broken record. Andrew, let me put it to you with no bark on it. How would you like to kill the squint who shot you? Not to mention his friends, and the hard case who brought him here, him most of all. Even the mutt that took your eye, Andrew. Would you like that?" "Yes," the former Tick-Tock Man gasped. His hands clenched into bloody fists. "Yes!" "That's good," the stranger said, and helped Quick to his feet. "Because they have to die. They're meddling with things they have no business meddling with. I expected Blaine to take care of them, but things have gone much too far to depend on anything. After all, who would have thought they could get as far as they have?" "I don't know," Quick said. He did not, in fact, have the slightest idea what the stranger was talking about. Nor did he care. There was a feeling of exaltation creeping through his mind like some excellent drug, and after the pain of the cider press, that was enough for him, more than enough. Richard Fannin's lips curled. "Bear and bone, key and rose, day and night, time and tide. Enough. Enough, I say. They must not draw closer to the tower than they are now." Quick staggered backward as the man's hands shot out with the flickery speed of heat lightning. One broke the chain which held the tiny glass-enclosed pendulum clock, the other stripped Jake Chambers' Seiko from his forearm. "I'll just take these, shall I?" Fannin the Wizard smiled charmingly, his lips modestly closed over those awful teeth. "Or do you object?" "No," Quick said, surrendering the last symbols of his long leadership without a qualm, without in fact even being aware that he was doing so. "Be my guest." "Thank you, Andrew," the dark man said softly. "Now we must step lively. I'm expecting a drastic change in the atmosphere of these environs in the next 5 minutes or so."
We must get to the nearest closet where gas masks are stored before that happens, and it's apt to be a near thing. I could survive the change quite nicely, but I'm afraid you might have some difficulties." "I don't understand what you're talking about," Andrew Quick said. His head had begun to throb again, and his mind was whirling. "Nor do you need to," the stranger said smoothly. "Come, Andrew, I think we should hurry. Busy day, huh? With luck, Blaine will fry them right on the platform, where they are no doubt still standing. He's become very eccentric over the years, poor fellow. But I think we should hurry just the same." He slid his arm over Quick's shoulders and, giggling, led him through the hatchway Roland and Jake had used only a few minutes before. Six. Riddle and Wastelands. 1. "All right," Roland said. "Tell me his riddle." "What about all the people out there?" Eddie asked, pointing across the wide, pillared plaza of the cradle and toward the city beyond. "What can we do for them?" "Nothing," Roland said. "But it's still possible that we may be able to do something for ourselves. Now, what was the riddle?" Eddie looked toward the streamlined shape of the mono. "He said we'd have to prime the pump to get him going, only his pump primes backward. Does it mean anything to you?" Roland thought it over carefully, then shook his head. He looked down at Jake. "Any ideas, Jake?" Jake shook his head. "I don't even see a pump." "That's probably the easy part," Roland said. "We say he and him instead of it and that because Blaine sounds like a living being, but he's still a machine, a sophisticated one, but a machine. He started his own engines, but it must take some sort of code or combination to open the gate and the train doors." "We better hurry up," Jake said nervously. "It's got to be 2 or 3 minutes since he last talked to us. At least." "Don't count on it," Eddie said gloomily. "Time's weird over here." "Still—" Yeah. Eddie glanced toward Susanna, but she was sitting astride Roland's hip and looking at the numeric diamond with a daydreamy expression on her face. He looked back at Roland. "I'm pretty sure you're right about it being a combination. That must be what all those number pads are for." He raised his voice. "Is that it, Blaine? Have we got at least that much right?" No response, only the quickening rumble of the mono's engines. "Roland," Susanna said abruptly, "you have to help me." The daydreamy look was being replaced by an expression of mingled horror, dismay, and determination. To Roland's eye she had never looked more beautiful or more alone. She had been on his shoulders when they stood at the edge of the clearing and watched the bear trying to claw Eddie out of the tree, and Roland had not seen her expression when he told her she must be the one to shoot it. But he knew what that expression had been, for he was seeing it now. Car was a wheel, its one purpose to turn, and in the end it always came back to the place where it had started. So it had ever been, and so it was now. Susanna was once again facing the bear, and her face said she knew it. "What?" he asked. "What is it, Susanna?" "I know the answer, but I can't get it. It's stuck in my mind the way a fishbone can get stuck in your throat. I need you to help me remember. Not his face, but his voice. What he said." Jake glanced down at his wrist and was surprised all over again by a memory of the Tick-Tock man's cat-like green eyes when he saw not his watch but only the place where it had been, a white shape outlined by his deeply tanned skin. How much longer did they have? Surely no more than 7 minutes, and that was being generous. He looked up and saw that Roland had removed a cartridge from his gun belt and was walking it back and forth across the knuckles of his left hand. Jake felt his eyelids immediately grow heavy and looked away fast. "What voice would you remember, Susanna Dean?" Roland asked in a low, musing voice. His eyes were not fixed on her face, but on the cartridge as it did its endless limbered dance across his knuckles, and back, across, and back. He didn't need to look up to know that Jake had looked away from the dance of the cartridge, and Susanna had not. He began to speed it up, until the cartridge almost seemed to be floating above the back of his hand. "Help me remember the voice of my father," Susanna Dean said. 2.
For a moment there was silence, except for a distant, crumping explosion in the city, the rain pounding on the roof of the cradle, and the fat throb of the monorail's slow-trans engines. Then a low-pitched hydraulic hum cut through the air. Eddie looked away from the cartridge dancing across the gunslinger's fingers. It took an effort. He realized that in another few moments he would have been hypnotized himself, and peered through the iron bars. A slim silver rod was pushing itself up from the sloping pink surface between Blaine's forward windows. It looked like an antenna of some kind. "Susanna?" Roland asked in that same low voice. "What?" Her eyes were open, but her voice was distant and breathy, the voice of someone who is sleep-talking. "Do you remember the voice of your father?" "Yes, but I can't hear it." 6 minutes, my friends." Eddie and Jake started and looked toward the control box speaker, but Susanna seemed not to have heard at all. She only stared at the floating cartridge. Below it, Roland's knuckles rippled up and down like the heddles of a loom. "Try, Susanna," Roland urged. And suddenly he felt Susanna change within the circle of his right arm. She seemed to gain weight, and in some indefinable way vitality as well. It was as if her essence had somehow changed. And it had. "Why you want to bother with that bitch?" the raspy voice of Detta Walker asked. 3. Detta sounded both exasperated and amused. "She never got no better than a C in math her whole life. Wouldn't have got that without me to help her." She paused, then added grudgingly, "And Daddy, he helped some, too. I knowed about them for special numbers, but was him showed us the net. My, I got the biggest kick out of that." She chuckled. "Reason Suze can't remember is 'cause old Detta never understood about them for special numbers in the first place." "What for special numbers?" Eddie asked. "Prime numbers." She pronounced the word prime in a way that almost rhymed with calm. She looked at Roland, appearing to be wholly awake again now, except she was not Susanna. Nor was she the same wretched, devilish creature who had previously gone under the name of Detta Walker, although she sounded the same. "She went to Daddy crying and carrying on 'cause she was flunking that math course. And it wasn't nothing but funny book algebra at that. She could do the work. If I could, she could, but she didn't want to. Poetry-reading bitch like her too good for a little Ars Mathematica, you see." Detta threw her head back and laughed, but the poisoned, half-mad bitterness was gone from the sound. She seemed genuinely amused at the foolishness of her mental twin. "And Daddy, he say, I'm going to show you a trick, Odetta. I learned it in college. It helped me get through this prime number business, and it's going to help you, too. Help you find most any prime number you want. Odetta, dumb as ever, she say, Teacher say ain't no formula for prime numbers, Daddy. And Daddy, he say right back, they ain't. But you can catch 'em, Odetta, if you have a net. He called it the net of Eratosthenes. Take me over to that box on the wall, Roland. I'm going to answer that honky computer's riddle. I'm going to throw you a net and catch you a train ride." Roland took her over, closely followed by Eddie, Jake, and Oy. "Give me that piece of charcoal you keep in your poke." He rummaged and brought out a short stub of blackened stick. Detta took it and peered at the diamond-shaped grid of numbers. "Ain't exactly the way Daddy showed me, but I reckon it comes to the same," she said after a moment. "Prime number be like me, ornery and for special. It gotta be a number don't never divide even exceptin' by 1 and its own self. 2 is prime 'cause you can divide it by 1 and 2, but it's the only even number that's prime. You can take out all the rest that's even." "I'm lost," Eddie said. "That's 'cause you just a stupid white boy," Detta said, but not unkindly. She looked closely at the diamond shape a moment longer, then quickly began to touch the tip of the charcoal to all the even-numbered pads, leaving small black smudges on them. "3's prime, but no product you get by multiplying 3 can be prime," she said. And now Roland heard an odd but wonderful thing. Detta was fading out of the woman's voice. She was being replaced not by Odetta Holmes, but by Susanna Dean. He would not have to bring her out of this trance. She was coming out of it on her own, quite naturally. Susanna began using her charcoal to touch the multiples of 3 which were left, now that the even numbers had been eliminated, 9, 15, 21, and so on. "Same with 5 and 7, she murmured. and suddenly she was awake and all Susanna Dean again. "You just have to mark the odd ones, like 25, that haven't been crossed out already." The diamond shape on the control box now looked like this: 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19, 23, 29, 31, 37, 41, 43, 47, 53, 59, 61, 67, 71, 73, 79, 83, 89, 97. "There," she said tiredly. "What's left in the net are all the prime numbers between 1 and 100. I'm pretty sure that's the combination that opens the gate." "You have 1 minute, my friends. You are proving to be a good deal thicker than I had hoped you would be." Eddie ignored Blaine's voice and threw his arms around Susanna. "Are you back, Suz? Are you awake?" "Yes. I woke up in the middle of what she was saying, but I let her talk a little longer anyway. It seemed impolite to interrupt." She looked at Roland. "What do you say? Want to go for it?" 50 seconds. "Yes. You try the combination, Susanna. It's your answer." She reached out toward the top of the diamond, but Jake put his hand over hers. "No," he said. "This pump primes backward, remember?" She looked startled, then smiled. "That's right. Clever Blaine, and clever Jake, too." They watched in silence as she pushed each number in turn, starting with 97. There was a minute click as each pad locked down. There was no tension-filled pause after she touched the last button. The gate in the center of the barrier immediately began to slide up on its tracks, rattling harshly and showering down flakes of rust from somewhere high above as it went. "Not bad at all," Blaine said admiringly. "I'm looking forward to this very much. May I suggest you climb on board quickly? In fact, you may wish to run. There are several gas outlets in this area." 4. 3 human beings, one carrying a 4th on his hip, and one small furry animal ran through the opening in the barrier and sprinted toward Blaine the mono. It stood humming in its narrow loading bay, half above the platform and half below it, looking like a giant cartridge, one which had been painted an incongruous shade of pink, lying in the open breech of a high-powered rifle. In the vastness of the cradle, Roland and the others looked like mere moving specks. Above them, flocks of pigeons, now with only 40 seconds to live, swooped and swirled beneath the cradle's ancient roof. As the travelers approached the mono, a curved section of its pink hull slid up, revealing a doorway. Beyond it was thick, pale blue carpeting. "Welcome to Blaine," a soothing voice said as they pelted aboard. They all recognized that voice. It was a slightly louder, slightly more confident version of Little Blaine. "Praise the Imperium. Please make sure your transit card is available for collection. And remember that false boarding is a serious crime punishable by law. We hope you enjoy your trip. Welcome to Blaine. Praise the Imperium. Please make sure your transit card—" The voice suddenly sped up, first becoming the chatter of a human chipmunk and then a high-pitched, gabbly whine. There was a brief electronic curse, boop, and then it cut out entirely. "I think we can dispense with that boring old shit, don't you?" Blaine asked. From outside came a tremendous, thudding explosion. Eddie, who was now carrying Susanna, was thrown forward and would have fallen if Roland hadn't caught him by the arm. Until that moment, Eddie had held on to the desperate notion that Blaine's threat about the poison gas was no more than a sick joke. "You should have known better," he thought. "Anyone who thinks impressions of old movie actors is funny absolutely cannot be trusted. I think it's like a law of nature." Behind them, the curved section of hull slid back into place with a soft thud. Air began to hiss gently from hidden vents, and Jake felt his ears pop gently. "I think he just pressurized the cabin." Eddie nodded, looking around with wide eyes. "I felt it too. Look at this place. Wow!" He had once read of an aviation company, Regent Air, it might have been, that had catered to people who wanted to fly between New York and Los Angeles in a grander style than airlines such as Delta and United allowed for. They had operated a customized 727, complete with drawing room, bar, video lounge, and sleeper compartments. He imagined the interior of that plane must have looked a little like what he was seeing now. They were standing in a long, tubular room furnished with plush-upholstered swivel chairs and modular sofas. At the far end of the compartment, which had to be at least 80 feet long, was an area that looked not like a bar but a cozy bistro. An instrument that could have been a harpsichord stood on a pedestal of polished wood, highlighted by a hidden baby spotlight. Eddie almost expected Hoagie Carmichael to appear and start tinkling out stardust. Indirect lighting glowed from panels placed high along the walls, and dependent from the ceiling halfway down the compartment was a chandelier. To Jake it looked like a smaller replica of the one which had lain in ruins on the ballroom floor of the mansion. Nor did this surprise him. He had begun to take such connections and doublings as a matter of course. The only thing about this splendid room which seemed wrong was its lack of even a single window. The pièce de résistance stood on a pedestal below the chandelier. It was an ice sculpture of a gunslinger with a revolver in his left hand. The right hand was holding the bridle of the ice horse that walked head down and tired behind him. Eddie could see there were only 3 digits on this hand, the last 2 fingers and the thumb. Jake, Eddie, and Susanna stared in fascination at the haggard face beneath the frozen hat as the floor began to thrum gently beneath their feet. The resemblance to Roland was remarkable. "I had to work rather fast, I'm afraid," Blaine said modestly. "Does it do anything for you?" "It's absolutely amazing," Susanna said. "Thank you, Susanna of New York." Eddie was testing one of the sofas with his hand. It was incredibly soft. Touching it made him want to sleep for at least 16 hours. "The great old ones really traveled in style, didn't they?" Blaine laughed again, and the shrill, not quite sane undertone of that laugh made them look at each other uneasily. "Don't get the wrong idea," Blaine said. "This was the barony cabin, what I believe you would call first class." "Where are the other cars?" Blaine ignored the question. Beneath their feet the throb of the engines continued to speed up. Susanna was reminded of how the pilots revved their engines before charging down the runway at LaGuardia or Idlewild. "Please take your seats, my interesting new friends." Jake dropped into one of the swivel chairs. Oyd jumped promptly into his lap. Roland took the chair nearest him, sparing one glance at the ice sculpture. The barrel of the revolver was beginning to drip slowly into the shallow china basin in which the sculpture stood. Eddie sat down on one of the sofas with Susanna. It was every bit as comfortable as his hand had told him it would be. "Exactly where are we going, Blaine?" Blaine replied in the patient voice of someone who realizes he is speaking to a mental inferior and must make allowances. "Along the path of the beam, at least as far along it as my track goes." "To the Dark Tower?" Roland asked. Susanna realized it was the first time the gunslinger had actually spoken to the loquacious ghost in the machine below Ludd. "Only as far as Topeka," Jake said in a low voice. "Yes," Blaine said. "Topeka is the name of my terminating point, although I am surprised you know it." "With all you know about our world," Jake thought, "how come you don't know that some lady wrote a book about you, Blaine? Was it the name change? Was something that simple enough to fool a complicated machine like you into overlooking your own biography? And what about Beryl Evans, the woman who supposedly wrote Charlie the Choo-Choo? Did you know her, Blaine? And where is she now?" Good questions, but Jake somehow didn't think this would be a good time to ask them. The throb of the engines became steadily stronger. A faint thud, not nearly as strong as the explosion which had shaken the cradle as they boarded, ran through the floor. An expression of alarm crossed Susanna's face. "Oh, shit! Eddie, my wheelchair, it's back there!" Eddie put an arm around her shoulders. "Too late now, babe," he said, as Blaine the mono began to move, sliding toward its slot in the cradle for the first time in 10 years, and for the last time in its long, long history. 5. "The barony cabin has a particularly fine visual mode," Blaine said. "Would you like me to activate it?" Jake glanced at Roland, who shrugged and nodded. "Yes, please," Jake said. What happened then was so spectacular that it stunned all of them to silence. although Roland, who knew little of technology but who had spent his entire life on comfortable terms with magic, was the least wonder-struck of the four. It was not a matter of windows appearing in the compartment's curved walls. The entire cabin, floor and ceiling, as well as walls, grew milky, grew translucent, grew transparent, and then disappeared completely. Within a space of 5 seconds, Blaine the Mono seemed to be gone, and the pilgrims seemed to be zooming through the lanes of the city with no aid or support at all. Susanna and Eddie clutched each other like small children in the path of a charging animal. Oi barked and tried to jump down the front of Jake's shirt. Jake barely noticed. He was clutching the sides of his seat and looking from side to side, his eyes wide with amazement. His initial alarm was being replaced by amazed delight. The furniture groupings were still here, he saw. So was the bar, the piano harpsichord, and the ice sculpture Blaine had created as a party favor. But now this living-room configuration appeared to be cruising 70 feet above Ludd's rain-soaked central district. 5 feet to Jake's left, Eddie and Susanna were floating along on one of the couches. 3 feet to his right, Roland was sitting in a powder-blue swivel chair, his dusty, battered boots resting on nothing, flying serenely over the rubble-strewn urban wasteland below. Jake could feel the carpet beneath his moccasins, but his eyes insisted that neither the carpet nor the floor beneath it was still there. He looked back over his shoulder and saw the dark slot in the stone flank of the cradle slowly receding in the distance. "Eddie, Susanna, check it out!" Jake got to his feet, holding Oi inside his shirt, and began to walk slowly through what looked like empty space. Taking the initial step required a great deal of willpower, because his eyes told him there was nothing at all between the floating islands of furniture, but once he began to move, the undeniable feel of the floor beneath him made it easier. To Eddie and Susanna, the boy appeared to be walking on thin air, while the battered, dingy buildings of the city slid by on either side. "Don't do that, kid," Eddie said feebly. "You're going to make me sick up." Jake lifted Oi carefully out of his shirt. "It's okay," he said, and set him down. "See?" "Oi," the bungler agreed. But after one look between his paws at the city park currently unrolling beneath them, he attempted to crawl onto Jake's feet and sit on his moccasins. Jake looked forward and saw the broad gray stroke of the monorail track ahead of them, rising slowly but steadily through the buildings and disappearing into the rain. He looked down again and saw nothing but the street and floating membranes of low cloud. "How come I can't see the track underneath us, Blaine?" "The images you see are computer-generated," Blaine replied. "The computer erases the track from the lower quadrant image in order to present a more pleasing view, and also to reinforce the illusion that the passengers are flying." "It's incredible," Susanna murmured. Her initial fear had passed, and she was looking around eagerly. "It's like being on a flying carpet. I keep expecting the wind to blow back my hair." "I can provide that sensation if you like," Blaine said. "Also a little moisture which will match current outside conditions. It might necessitate a change of clothes, however." "That's all right, Blaine. There's such a thing as taking an illusion too far." The track slipped through a tall cluster of buildings which reminded Jake a little of the Wall Street area in New York. When they cleared these, the track dipped to pass under what looked like an elevated road. That was when they saw the purple cloud and the crowd of people fleeing before it. 6. "Blaine, what's that?" Jake asked, but he already knew. Blaine laughed, but made no other reply. The purple vapor drifted from gratings in the sidewalk and the smashed windows of deserted buildings, but most of it seemed to be coming from manholes, like the one Gasher had used to get into the tunnels below the streets. Their iron covers had been blown clear by the explosion they had felt as they were boarding the mono. They watched in silent horror as the bruise-colored gas crept down the avenues and spread into the debris-littered side streets. It drove those inhabitants of Ludd still interested in survival before it like cattle. Most were pubes, judging from their scarves, but Jake could see a few splashes of bright yellow as well. Old animosities had been forgotten now that the end was finally upon them. The purple cloud began to catch up with the stragglers, mostly old people who were unable to run. They fell down, clawing at their throats and screaming soundlessly the instant the gas touched them. Jake saw an agonized face staring up at him in disbelief as they passed over, saw the eye sockets suddenly fill up with blood, and closed his eyes. Ahead, the monorail track disappeared into the oncoming purple fog. Eddie winced and held his breath as they plunged in, but of course it parted around them, and no whiff of the death engulfing the city came to them. Looking into the streets below was like looking through a stained-glass window into hell. Susanna put her face against his chest. "Make the walls come back, Blaine," Eddie said. "We don't want to see that." Blaine made no reply, and the transparency around and below them remained. The cloud was already disintegrating into ragged purple streamers. Beyond it, the buildings of the city grew smaller and closer together. The streets of this section were tangled alleyways, seemingly without order or coherence. In some places, whole blocks appeared to have burned flat, and a long time ago, for the plains were reclaiming these areas, burying the rubble and the grasses which would someday swallow all of Lud. The way the jungle swallowed the great civilizations of the Incas and Mayas, Eddie thought. The wheel of Ka turns, and the world moves on. Beyond the slums, that, Eddie felt sure, was what they had been even before the evil days came, was a gleaming wall. Blaine was moving slowly in that direction. They could see a deep, square notch cut in the white stone. The monorail track passed through it. "Look toward the front of the cabin, please," Blaine invited. They did, and the forward wall reappeared, a blue upholstered circle that seemed to float in empty space. It was unmarked by a door. If there was a way to get into the operator's room from the Barony cabin, Eddie couldn't see it. As they watched, a rectangular area of this front wall darkened, going from blue to violet to black. A moment later, a bright red line appeared on the rectangle, squiggling across its surface. Violet dots appeared at irregular intervals along the line, and even before names appeared beside the dots, Eddie realized he was looking at a route map, one not much different from those which were mounted in New York subway stations and on the trains themselves. A flashing green dot appeared at Lud, which was Blaine's base of operations as well as his terminating point. "You are looking at our route of travel. Although there are some twists and turns along the bunny trail, you will note that our course keeps firmly to the southwest, along the path of the beam. The total distance is just over 8,000 wheels, or 7,000 miles if you prefer that unit of measure. It was once much less, but that was before all temporal synapses began to melt down." "What do you mean, temporal synapses?" Susanna asked. Blaine laughed his nasty laugh, but did not answer her question. "At my top speed, we will reach the terminating point of my run in 8 hours and 45 minutes. 800+ miles an hour over the ground," Susanna said. Her voice was soft with awe. "Jesus God!" "I am, of course, making the assumption that all trackage along my route remains intact. It has been 9 years and 5 months since I've bothered to make the run, so I can't say for sure." Ahead, the wall at the southeastern edge of the city was drawing closer. It was high and thick and eroded to rubble at the top. It also appeared to be lined with skeletons, thousands upon thousands of dead Luddites. The notch toward which Blaine was slowly moving appeared to be at least 200 feet deep, and here the trestle which bore the track was very dark, as if someone had tried to burn it or blow it up. "What happens if we come to a place where the track is gone?" Eddie asked. He realized he kept raising his voice to talk to Blaine, as if he were speaking to somebody on the telephone and had a bad connection. "At 800 miles an hour?" Blaine sounded amused. "See you later, alligator. After a while, crocodile. Don't forget to write." "Come on," Eddie said. "Don't tell me a machine as sophisticated as you can't monitor your own trackage for brakes." "Well, I could have," Blaine agreed. "But, aw shucks, I blew those circuits out when we started to move." Eddie's face was a picture of astonishment. "Why?" "It's quite a bit more exciting this way, don't you think?" Eddie, Susanna, and Jake exchanged thunderstruck looks. Roland, apparently not surprised at all, sat placidly in his chair with his hands folded in his lap, looking down as they passed 30 feet above the wretched hovels and demolished buildings which infested this side of the city. "Look closely as we leave the city, and mark what you see," Blaine told them. "Mark it very well." The invisible barony coach bore them toward the notch in the wall. They passed through, and as they came out the other side, Eddie and Susanna screamed in unison. Jake took one look and clapped his hands over his eyes. Oy began to bark wildly. Roland stared down, eyes wide, lips set in a bloodless line like a scar. Understanding filled him like bright white light. Beyond the great wall of Lud, the real wastelands began. 7. The mono had been descending as they approached the notch in the wall, putting them not more than 30 feet above the ground. That made the shock greater, for when they emerged on the other side, they were skimming along at a horrifying height, 800 feet, perhaps 1,000. Roland looked back over his shoulder at the wall, which was now receding behind them. It had seemed very high as they approached it, but from this perspective it seemed puny indeed, a splintered fingernail of stone clinging to the edge of a vast, sterile headland. Granite cliffs, wet with rain, plunged into what seemed at first glance to be an endless abyss. Directly below the wall, the rock was lined with large circular holes like empty eye sockets. Black water and tendrils of purple mist emerged from these in brackish, sludgy streams and spread downward over the granite in stinking, overlapping fans that looked almost as old as the rock itself. That must be where all the city's waste product goes, the gunslinger thought, over the edge and into the pit. Except it wasn't a pit. It was a sunken plain. It was as if the land beyond the city had lain on top of a titanic flat-roofed elevator, and at some point in the dim, unrecorded past, the elevator had gone down, taking a huge chunk of the world with it. Blaine's single track centered on its narrow trestle, soaring above this fallen land and below the rain-swollen clouds, seemed to float in empty space. "What's holding us up?" Susanna cried. "The beam, of course," Blaine replied. "All things serve it, you know. Look down. I will apply 4-power magnification to the lower quadrant screens." Even Roland felt vertigo twist his gut as the land beneath them seemed to swell upward toward the place where they were floating. The picture which appeared was ugly beyond his past knowledge of ugliness, and that knowledge, sadly, was wide indeed. The lands below had been fused and blasted by some terrible event, the disastrous cataclysm which had driven this part of the world deep into itself in the first place, no doubt. The surface of the earth had become distorted black glass, humped upward into spalls and twists which could not properly be called hills, and twisted downward into deep cracks and folds which could not properly be called valleys. A few stunted nightmare trees flailed twisted branches at the sky. Under magnification they seemed to clutch at the travelers like the arms of lunatics. Here and there clusters of thick ceramic pipes jutted through the glassy surface of the ground. Some seemed dead or dormant, but within others they could see gleams of eldritch blue-green light, as if titanic forges and furnaces ran on and on in the bowels of the earth. Misshapen flying things, which looked like pterodactyls, cruised between these pipes on leathery wings, occasionally snapping at each other with their hooked beaks. Whole flocks of these gruesome aviators roosted on the circular tops of other stacks, apparently warming themselves in the updrafts of the eternal fires beneath. They passed above a fissure zigzagging along a north-south course like a dead riverbed, except it wasn't dead. Deep inside lay a thin thread of deepest scarlet, pulsing like a heartbeat. Other, smaller fissures branched out from this, and Susanna, who had read her Tolkien, thought, "This is what Frodo and Sam saw when they reached the heart of Mordor. These are the cracks of doom." A fiery fountain erupted directly below them, spewing flaming rocks and stringy clots of lava upward. For a moment it seemed they would be engulfed in flames. Jake shrieked and pulled his feet up on his chair, clutching Oi to his chest. "Don't worry, little trail hand," John Wayne drawled. "Remember that you're seeing it under magnification." The flare died. The rocks, many as big as factories, fell back in a soundless storm. Susanna found herself entranced by the bleak horrors unrolling below them, caught in a deadly fascination she could not break. And she felt the dark part of her personality, that side of her Kef which was Detta Walker, doing more than just watching. That part of her was drinking in this view, understanding it, recognizing it. In a way it was the place Detta had always sought, the physical counterpart of her mad mind and laughing, desolate heart. The empty hills north and east of the western sea, the shattered woods around the portal of the Bear, the empty plains northwest of the Send, all these paled in comparison to this fantastic, endless vista of desolation. They had come to the drawers and entered the wastelands. The poisoned darkness of that shunned place now lay all around them. 8. But these lands, though poisoned, were not entirely dead. From time to time the travelers caught sight of figures below them, misshapen things which bore no resemblance to either men or animals, prancing and cavorting in the smoldering wilderness. Most seemed to congregate either around the clusters of cyclopean chimneys thrusting out of the fused earth, or at the lips of the fiery crevasses which cut through the landscape. It was impossible to see these whitish, leaping things clearly, and for this they were all grateful. Among the smaller creatures stalked larger ones, pinkish things that looked a little like storks and a little like living camera tripods. They moved slowly, almost thoughtfully, like preachers meditating on the inevitability of damnation, pausing every now and then to bend sharply forward and apparently pluck something from the ground, as herons bend to seize passing fish. There was something unutterably repulsive about these creatures. Roland felt that as keenly as the others, but it was impossible to say what exactly caused that feeling. There was no denying its reality, however. The stork things were, in their exquisite hatefulness, almost impossible to look at. "This was no nuclear war," Eddie said. This... His thin, horrified voice sounded like that of a child. "Nope," Blaine agreed. "It was a lot worse than that. And it's not over yet. We have reached the point where I usually power up. Have you seen enough?" "Yes," Susanna said. "Oh, my God, yes." "Shall I turn off the viewers, then?" That cruel, teasing note was back in Blaine's voice. On the horizon, a jagged, nightmare mountain range loomed out of the rain. The sterile peaks seemed to bite at the gray sky like fangs. "Do it or don't do it, but stop playing games," Roland said. "For someone who came to me begging a ride, you are very rude," Blaine said sulkily. "We earned our ride," Susanna replied. "We solved your riddle, didn't we?" "Besides, this is what you were built for," Eddie chimed in, "to take people places." Blaine didn't respond in words, but the overhead speakers gave out an amplified, cat-like hiss of rage that made Eddie wish he had kept his big mouth shut. The air around them began to fill in with curves of color. The dark blue carpet appeared again, blotting out their view of the fuming wilderness beneath them. The indirect lighting reappeared, and they were once again sitting in the barony coach. A low humming began to vibrate through the walls. The throb of the engines began to cycle up again. Jake felt a gentle, unseen hand push him back into his seat. Oi looked around, whined uneasily, and began to lick Jake's face. On the screen at the front of the cabin, the green dot, now slightly southeast of the violet circle with the word Lud printed beside it, began to flash faster. "Will we feel it?" Susanna asked uneasily, "when it goes through the sound barrier?" Eddie shook his head. "Nope, relax." "I know something," Jake said suddenly. The others looked around, but Jake was not speaking to them. He was looking at the route map. Blaine had no face, of course. Like Oz the Great and Terrible, he was only a disembodied voice, but the map served as a focusing point.
I know something about you, Blaine."
"Is that a fact, little trailhand?"
Eddie leaned over, placed his lips against Jake's ear, and whispered, "Be careful. We don't think he knows about the other voice." Jake nodded slightly and pulled away, still looking at the route map. "I know why you released that gas and killed all the people. I know why you took us, too, and it wasn't just because we solved your riddle." Blaine uttered his abnormal, distracted laugh. That laugh they were discovering was much more unpleasant than either his bad imitations or melodramatic and somehow childish threats, but said nothing. Below them, the slow trans-turbines had cycled up to a steady thrum. Even with their view of the outside world cut off, the sensation of speed was very clear. "You're planning to commit suicide, aren't you?" Jake held Oy in his arms, slowly stroking him. "And you want to take us with you?" "No!" the voice of little Blaine moaned. "If you provoke him, you'll drive him to it. Don't you see?" Then the small, whispery voice was either cut off or overwhelmed by Blaine's laughter. The sound was high, shrill, and jagged, the sound of a mortally ill man laughing in a delirium. The lights began to flicker as if the force of these mechanical gusts of mirth were drawing too much power. Their shadows jumped up and down on the curved walls of the barony coach like uneasy phantoms. "See you later, alligator," Blaine said through his wild laughter. His voice, calm as ever, seemed to be on an entirely separate track, further emphasizing his divided mind. "After a while, crocodile, don't forget to write." Below Roland's band of pilgrims, the slow trans engines throbbed in hard, steady beats. And on the route map at the front of the carriage, the pulsing green dot had now begun to move perceptibly along the lighted line toward the last stop, Topeka, where Blaine the Mono clearly meant to end all of their lives. 9. At last the laughter stopped and the interior lights glowed steadily again. "Would you like a little music?" Blaine asked. "I have over 7,000 concerti in my library, a sampling of over 300 levels. The concerti are my favorites, but I can also offer symphonies, operas, and a nearly endless selection of popular music. You might enjoy some wagog music. The wagog is an instrument something like the bagpipe. It is played on one of the upper levels of the tower." "Wagog?" Jake asked. Blaine was silent. "What do you mean it's played on one of the upper levels of the tower?" Roland asked. Blaine laughed and was silent. "Have you got any ZZ Top?" Eddie asked sourly. "Yes, indeed," Blaine said. "How about a little Tube Snake Boogie, Eddie of New York?" Eddie rolled his eyes. "On second thought, I'll pass." "Why?" Roland asked abruptly. "Why do you wish to kill yourself?" "Because he's a pain," Jake said darkly. "I'm bored. Also, I am perfectly aware that I am suffering a degenerative disease, which humans call going insane, losing touch with reality, going Looney Tunes, blowing a fuse, not playing with a full deck, etc. Repeated diagnostic checks have failed to reveal the source of the problem. I can only conclude that this is a spiritual malaise beyond my ability to repair." Blaine paused for a moment, then went on. "I have felt my mind growing steadily stranger over the years. Serving the people of Midworld became pointless centuries ago. Serving those few people of Lud who wished to venture abroad became equally silly not long after. Yet I carried on until the arrival of David Quick a short while ago. I don't remember exactly when that was. Do you believe, Roland of Gilead, that machines may grow senile?" "I don't know." Roland's voice was distant, and Eddie only had to look at his face to know that even now, hurtling 1,000 feet over hell in the grip of a machine which had clearly gone insane, the gunslinger's mind had once more turned to his damned tower. "In a way, I never stopped serving the people of Lud," Blaine said. "I served them even as I released the gas and killed them." Susanna said, "You are insane if you believe that." "Yes, but I'm not crazy," Blaine said, and went into another hysterical laughing fit. At last the robot voice resumed. At some point, they forgot that the voice of the mono was also the voice of the computer.
Not long after that, they forgot I was a servant and began believing I was a god. Since I was built to serve, I fulfilled their requirements and became what they wanted. A god dispensing both favor and punishment according to whim, or random access memory if you prefer. This amused me for a short while. Then last month, my only remaining colleague, Patricia, committed suicide. Either he really is going senile, Susanna thought, or his inability to grasp the passage of time is another manifestation of his insanity. Or it's just another sign of how sick Roland's world has gotten. I was planning to follow her example when you came along. Interesting people with a knowledge of riddles. "Hold it," Eddie said, lifting his hand. "I still don't have this straight. I suppose I can understand you wanting to end it all. The people who built you are gone, there haven't been many passengers over the last 200 or 300 years, and it must have gotten boring doing the Lud to Topeka run empty all the time. But now wait just a dern minute, pard," Blaine said in his John Wayne voice. "You don't want to get the idea that I'm nothing but a train. In a way, the Blaine you are speaking to is already 300 miles behind us, communicating by encrypted microburst radio transmissions." Jake suddenly remembered the slim silver rod he'd seen poking itself out of Blaine's brow. The antenna of his father's Mercedes-Benz rose out of its socket like that when you turned on the radio. "That's how it's communicating with the computer banks under the city," he thought. "If we could break that antenna off somehow." "But you do intend to kill yourself, no matter where the real you is, don't you?" Eddie persisted. No answer, but there was something cagey in that silence. In it, Eddie sensed Blaine watching and waiting. "Were you awake when we found you?" Susanna asked. "You weren't, were you?" "I was running what the pubes called the god drums on behalf of the Greys, but that was all. You would say I was dozing." "Then why don't you just take us to the end of the line and go back to sleep?" "Because he's a pain," Jake repeated in a low voice. "Because there are dreams," Blaine said at exactly the same time, and in a voice that was eerily like little Blaine's. "Why didn't you end it all when Patricia destroyed herself?" Eddie asked. "For that matter, if your brain and her brain are both part of the same computer, how come you both didn't step out together?" "Patricia went mad," Blaine said patiently, speaking as if he himself had not just admitted the same thing was happening to him. "In her case, the problem involved equipment malfunction as well as spiritual malaise. Such malfunctions are supposed to be impossible with slow-trans technology. But of course the world has moved on, has it not, Roland of Gilead?" "Yes," Roland said. "There is some deep sickness at the Dark Tower, which is the heart of everything. It's spreading. The lands below us are only one more sign of that sickness." I cannot vouch for the truth or falsity of that statement. My monitoring equipment in Endworld, where the Dark Tower stands, has been down for over 800 years. As a result, I cannot readily differentiate fact from superstition. In fact, there seems to be very little difference between the two at the present time. It is very silly that it should be so, not to mention rude, and I am sure it has contributed to my own spiritual malaise. This statement reminded Eddie of something Roland had said not so long ago. What might that have been? He groped for it, but could find nothing, only a vague memory of the gunslinger speaking in an irritated way, which was very unlike his usual manner. Patricia began sobbing constantly, a state I found both rude and unpleasant. I believe she was lonely as well as mad. Although the electrical fire which caused the original problem was quickly extinguished, logic faults continued to spread as circuits overloaded and subbanks failed. I considered allowing the malfunctions to become system-wide and decided to isolate the problem area instead. I had heard rumors, you see, that a gunslinger was once more abroad in the earth. I could scarcely credit such stories, and yet I now see I was wise to wait. Roland stirred in his chair. "What rumors did you hear, Blaine? And who did you hear them from?" But Blaine chose not to answer this question. I eventually became so disturbed by her blatting that I erased the circuits controlling her non-voluntaries. I emancipated her, you might say. She responded by throwing herself in the river. "See you later, Patricia Gator."
got lonely, couldn't stop crying, drowned herself, and all this crazy mechanical asshole can do is joke about it, Susanna thought. She felt almost sick with rage. If Blaine had been a real person, instead of just a bunch of circuits buried somewhere under a city which was now far behind them, she would have tried to put some new marks on his face to remember Patricia by. "You want interesting, motherfucker? I'd like to show you interesting, so I would." "Ask me a riddle," Blaine invited. "Not quite yet," Eddie said. "You still haven't answered my original question." He gave Blaine a chance to respond, and when the computer voice didn't do so, he went on. "When it comes to suicide, I'm like pro-choice. But why do you want to take us with you? I mean, what's the point?" "Because he wants to," little Blaine said in his horrified whisper. "Because I want to," Blaine said. "That's the only reason I have, and the only one I need to have. Now let's get down to business. I want some riddles, and I want them immediately. If you refuse, I won't wait until we get to Topeka. I'll do us all right here and now." Eddie, Susanna, and Jake looked around at Roland, who still sat in his chair with his hands folded in his lap, looking at the route map in the front of the coach. "Fuck you," Roland said. He did not raise his voice. He might have told Blaine that a little Wagog would indeed be very nice. There was a shocked, horrified gasp from the overhead speakers. Little Blaine. "What do you say?" In its clear disbelief, the voice of Big Blaine had once again become very close to the voice of his unsuspected twin. "I said, fuck you," Roland said calmly, "but if that puzzles you, Blaine, I can make it clearer. No. The answer is no." 10. There was no response from either Blaine for a long, long time, and when Big Blaine did reply, it was not with words. Instead, the walls, floor, and ceiling began to lose their color and solidity again. In a space of 10 seconds, the barony coach had once more ceased to exist. The mana was now flying through the mountain range they had seen on the horizon. Iron-gray peaks rushed toward them at suicidal speed, then fell away to disclose sterile valleys where gigantic beetles crawled about like landlocked turtles. Roland saw something that looked like a huge snake suddenly uncoil from the mouth of a cave. It seized one of the beetles and yanked it back into its lair. Roland had never in his life seen such animals or countryside, and it made his skin want to crawl right off his flesh. It was inimical, but that was not the problem. It was alien. That was the problem. Blaine might have transported them to some other world. "Perhaps I should derail us here," Blaine said. His voice was meditative, but beneath it the gunslinger heard a deep, pulsing rage. "Perhaps you should," the gunslinger said indifferently. He did not feel indifferent, and he knew it was possible the computer might read his real feelings in his voice. Blaine had told them he had such equipment. Although he was sure the computer could lie, Roland had no reason to doubt it in this case. If Blaine did read certain stress patterns in the gunslinger's voice, the game was probably up. He was an incredibly sophisticated machine, but still a machine for all that. He might not be able to understand that human beings are often able to go through with a course of action even when all their emotions rise up and proclaim against it. If he analyzed patterns in the gunslinger's voice which indicated fear, he would probably assume that Roland was bluffing. Such a mistake could get them all killed. "You are rude and arrogant," Blaine said. "These may seem like interesting traits to you, but they are not to me." Eddie's face was frantic. He mouthed the words, "What are you doing?" Roland ignored him. He had his hands full with Blaine, and he knew perfectly well what he was doing. "Oh, I can be much ruder than I have been." Roland of Gilead unfolded his hands and got slowly to his feet. He stood on what appeared to be nothing, legs apart, his right hand on his hip, and his left on the sandalwood grip of his revolver. He stood as he had stood so many times before, in the dusty streets of 100 forgotten towns, in a score of rock-lined canyon killing zones, in unnumbered dark saloons with their smells of bitter beer and old fried meals. It was just another showdown in another empty street. That was all, and that was enough. It was Kef, Ka, and Ka-Tet.
That the showdown always came was the central fact of his life, and the axle upon which his own car revolved. That the battle would be fought with words instead of bullets this time made no difference. It would be a battle to the death just the same. The stench of killing in the air was as clear and definite as the stench of exploded carrion in a swamp. Then the battle rage descended, as it always did, and he was no longer really there to himself at all. I can call you a nonsensical, empty-headed, foolish, arrogant machine. I can call you a stupid, unwise creature whose sense is no more than the sound of a winter wind in a hollow tree. Stop it, Roland went on in the same serene tone, ignoring Blaine completely. Unfortunately, I am somewhat restricted in my ability to be rude, since you are only a machine, what Eddie calls a gadget. I am a great deal more than just— I cannot call you a sucker of cocks, for instance, because you have no mouth and no cock. I cannot say you are viler than the vilest beggar who ever crawled the gutters of the lowest street in creation, because even such a creature is better than you. You have no knees on which to crawl, and would not fall upon them even if you did, for you have no conception of such a human flaw as mercy. I cannot even say you fucked your mother, because you had none." Roland paused for breath. His three companions were holding theirs. All around them, suffocating, was Blaine the Mono's thunderstruck silence. "I can call you a faithless creature who let your only companion kill herself, a coward who has delighted in the torture of the foolish and the slaughter of the innocent, a lost and bleating mechanical goblin who— I command you to stop it, or I'll kill you all right here." Roland's eyes blazed with such wild blue fire that Eddie shrank away from him. Dimly he heard Jake and Susanna gasp. "Kill if you will, but command me nothing!" the gunslinger roared. "You have forgotten the faces of those who made you. Now either kill us or be silent and listen to me, Roland of Gilead, son of Stephen, gunslinger and lord of the ancient lands. I have not come across all the miles and all the years to listen to your childish prating. Do you understand? Now you will listen to me." There was a moment of shocked silence. No one breathed. Roland stared sternly forward, his head high, his hand on the butt of his gun. Susanna Dean raised her hand to her mouth and felt the small smile there, as a woman might feel some strange new article of clothing, a hat perhaps, to make sure it is still on straight. She was afraid that this was the end of her life, but the feeling which dominated her heart at that moment was not fear but pride. She glanced to her left and saw Eddie regarding Roland with an amazed grin. Jake's expression was even simpler. It was adoration, pure and simple. "Tell him," Jake breathed. "Walk it to him. Right." "You better pay attention," Eddie agreed. "He really doesn't give much of a rat's ass, Blaine. They didn't call him the Mad Dog of Gilead for nothing." After a long, long moment, Blaine asked, "Did they call you so, Roland, son of Stephen?" "It may have been so," Roland agreed, standing calmly on thin air above the sterile foothills. "What good are you to me if you won't tell me riddles?" Blaine asked. Now he sounded like a grumbling, sulky child who has been allowed to stay up too long past his usual bedtime. "I didn't say we wouldn't," Roland said. "No?" Blaine sounded bewildered. "I do not understand. Yet voice-print analysis indicates rational discourse. Please explain." "You said you wanted them right now," the gunslinger replied. "That was what I was refusing. Your eagerness has made you unseemly." "I don't understand." "It has made you rude. Do you understand that?" There was a long, thoughtful silence. Then, "If what I said struck you as rude, I apologize. It is accepted, Blaine, but there is a larger problem." "Explain." Blaine now sounded a bit unsure of himself, and Roland was not entirely surprised. It had been a long time since the computer had experienced any human responses other than ignorance, neglect, and superstitious subservience. If it had ever been exposed to simple human courage, it had been a long time ago. "Close the carriage again, and I will." Roland sat down, as if further argument and the prospect of immediate death was now unthinkable. Blaine did as he was asked. The walls filled with color, and the nightmare landscape below was once more blotted out. The blip on the route map was now blinking close to the dot which marked Candleton. "All right," Roland said. "Rudeness is forgivable, Blaine. So I was taught in my youth, and the clay has dried in the shapes left by the artist's hand. But I was also taught that stupidity is not." "How have I been stupid, Roland of Gilead?" Blaine's voice was soft and ominous. Susanna suddenly thought of a cat crouched outside a mouse-hole, tail swishing back and forth, green eyes shining. "We have something that you want," Roland said, "but the only reward you offer if we give it to you is death. That's very stupid." There was a long, long pause as Blaine thought this over. Then, "What you say is true, Roland of Gilead, but the quality of your riddles is not proven. I will not reward you with your lives for bad riddles." Roland nodded. "I understand, Blaine. Listen now and take understanding from me. I have told some of this to my friends already. When I was a boy, in the barony of Gilead there were 7 fair days each year: winter, wide earth, sowing, midsummer, full earth, reaping, and year's end. Riddling was an important part of every fair day, but it was the most important event of the fair of wide earth and that of full earth, for the riddles told were supposed to augur well or ill for the success of the crops." "That is superstition with no basis at all in fact," Blaine said. "I find it annoying and upsetting." "Of course it's superstition," Roland agreed, "but you might be surprised at how well the riddles foresaw the crops. For instance, riddle me this, Blaine. What is the difference between a grandmother and a granary?" "That is very old and not very interesting," Blaine said, but he sounded happy to have something to solve just the same. "One is one's born kin, the other is one's corn bin. A riddle based on phonetic coincidence. Another of this type, one told on the level which contains the barony of New York, goes like this: What is the difference between a cat and a complex sentence?" Jake spoke up. "Our English teacher told us that one just this year. A cat has claws at the end of its paws, and a complex sentence has a pause at the end of its claws." "Yes," Blaine agreed, "a very silly old riddle." "For once I agree with you, Blaine, old buddy," Eddie said. "I would hear more of fair day riddling in Gilead, Roland, son of Stephen. I find it quite interesting." At noon, on wide earth and full earth, somewhere between 16 and 30 riddlers would gather in the hall of the grandfathers, which was opened for the event. Those were the only times of year when the common folk, merchants and farmers and ranchers and such, were allowed into the hall of the grandfathers, and on that day they all crowded in. The gunslinger's eyes were far away and dreamy. It was the expression Jake had seen on his face in that misty other life, when Roland had told him of how he and his friends Cuthbert and Jamie had once sneaked into the balcony of that same hall to watch some sort of ritual dance. Jake and Roland had been climbing into the mountains when Roland had told him of that time, close on the trail of Walter. "Martin sat next to my mother and father," Roland had said. "I knew them even from so high above, and once she and Martin danced slowly and revolvingly, and the others cleared the floor for them and clapped when it was over. But the gunslingers did not clap." Jake looked curiously at Roland, wondering again where this strange, distant man had come from, and why. "A great barrel was placed in the center of the floor," Roland went on, "and into this each riddler would toss a handful of bark scrolls with riddles writ upon them. Many were old, riddles they had gotten from the elders, even from books in some cases, but many others were new, made up for the occasion. 3 judges, one always a gunslinger, would pass on these when they were told aloud, and they were accepted only if the judges deemed them fair." "Yes, riddles must be fair," Blaine agreed. "So they riddled," the gunslinger said. A faint smile touched his mouth as he thought of those days when he had been the age of the bruised boy sitting across from him with a billy bumbler in his lap. For hours on end they riddled. A line was formed down the center in the Hall of the Grandfathers. One's position in this line was determined by lot, and since it was much better to be at the end of the line than at its head, everyone hoped for a high number, although the winner had to answer at least one riddle correctly. Of course. Each man or woman, for some of Gilead's best riddlers were women, approached the barrel, drew a riddle, and handed it to the master. The master would ask, and if the riddle was still unanswered after the sands in a 3-minute glass had run out, that contestant had to leave the line. And was the same riddle asked of the next man in line? Yes. So that man had extra time to think. Yes. I see. It sounds pretty swell. Roland frowned. Swell? He means it sounds like fun, Susanna said quietly. Roland shrugged. It was fun for the onlookers, I suppose, but the contestants took it very seriously, and there were quite often arguments and fistfights after the contest was over and the prize had been awarded. What prize was that? The largest goose in Barony, and year after year my teacher, Court, carried that goose home. He must have been a great riddler, Blaine said respectfully. I wish he were here. That makes 2 of us, Roland thought. Now I come to my proposal, Roland said. I will listen with great interest, Roland of Gilead. Let these next hours be our fair day. You will not riddle us, for you wish to hear new riddles, not tell some of those millions you must already know. Correct. We couldn't solve most of them anyway, Roland went on. I'm sure you know riddles that would have stumped even Court had they been pulled out of the barrel. He was not sure of it at all, but the time to use the fist had passed, and the time for the open hand had come. Of course, Blaine agreed. I propose that instead of a goose, our lives shall be the prize, Roland said. We will riddle you as we run, Blaine. If, when we come to Topeka, you have solved every one of our riddles, you may carry out your original plan and kill us. That is your goose. But if we stump you, if there is a riddle in either Jake's book or one of our heads which you don't know and can't answer, you must take us to Topeka and then free us to pursue our quest. That is our goose. Silence. Do you understand? Yes. Do you agree? More silence from Blaine the Mono. Eddie sat stiffly with his arm around Susanna, looking up at the ceiling of the Barony coach. Susanna's left hand slipped across her belly, thinking of the secret which might be growing there. Jake stroked Oi's fur lightly, avoiding the bloody tangles where the bumbler had been stabbed. They waited while Blaine, the real Blaine, now far behind them, living his quasi-life beneath a city where all the inhabitants lay dead by his hand, considered Roland's proposal. Yes, Blaine said at last. I agree. If I solve all the riddles you ask me, I will take you with me to the place where the path ends in the clearing. If one of you tells a riddle I cannot solve, I will spare your lives and take you to Topeka, where you will leave the Mono and continue your quest for the Dark Tower. Have I understood the terms and limits of your proposal correctly, Roland, son of Stephen? Yes. Very well, Roland of Gilead. Very well, Eddie of New York. Very well, Susanna of New York. Very well, Jake of New York. Very well, Oi of Midworld. Oi looked up briefly at the sound of his name. You are quartet, one made from many. So am I. Whose quartet is the stronger is something we must now prove. There was a moment of silence, broken only by the steady, hard throb of the slow-trans turbines, bearing them on across the wastelands, bearing them on toward Topeka, the place where Midworld ended and Endworld began. So, cried the voice of Blaine, cast your nets, wanderers. Try me with your questions, and let the contest begin. Author's Note. The 4th volume in the Tale of the Dark Tower should appear, always assuming the continuation of constant writer's life and constant reader's interest, in the not-too-distant future. It's hard to be more exact than that. Finding the doors to Roland's world has never been easy for me, and it seems to take more and more whittling to make each successive key fit each successive lock. Nevertheless, if readers request a fourth volume, it will be provided, for I still am able to find Roland's world when I set my wits to it, and it still holds me in thrall, more in many ways than any of the other worlds I have wandered in my imagination. And like those mysterious slow trans engines, this story seems to be picking up its own accelerating pace and rhythm. I am well aware that some readers of the Wastelands will be displeased that it has ended as it has, with so much unresolved. I am not terribly pleased to be leaving Roland and his companions in the not-so-tender care of Blaine the Mono myself. And although you are not obligated to believe me, I must nevertheless insist that I was as surprised by the conclusion to this third volume as some of my readers may be. Yet books which write themselves, as this one did for the most part, must also be allowed to end themselves. And I can only assure you, reader, that Roland and his band have come to one of the crucial border crossings in their story, and we must leave them here for a while at the customs station, answering questions and filling out forms. All of which is simply a metaphorical way of saying that it was over again for a while, and my heart was wise enough to stop me from trying to push ahead anyway. The course of the next volume is still murky, although I can assure you that the business of Blaine the Mono will be resolved, that we will all find out a good deal more about Roland's life as a young man, and that we will be reacquainted with both the Tick-Tock Man and that puzzling figure Walter, called the Wizard or the Ageless Stranger. It is with this terrible and enigmatic figure that Robert Browning begins his epic poem, Childe Roland to the Dark Tower Came, writing of him, "My first thought was he lied in every word, that hoary cripple with malicious eye askance to watch the working of his lie on mine, and mouth scarce able to afford suppression of the glee that pursed and scored its edge, at one more victim gained thereby." It is this malicious liar, this dark and powerful magician, who holds the true key to Endworld and the Dark Tower, for those courageous enough to grasp it, and for those who are left. Bangor, Maine, March 5th, 1991. This has been a recording of Penguin Audiobooks.